ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 33, The Pathway of the Wind. Casting down her eyes, Frederica said this of her younger brother.
Instilled within those words was something at once affectionate and terribly complicated.
Perhaps, this was only a common sentiment to have towards close family members. Subaru, he can physically pass through the barrier, but he won't do it because of his mental issues.
Is that essentially what you're saying?
Frederica, the fact is that he refused when I, his older sister, requested this of him. He had followed me all the way to the edge of the barrier, but in the end, he chose to stay inside to be with grandmother rather than to go with me.
Subaru, grandmother.
You mean Louis-san? Frederica, that child may be rude and foul-mouthed, but he genuinely adores grandmother.
As long as her long-cherished dream has not been fulfilled, he will never leave the sanctuary.
Even though he kept calling her old hag and granny, Garfield obviously held an extraordinarily deep affection toward Louis. Subaru once called him a tsundere, and that description was quite accurate in a way.
In any case, this knowledge wouldn't help the situation very much.
Subaru, in the end, it still doesn't change the fact that passing the trials and liberating the sanctuary are the key conditions.
It's about as disappointing gets.
Frederica, I'm sorry I could not meet your expectations.
If there is anything else you wish to ask.
Subaru, as long as it's within your ability to answer, right?
Frederica, my apologies. At Frederica's concise affirmation, Subaru sighed through his nose and lined up the questions in his mind.
But, considering the flow of the conversation so far, most likely. Subaru, would Roswell's true intentions be an alright topic to ask?
Frederica, the master intends to support Emilia Summer and make her the next king of Lugnica. That much I can assert without any doubt on the matter.
Subaru, I was asking for his true intentions. I'm sure even you would agree that many of Roswell's actions are going against what you just said.
Frederica, his methods are indirect and mysterious. I think neither I nor Ram would deny this.
Saying this with the implication that she and Ram had shared this opinion of Roswell's actions between them, Frederica's face took on a pained expression. Although she had accepted Subaru's doubts as only natural, she was nonetheless forbidden to provide him with a key to resolving them.
In the end. Subaru, you can't tell me more without permission from Roswell himself, ha.
Frederica, I am truly sorry.
But only know this.
The master is Emilia Summer and Subaru Summer's ally. As long as the two of you possess the intention to prevail in the royal selection, that much is assured.
Subaru, it totally bothers me how you worded that, but it's fine. Never mind about Roswell for now.
So far, I feel like I can trust you, Frederica. But if it ever turns out you've fallen head over heels for Roswell like Ram, I'll have to seriously rethink our relationship. Subaru liked Ram as an individual, but that did not mean he could place absolute trust in her.
It was a complicated relationship.
At least, Subaru knew that Roswell held an unshakable, highest place in her heart, and, since Subaru cannot completely trust Roswell, at the moment, he had no choice but to withhold his judgment of Ram as well. Subaru, if you can't tell me Roswell's true intentions, can you tell me what it means when they call the sanctuary the experimental grounds?
I heard Garfield calling it that.
Frederica, experimental grounds, is it? Subaru, also a pile of impacted shit for those who have nowhere to go, he called it that too. After our talk about the demi-humans, I can kind of imagine the part about nowhere to go. So Roswell has a demi-human fetish or whatever you call that, and he's gathering half-bloods who have nowhere to go to live there.
But
just the words experimental grounds gave off a sense of unease, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the gathered half-bloods had been kidnapped in a way. Who knows why Roswell was doing this? In other words, Emilia may have allied herself with someone she shouldn't have allied with. Subaru, to begin with, even if it's not the Witch of Envy, if people found out his family was in charge of a facility related to a witch, the consequences could be huge. I heard that there are no surviving records of this, but the fact is, the tomb is still right there. Frederica, the meaning of the word which has since taken on an ominous connotation.
Even the master's contractual relationship with the Witch of Greed would certainly not be deemed appropriate by those around him.
This concern is precisely in line with Subaru-sama's considerations, I believe.
Subaru, I'm glad we can agree that the sanctuary's existence is problematic.
Now, wouldn't a title like The Experimental Grounds just make that problem even worse? Frederica, originally, that place was a hidden village where half-bloods are gathered so the Witch of Greed may conduct a certain experiment. It is unclear what negotiations took place at the time between the witch and the owner of the land, the House of Mathers, but because of that contract, succeeding generations of the House of Mathers have managed and maintained the sanctuary. Nodding his head, Subaru took in the contents of Frederica's words and sorted the information in his mind. He had already gathered as much from connecting the pieces of information implied by the various people in the sanctuary.
Then, the question would be,
Subaru, what kind of experiments was the witch running with half-bloods, and why is Roswell continuing to keep the contract even after the witch's death?
Frederica, the reason for the latter should be simple.
The contract most likely contains the clause, until the time of the release of the sanctuary, to adhere to the oath to the witch. Unless people are periodically brought into the sanctuary, the preconditions for the contract's fulfillment would not exist. Subaru, so then, he's now turning that around to create a hidden refuge for half-bloods? By the sound of that, one might even get the impression that Roswell was running some kind of charity project. Since discrimination against half-bloods was still a fact, it was necessary to ensure that there was a place where they could live in peace. If Roswell was indeed fulfilling that role, then Subaru may have to revise his evaluation of him.
But
Subaru, it doesn't seem like all of the half-bloods want to stay there. In fact, the ones following Lewis-san who want the sanctuary to be liberated are in the majority, aren't they? Frederica, the general prejudice against demi-humans has indeed greatly faded. Compared to our blood, the reason my brother and I entered the sanctuary was more because we simply had nowhere else to live. One day, the sanctuary will be released. That is why, Firmly closing her eyes, Frederica cut off her words. Watching her, Subaru fell silent, and only after some time had passed, did he hesitatingly speak again. Subaru, I might just be imagining this, but, was the reason why Frederica left the sanctuary because of your concerns about what comes after the sanctuary is released? Frederica, what makes you think so?
Subaru, if you ask me why. Your face always seems a little saddened when you talk about the sanctuary. But you left your home in spite of this, whether it was for yourself or for others, then.
Scratching his cheek, Subaru saw in the back of his mind the tough facade of the golden short-haired youth. Like the kind-hearted girl in front of his eyes, that man was all words and wouldn't reveal his true feelings at all. Subaru, if you're anything like your little brother when it comes to hiding your true feelings, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some embarrassing reason behind why you left.
I'm guessing you
probably left to create some place for the people to go once the sanctuary is liberated, somewhere they wouldn't have to be afraid, am I right? Of course, you're working here to repay your debt of gratitude to Roswell, but that's not all, is it?
That's kinda what I'm guessing. Realizing that he was taking huge leaps of logic in his rapid-fire speculation, Subaru held back his embarrassment and stole a glance at Frederica. If she laughed it off, then it would have just been Subaru getting way ahead of himself, but
Frederica, when the time comes for the new world to open its doors to them, I hope to be the one to guide them through it.
Muttering this quietly, a smile rose onto Frederica's face.
It was not a mocking smile at an outlandish guess, but a smile of a sense of liberation of having unburdened her heart to another after having seen clearly into herself. Frederica, I was raised by that place, but now I want to forge an environment that will foster a desire in the others to leave that place.
If I can help even just a little in creating such an environment, then my undesired birth must have had meaning.
Subaru, undesired, that's. Frederica, there is no need to console me.
It is as it is.
I cannot imagine that my mother grew heavy with me while desiring to do so.
The fact is, Mother abandoned my little brother and me in the sanctuary and left.
That was her answer, but I do not wish my story to end with only that answer, and that is the reason I am here now.
It was a question to which Frederica had already reached an answer. Having only glimpsed the surface, Subaru could not possibly affect her with his sympathy.
Embracing the answer she had arrived at herself, she would face the endless choices to come with only that answer as her guide. She is strong, he sincerely thought.
It was a conviction strong enough to be admired.
Subaru, does Garfield know how you truly feel? If he knows and still didn't come with you, then. Frederica, my little brother is the only person to whom I have told everything. But even so, he would not come with me, for that was the choice he had made. Rather than leaving to procure something difficult to obtain, my little brother chose to remain to protect something easy to lose.
We siblings have each chosen a separate path. The story is simply that.
Subaru, protect, ha. Just by his outer appearance, I'd never have guessed he was the kind of character who'd make that choice. Well, it's not like people's hearts can be understood by just looking from the outside anyway. Rubbing his jaw, Subaru tilted his cup and drank down all the tea inside in a single gulp before holding back a hiccup.
Wiping his lips with the back of his hand, he began again with, "Come to think of it.
Subaru, we seem to have wandered off topic, so let's get back to it.
About the name experimental grounds.
Can you talk about what kind of experiments they were running? Or, do you know its contents?" Frederica, unfortunately, I know neither their contents nor their purpose.
In fact, from the moment the Witch of Greed died, the continuation of the experiments became impossible. Only the facility remains, and the House of Mathers merely maintains it.
Subaru, that's even more incomprehensible. I personally understand now how important it is to keep promises, but what's even the point of continuing to keep it when the other side has already been dead for 400 years? Frederica, at least, if it weren't for the Master's family upholding that promise, I doubt my brother and I would have passed our childhoods in peace. Subaru, that's.
I didn't think of that.
Sorry. Seeing Subaru sincerely apologizing, Frederica couldn't hold in her giggle. Then, she emptied her cup as well and collected the finished cup from Subaru before standing up from her seat.
Frederica, we have gone on talking for quite a long while now, let us save the rest for another time.
What do you plan to do next, Subaru-sama? Subaru, I only tagged along to bring the villagers back home in the first place.
Now that I've asked what I wanted to ask, I should be heading back.
That said, it would be a bit difficult to do that today, so I'll head back tomorrow morning, I guess. Frederica, is that so? In that case, I imagine Petra will be in high spirits tonight and tomorrow morning.
But considering how distracted she will get, it's difficult to tell whether that would be a good thing or not.
Subaru, more than anything, it's nice to see Petra's education progressing nicely. Now, where is Petra, anyway? Frederica, right now, I believe she would be back in the village greeting everyone that's returned.
I instructed her to do so.
As expected, Frederica must have seen through her intentions before she even asked. Watching her back as she carried off the clattering teacups, Subaru stood up from his chair as well, and counted on his fingers all the remaining things he had to do.
What he managed to hear from Frederica had been only half of what he wanted to hear. But even so, it had given him enough to move forward with his speculations. All that was left now was to find the final person who might still know more.
Subaru, it'll probably take a while, but it's time to try combing through this mansion for now. At the thought of the heavy labor ahead of him, Subaru slumped his shoulders. Catching a brief glimpse of Subaru's back as she left the room, Frederica whispered in a quiet voice. Frederica, I know neither their contents nor their purpose.
But, I do know the result of the experimental grounds. When you find out, when you come to understand. What would you think then, I wonder?
But the contents of her whisper did not reach Subaru, who was now deep in thought. Everyone in the mansion knew that Beatrice's door crossing was a pain to deal with, but Subaru only truly got a sense of this after returning from the capital. His natural intuitive ability to pick from a multitude of choices, or, more accurately, his ability to go with his gut, was one of the few things about himself that Subaru was rather proud of. Subaru's special characteristic of managing to select the right option without any hints and for no particular reason was, in a way, just as annoying as his other special characteristic can't read the mood, and had made no small contribution to his chances of encountering Beatrice. Ever since coming back from the capital, that intuition hadn't been working properly. Subaru, that's odd.
That should have been every door in the mansion. That was the last one.
Closing the final bathroom door where he had placed all his hopes, Subaru expressed his disappointment at the result by tilting his head with a sigh. Since returning from the capital, he had just been consistently failing at the Guess Where Biko Is quiz. Considering how his hit rate was almost 100% before, he couldn't exactly blame this on a bad streak. At this point, Subaru had to admit that there was nothing else he could do. Subaru, geez, she must be seriously trying to avoid me. If Beatrice really put her mind to it, no one could bypass her door crossing, Ram once told him this.
Yet somehow, Subaru had always managed to defy this common sense.
And after a while, Subaru had developed a sense of superiority over Beatrice. In this case, it was not so much that he was able to bypass her door crossing, but that he had a greater advantage over Beatrice than anyone else in the mansion. Subaru, even though we parted ways like that, I didn't think you'd go full hikikomori because of it.
If you won't even show me your face, I can't bicker or apologize or anything.
Subaru had no idea what he might have said that would make her so adamantly refuse to see him. He had no idea, and if he continued being physically cut off like this, he would go on having no idea.
And he hated that.
Regardless of what he wanted to learn from her, and regardless of all the pressing issues tying him down, all Subaru wanted now was to see her and talk to her. It'd be all right even if it meant getting scolded, or being looked down upon like a small idiot.
Those carefree days are lost.
And, only now realizing this, Subaru found he couldn't bear it at all.
Although he knew this was a selfish thought.
Subaru, Puck and Biko, they won't even let out a peep when it comes down to the critical moment. Whether it was Puck, still hiding out somewhere, or Beatrice, withdrawing into her own space, they both went missing when Emilia and Subaru needed them most. Can't be counted on at all when there's trouble. They were almost as bad as the Kami-samas up in the sky.
But the situation was far too urgent to be soaking in hurt feelings.
Knowing that Elsa was closing in on the mansion, but having no means of repelling her, his highest priority now was to evacuate everyone in the mansion. No matter how he thought about it, Elsa probably had no reason to extend her murdering blades to the unrelated Alam village.
So protecting the lives of those in the mansion was the most important task at hand. Bringing Rem and Petra out wouldn't be difficult. If he appealed to Frederica's sense of professionalism, he should be able to persuade her. The problem was Beatrice, who wouldn't see him.
Before, in the loop starting inside the capital, Subaru had already failed to get her to leave the mansion. That time, he gave up trying to convince her to abandon the mansion because he knew that the witch cult's target wasn't the mansion.
But this time was different. Elsa will be invading the mansion, and will not hesitate to put everyone to the blade.
Even if her target, Emilia, was missing, she would probably set her mind to opening every bowel in the mansion. Although he had no idea what Beatrice's actual combat strength was, Elsa had been able to hold her own in a pitched battle against the strength of Puck and Emilia combined, and Subaru imagined that she might even be able to match the strength of Wilhelm. If Beatrice and Elsa ever came into direct contact, Subaru couldn't envision Beatrice winning against her. Subaru, maybe I'm just being way too overcautious when it comes to Elsa, but after getting killed by someone 3 times it should be pretty natural to feel this way. Oh. Rubbing at the phantom pain in his stomach while walking along the hallway, Subaru's legs suddenly stopped. His eyes were fixed on a conspicuously expensive-looking door, to the room at the center of the uppermost floor of the mansion, Roswell's office. Subaru was aware that it'd be bad manners to set foot into the master's room while the master was away, but... Subaru, right, there was something in this room that I needed to check out.
Saying this, he opened the door and entered without much pomp.
Naturally, the scene that opened before him as he stepped into the office was no different from when he was opening every door in the mansion. Since Roswell himself hadn't returned, the room still maintained the same orderliness from the time Subaru made Otto organize it. The original mess of documents and bookshelves had all been neatly arranged by Otto, and there was now a pristine impression to the room as if it had just been thoroughly cleaned. Subaru looked it over before walking to the back of the room, where two bookshelves stood side by side beside the ebony desk. Subaru, behind this bookshelf
is a hidden passage, ha.
Twice, he had already confirmed the existence of this hidden passage. It was probably serving as an escape path in case of emergencies, but as for how to activate it and where the passageway led to, these were all unknown to Subaru. Subaru, it was activated when Elsa attacked, so I think it definitely lets you escape somewhere.
Although the last time I went in I froze to death.
That memory ended as he was frozen into an ice sculpture alongside the witch cultists who had gotten on the wrong side of Puck.
He remembered his fingers breaking off and his limbs shattering, and dying almost painlessly, but so much about it was hazy that recalling it did not bring him anything more than a shudder. But death was still death. He had no intention of taking it lightly. In any case.
Subaru, unless I find out where this escape route leads, I won't know what to do if worse comes to worst.
It might even come out somewhere in the mansion. Though I'm guessing that's probably not the case. If ensuring safety was the highest priority, confirming the escape route would be an indispensable step. Most likely, it led somewhere into the mountains behind the mansion. And, considering how escape tunnels usually work, if there are some emergency provisions on the way that'd be even better. Subaru, just to be sure, I'll take a quick look. But, as much as I want to.
Where's the gimmick that activates this thing, anyway? In the meantime, he tried dragging on the bookshelf with all his might to get it to move, but the solidly packed bookshelf wouldn't budge at all from the strength of Subaru's arm. Maybe if he took out all the books and left just the shelf he might be able to move it a little then, but… Subaru, no way, there's time for that in a real emergency.
There must be a switch to activate it somewhere.
On that thought, Subaru started fishing into the back of the bookshelves, but didn't find any secret mechanisms. Although, when Subaru pulled out the second-to-last drawer, he was stunned for a second by the hoard of gemstones stuffed inside. Subaru, time to give up, huh? Unless, maybe it's not even in the room?
What's not in the room?
Subaru, well, naturally, it'd be a hidden switch thingy or something. I wanna see the hidden passage on the other side of the bookshelves, but there's no way to do that unless I find it. Oh, the escape path.
That's this statue here.
Petra tugged on the downcast Subaru's sleeves, and Subaru, looking towards the direction she was pointing at, nodded his head up and down with, a Subaru, placed in the corner of the room, looks like nothing but a normal statue. Could this be the gimmick? It was a little statue of a person seated in a chair, small enough to be placed on a table. To see something like this in an otherwise unadorned room was indeed somewhat peculiar, but Petra bravely walked up to it without any signs of fear, and…
Tyke. With a small sound, the statue's head twisted.
Like it was going to be detached, the statue's head turned 180 degrees. Watching the man's neckbone being brutally snapped, Subaru winced his brows.
And, the next moment…
Ooh, ooh, ooh. The sound of a heavy object sliding across the floor reverberated throughout the room. Turning around, Subaru saw the bookshelves parting, revealing a pitch-black entrance wide enough for a single person to pass through. Seeing the mission objective escape path making its appearance at last, Subaru lightly balled up his fists and struck out a victory pose.
Subaru, that's it, that's it, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. I'm saved.
Petra, Hawu tilde, I helped, didn't I tilde? Big sister Summer Frederica told me about this before. It's an escape path in case of emergencies, told me to remember it and all. Subaru, oh ho, thank you, thank you.
Now I'll just…
Petra, when did you get here? Petra, you just noticed now? Petra blended into the flow of things so perfectly that it took a while before the contemplative Subaru noticed that she was there. At Subaru's unacceptable response, Petra pouted up her lips. Petra, after I ran all the way back, and even helped you out, Subaru Summer, I think that was kinda mean. Subaru, no, I only noticed halfway through that I was talking with someone when I'm supposed to be alone. And then I was too excited to see the objective complete, and that's why I was a bit late to notice you.
Sorry. The little girl turned her face away as if stating that she was still angry, and Subaru lightly patted her head while apologizing. Then, turning his eyes to the escape passage again.
Subaru, by the way, Petra, did Frederica ever tell you where this thing leads?
Petra, yep.
Big sister Summer Frederica said it leads to a small cabin in the mountains in the back. There's another barrier there that's different from the boundaries against the beasts, so it can't be found from the outside. Subaru, I see.
So it's a hidden passage after all.
But I better go check it out with my own eyes. Then it was confirmed that the passageway came out in the mountains, but that would also mean that the tunnel could serve as both an escape route and an invasion route. Subaru rolled up his sleeves, and, pumping himself full of spirit, stepped towards the entrance. And Petra's quiet footsteps followed behind him. Subaru, oh, you're coming too, Petra? Petra, can't I? Subaru, it's not that you can't, but there's probably not going to be anything interesting, you know.
I'm only going in since I'm curious where it leads to, and after that I'll be coming right back.
Petra, it's my break time right now, so I'm free to do what I want.
So you won't mind if I come?
Tugging on the hems of his shirt, Petra looked up at Subaru with puppy-like eyes. Not having the heart to leave her behind like this, Subaru sighed and gave out a wry smile, and...
Subaru, we really are just going there and coming right back, you know. You sure are curious, Petra.
Petra, if I wasn't curious I wouldn't be here, so...
I'm glad I'm curious.
Hearing Petra's reply, he wasn't really sure what she was trying to say. Nonetheless, smoothing it over with a smile, Subaru took her outstretched hand and stepped into the passageway. The dark hidden passage gave way to a spiraling staircase, while the materials of the walls themselves glowed with a pale blue light. Although they wouldn't be losing sight of the path downstairs, seeing that the tunnel was leading underground, Subaru looked back. Subaru, this stairway is pretty long and dark, be careful not to slip. Petra, if I slip will you save me? Subaru, I'll have to hug you while tumbling all the way down the stairs, you know.
If I end up in a coma and can never walk again that'll be a way too miserable sight.
Petra, if that happens, I'll take care of Subaru Summer for the rest of your whole life. Subaru, I'm glad, but the process is way too terrifying. With this exchange, Subaru took the lead as the two of them began heading down the stairs. A cold wind swept up from below, sending thoughts of a non-existent puck into Subaru's mind as a chill ran up his spine.
It was not that he was afraid of the non-existent future of a frozen death, but...
Subaru, it's no fun being so quiet while going down, and Petra might be getting scared, so let's talk about something. Petra, Subaru Summer, you know your palm is getting kind of sweaty? Subaru, Petra must be getting scared, so let's talk about something.
How was everyone at the village?
Seeing Subaru intent on sticking to the concerned for a little girl narrative, Petra cast him a compassionate gaze and went along with it, and so, carrying on the miscellaneous conversation this way to keep the silence at bay, they continued down the stairs for several more minutes, when the staircase ended, and they arrived at the familiar narrow passage. Further down the passage, there will be a door, and beyond that door would be an unexperienced zone to Subaru. Subaru, just by the feels of it, we should still be right underneath the mansion.
If this path leads all the way to the back mountains, it must be quite a long tunnel.
Petra, escape route, escape path, tunnel, can't we call it one thing? Subaru, you're right. Then, since the wind might as well be coming all the way from Mexico, let's call it Sun Tunnel. Petra, careful don't trip, there's a bump there. Just like this, Petra beautifully ignored Subaru's random comment. Seeing how anti-Subaru capabilities improve so much in such a short period of time, Subaru felt both pleased and a little lonely. Maintaining this nostalgic sentiment as they continued through the passageway, they soon arrived at a slightly wider area.
Straight ahead, a door emerged out of the darkness, confirming that this was the room.
Back then, It was here that the frozen figures of the witch cultists lined up in this claustrophobic space, but naturally, there was no trace of that this time. Confirming this, Subaru spilled a quiet sigh of relief. Subaru, this should go without saying, but it's good that no trauma switches got triggered, huh? Anyways, so far we should be about a third of the way to the mountain cabin, right? Petra, the wind's so cold.
It must be from the other side of the door.
While Subaru was busy feeling relieved, beside him, Petra was eagerly waiting with anticipation for the new stage on the opposite side of the door. Yeah, Subaru nodded in agreement. Subaru, last time I touched the door I got an instant game over. So everything after that point is still completely unknown.
Well, guess we'll make it up as we go. Having made up this resolve, Subaru unceremoniously placed his hand on the door.
And then, pushing it open, he felt an icy wind washing over his face, flooding into the small room.
Subaru, ah?
Simultaneous with that quiet sound, Subaru noticed that something had struck his belly. Looking down, he stared at the left side of his waist that had taken the impact. Some kind of skewer was sticking out of it, and to prove that this had happened recently, the butt end of it was still quivering. Watching, as little by little blood seeped into his clothes, Subaru's throat froze. Petra, yeah, H. In place of the choked-up Subaru, Petra, who noticed the same wound, shrieked at the top of her voice. Its high-pitched sound echoed through the corridor, lashing upon Subaru's eardrums.
In the instant the pain caught up, still not understanding what had happened, Subaru's mind swam with all its might, trying to think of something to do.
Petra's shriek trailed off. The echoing corridor was deprived of sound, until only her noise could be heard. In a world where he should not be hearing anything, Subaru heard that sound of footsteps, and a knife being pulled out of its sheath. Elsa, now, let's fulfill that promise. Licking her lips with a red tongue, it was the voice of a murdering monster trembling at the premonition of slaughter. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 34, The World That Was Ending.
He sensed the portents of incoming pain.
It was an unpleasant sensation, but ever since coming to this world, there had been no shortage of life-threatening injuries in his life. That sensation told him, these next few seconds will decide victory or defeat. While Petra's shriek echoed down the narrow passage, Subaru reached out his hand towards the two skewer-like things sticking out of the left side of his waist.
He knew that the instant he touches them, it will begin.
And so, before that, Subaru forced his mind to turn at an incredible rate.
2 darts, not fatal wounds. There were still a few seconds before the pain catches up. Petra was frozen in place. Where did the attack come from? His hand was still touching the door, the high-pitched echo went on.
And, in its midst, a murderous voice had snuck into Subaru's ears.
Elsa's.
Before his eyes, he saw a shadow lurking in the unlighted void. Its posture was low, almost crawling, as if poising itself to strike.
It was Elsa. The projectile that skewered him through the waist was thrown from the other end of the passage. That disgustingly accurate control, aimed directly at the bowels as a matter of doctrine. He almost wanted to applaud. A stupid thought, a frivolous idea. Why was Elsa here now? There was supposed to be a grace period. Why was she hiding in a hidden passage that no one was supposed to know about? And how did she know? All that can wait. Questions can come later.
At this moment just focus on survival and force all brain cells to fire. Subaru, shema.
No weapons, no means to intercept, horrendously unprepared and unready.
Faced with this split-second situation, there was only one thing Subaru could do, or rather, he had already decided in his heart that he would take that one action the moment he encountered Elsa, regardless of appearances. Answering Subaru's call, his damaged gait rallied his body's mana at his chant. Black smoke spouted out from the tip of Subaru's extended right hand, covering the passage in darkness. A pitch blackness darker than light-given shadows engulfed the narrow space, instantly dividing Subaru and the immediate threat before him. The expelled smoke had no effect of restricting actual movement.
Charge forward, and it will give way like brittle mist. But
Subaru, wall of incomprehension, if you think you can scale it, I'd like to see you gage.
Before he could finish his taunt, the delayed attack of excruciating pain assaulted Subaru.
Beginning with his left hip, the searing heat coursed throughout his body, and his screams sounded out as though the roots of his brain and his lower waist were being pierced by red-hot spits. On top of this were the consequences of spellcasting in his damaged state. Drawing more mana than his body could afford, he felt the strength of his body sucked dry, and, overcome with exhaustion and fatigue, he fell to his knees.
Yet, it was then that something pulled him from the verge of collapse.
Petra, Subaru.
A small and soft sensation was gripping onto his lifeless hand.
He looked, and saw Petra worrying over him, her long lashes trembling and on the brink of tears. Within her eyes was fear of circumstances that were beyond her comprehension, as well as rejection of the existence of the preposterous threat closing in before her. But most of all, they held the deep colors of worry for Subaru's safety. The moment he recognized it, the wrenching pain of his mangled nerves and the soul-rending sense of loss were all forgotten in an instant.
And before that effect could fade, he squeezed back on Petra's hand.
Subaru, anyways, let's go up.
Since they couldn't go forward, their only escape was to go back the same way they came.
Even Subaru himself wasn't sure how long Shamak would last. So far, the only improvement was that his body didn't faint after blowing out all his mana, since his body must have grown accustomed after so many uses. Regardless, he mustn't allow the opportunity granted by the cover of the black mist to slip away. Subaru, kick. Aga?
The moment he stepped forward to run, again he was struck by the pain of something sharp gouging into his flesh.
Turning his eyes to the source of the pain, he found 4 more metal darts nailed into his back from his right shoulder to the base of his neck. Fortunately, the piercing wounds weren't deep, but the pain of having multiple darts as thick as his pinky fingers burrowed into his flesh was only intensified by the sight. Subaru, she can see? She could see through Shamak's smoke?
For an instant, Subaru thought this, but he immediately realized that could not be so. Then, intuitively, he understood what Elsa must have done from the other side of the fog.
Having judged the black smoke to be a threat and deciding that diving in would be dangerous, Elsa had blindly thrown her darts through the mist without aiming at anything in particular. The passage was narrow enough to be filled with 3 Subras side by side. If she had the control to aim at the very center of the passage, there was a high probability of hitting somewhere on his back. The moment he realized this, Subaru yanked on Petra's arm and embraced her against his chest. "Higher," she squeaked, and just as she got out of the way, the same metal darts as the ones sticking to Subaru's body whizzed past. If he hadn't pulled her away, the darts would have lined up precisely with her head.
"Subaru, fuck my life."
Spitting out saliva laced with blood, Subaru shook his head as he sprinted down the passage towards the mansion, pulling on the lagging Petra's arm to force her onward.
His vision was flickering in pain. The world was flashing black and red. A thin blue light was glowing from the dim passageway.
That, and the alternating red and black blended into one as the world grew indistinct. Only a single moment of attack and defense had completely depleted Subaru's energy and stamina.
Even if he returned to the mansion like this, he would have no immediate means of breaking out of this situation.
And, relying only on the hope in front of his eyes, he clenched his jaw and continued to run. The terror coursing up his neck in that instant was perhaps the sensation of impending death, which was only perceptible due to his countless experiences with dying.
Subaru, .. With that terrible fear guiding his neck to turn, his black pupils saw the tracks of death.
Slicing through the air would be too simplistic of a description, for the incoming blade was slaying through the air. The curved blade that was the greatest and vilest weapon in Elsa's arsenal, the kukri knife, bearing down with its own momentum, was spinning vertically with tremendous speed towards Subaru and Petra's backs.
A velocity that made reaction impossible. Sheer power that made parrying unthinkable.
Faced with such a thing, the fact that Subaru could make this sudden motion with his arm was nothing short of miraculous. He reached out his right hand to catch the tip of the knife with his fingers, and indeed managed to pinch it between his index and middle finger, but without reducing even a fraction of the blade's velocity or power. The middle, ring and pinky fingers on Subaru's right hand scattered into the air. The knife went on to cut vertically through Subaru's arm straight from the wrist to the elbow, splitting it in two. The chopped-off outer flap of the arm slammed into the wall, as the spraying mist of blood dyed the passage and Subaru in dots of red. Screaming. Shrieking. Creating a noise that made one wonder if his throat will break, rip and crack. His vision filled with red, and his molars fractured under the force of his clenching jaws.
He lifted his half-sheared arm. It was red. Only red. He saw something white. But it was instantly turned red. He couldn't think of this thing as belonging to him anymore.
It was only an unnecessary object, giving off pain.
Cut it off. Go away. I have no use for an organ that only gives off pain. I don't want you.
Go away, begone, fuck off.
Fuck you.
Just die. 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 Dash, a touch.
There was the touch of a hand holding onto his. Opposite the limb of nothing but pain, there was still warmth here. The moment he felt it, his scream stopped. His throat was broken. The neurons in his brain, having gone far beyond their capacity for feeling pain, bursted. He forgot the pain. But not that warmth.
Drawing in his arm, he swung out his steps, and shaking his throat that had lost its voice, Subaru ran through the passage painted with blood.
Legs. So heavy. Arms. So heavy. Was he pulling them, or were they pulling him?
He didn't even know.
Didn't know. Didn't know. And didn't want to know. End of the passage. Back to the staircase. Run up the spiraling stairs, and he will be in the mansion. What will he do once he's in the mansion?
Who will, who could, who can help him there? Emilia, Rem?
Subaru,
we, LL.
Not let it end here. It is not over yet. It cannot end yet. He couldn't see a way.
He didn't find anything.
He tried to reach, but hadn't grasped a thing. But how could he throw everything away here? He looked up.
It was a long way to the top of the spiraling stairs.
His legs were tangled. His tongue was numb. Life was draining through the blood dripping from his arm.
Eroding, fading, he drew up the warmth of his left hand. And?
Baru summer. The call of a wild beast.
And the sound of a heavy object landing from above. On the steps in front of Subaru's eyes, he saw a broad back. Shrouded within the smoke and dust, was an expensive black apron dress.
Her long golden hair swaying in the icy wind, she rose up from her crouched landing. Seeping through the stern face that turned around, was a familiar emotion of worry.
Subaru, free, Derek.
Frederica, don't talk. That wound is too serious.
Just as he recognized her and tried calling her name, Frederica's face turned pale at the sight of Subaru's wounds. She looked painfully at Subaru's half-sheared off right arm, and then, trailing her eyes over the blood that covered half of his body. Frederica, eh? With a gasp so quiet as to disappear, she swallowed her breath.
That was probably how shocking Subaru's dreadful state was.
By now, owing to the endogenous anesthetics flooding through his brain, Subaru himself had already lost sensitivity to the pain.
Breathing raggedly, there was saliva endlessly dripping down the corner of his mouth.
Spitting out the overflowing bloody foam in his mouth, Subaru was trying to tell Frederica something. Subaru, arg. Frederica, careful.
From across the darkness, the kukri knife came slashing once more.
The revolving blade pregnant with death was aimed directly at Frederica's head. Seeing the shimmer of steel, Subaru raised his voice, and Frederica reacted by drawing something from her waist. With a flash, the darkness of the passageway was scattered by sparks, and the curved blade was deflected with a high-pitched ring.
What had achieved this was.
Frederica, it seems we have an intruder. Crossing her arms as she said this, there were now clawed gauntlets attached to Frederica's hands. From that self-possessed reaction, it would seem that she was facing a familiar prey. In a way, that rugged equipment was all too fitting for someone like Frederica. Ripping the air as she readied her arms before her, Frederica looked back at Subaru.
Frederica, get to the mansion. Signal when you're at the top. Then I'll disengage.
Subaru, boo, T. Frederica, with your injuries you'll only get in the way.
Please take care of Petra.
Though he wanted to stay, Frederica's final pleading words pushed Subaru from behind. Swallowing the rest of what he was about to say, Subaru pulled Petra's tiny body close.
Compared to dragging her by the arm as he ran, he could be faster if he held her.
Petra entered his arm without resistance, and Subaru backed away towards the stairs.
Subaru, don't die. Frederica, of course not, I'm not halfway through yet.
Dragging his legs, reluctant to leave, Subaru dashed up the stairs with his sights set on the top. Making his way up the spiral, the sounds of blade clashing on blade followed him from below. The narrow space robbed Elsa of her mobility, so in a direct confrontation it would be a match of raw power. In that case, Frederica may even have a chance of winning, at least, that was the hope he wished to cling to. Spitting out his crushed molars, Subaru cursed at his useless legs.
Faster, defter, every second he spent climbing the stairs brought Frederica a second closer to her fate. Faster, faster, to the top, to the top, to the top.
Subaru, I am here. Reaching the top, panting with ragged breaths, his knees dropped onto the carpet. Crawling in that collapsed state, he stuck his head into the passage and shouted down the stairs.
Subaru, free, Derica. Now. He could seal the passage to cut Elsa off as soon as Frederica reaches the top of the stairs. Realizing this as he shouted, Subaru turned and tumbled toward the statue switch that controlled the door.
Taking its head in his hand, he waited for Frederica to fly out of the gap.
But Subaru, WH.
The overwhelming crashing roar of a tremendous impact and collapse lashed onto Subaru's ears. Falling building materials breaking into each other spewed up a swirling plume of smoke as it sent tremors through the entire mansion.
What happened?
Subaru left the statue's side and returned to the passage. Then, peering inside, he saw that the winding, spiraling stairs had collapsed as if having vanished into thin air. Subaru, this destruction was not the consequence of shoddy architecture.
Breaking off so cleanly without causing the slightest damage to the passage itself, it was nothing like an unanticipated collapse.
It was by design that the stairwell collapsed on its own when some mechanism was activated. Perhaps it was meant for covering one's tracks after escaping, or, like now, to guard against the passage from being used as an invasion route, though he couldn't be sure which it was.
The only thing that was certain was that at this point, Frederica could no longer come back up.
The possibility of Elsa coming up the stairs had been eliminated, yet it also meant that Frederica had doomed herself. Maybe she could defeat Elsa through pure combat strength and come back around the mountains, but Subaru knew, deep down, that this was impossible. The moment Subaru thought this, his forgotten wounds twinged with pain as he spat out clots of blood. The darts that burrowed within his neck, shoulder, and waist began to eat at his flesh. He tried to pull them out, but his fingers kept slipping, and the fear of mass bleeding made his fingers tremble unresponsively. Subaru, no, W's not the time to be doing this, idiot, I'm. There was no time to stop his feet, or his thoughts. Whether Frederica's survival was doomed still depended on Subaru's next actions. Enduring the pain and propping himself on his knees, Subaru tried to stand himself up. But suddenly, he remembered Petra, who should still be in his arms. He was holding her when he fled into the office, but where had she? Subaru, Trey? Turning his head around, Subaru found her on the opposite end of the room. Petra was near the statue. She was lying on her side as if sleeping. He must have inadvertently dropped her in the chaos. Perhaps she lost consciousness from exhaustion, and would not respond to Subaru's calls. Most likely, in a state of extreme fear and fatigue, she had fainted. As much as he was worried about Frederica's safety, he must follow her instruction and keep Petra safe. Forcing his trembling knees to stand, Subaru dragged his legs to where Petra had fallen. And, picking up the little girl from the floor,
He saw the curved blade sticking out from the back of the fallen girl's head to the base of her neck.
Large volumes of blood had seeped from the wound, and a part of her brain had spilled from the fracture in the back of her head. Her soft, chestnut-colored hair had been dyed the deep shade of blood, and her gentle, warm palm will never move again.
He held up his right hand. A miserable clump of flesh missing 3 of its fingers. When he reached out to stop the curved blade, it had passed right through his arm and struck Petra. Even offering up this much, he hadn't protected anything.
Subaru-R.
From his shattered throat, he howled out that bloody wail.
Limping across the mansion's carpet, Subaru headed toward the west wing with the expression of a ghost. Cradled within his arms was Petra's corpse. He had covered her with a white sheet, so that no one would see the sight of her death. The look of surprise was still frozen on her lifeless face, which proved the sole consolation that her death was instantaneous. It would have been too cruel if she had to experience the same pain as Subaru on top of losing her life.
But he couldn't save her. There was no consolation to be found anywhere. Subaru, I3.
Didn't he come back so that he could save everyone in the mansion? Didn't he resolve to do everything in his power to help them? Once again, he had allowed Petra to be caught in this spiral of death. This was already the 3rd time Subaru had seen Petra die. All of those times, he could have done something to prevent the way they ended.
But unlike last time, when everything was initiated by the witch cult, this time, there was a decisive difference.
If Subaru didn't want Petra to be caught in this spiral, he could have opposed Frederica's decision to take Petra as an apprentice.
He should have known the danger of being at his and Emilia's sides.
Subaru,
If only. There's no end to them. If he were to talk about what he should or could have done, it would go on forever. Subaru knew this.
And yet, although he knew, Subaru's weakness was such that he could not bear but to think about them. In accordance to those broken thoughts, his steps dragged on heavily. The unstoppable flow of blood left a trail of dark red spots on the carpet, and every single step sent wrenching pain grinding at his nerves. One step, and then another, the sound of his flesh and spirit shaving away, pain.
Even receiving this punishment was a grace.
If Subaru had sinned, then Subaru deserved to be punished. So that the girl in his arms, the woman who stayed so Subaru could escape, and Subaru, Rem. At the end of his path, the girl who went on sleeping no calamity must be permitted to touch her.
The West Wing. At last, he had reached the servants' quarters.
Despite choosing the shortest path from the office on the highest floor, it felt like it took a lifetime to drag his wounded body here.
The room he was trying to reach was opposite the stairs, at the furthest end of the hallway. What he would do once he got there was not on his mind even now. His only objective was to get there. His only objective was to touch the girl lying there, for he had already lost the will to live.
He had lost too much blood, and carried away with that flow of blood, his determination and resolve had already drained from his body.
This time he had lost too much.
Shrouded in this sense of loss, he didn't seem to be even capable of raising his head as he walked.
So, at least, let it end by her side.
By the side of the only girl in this world whom Subaru could reveal his weakness to. Dragging a trail of blood behind him, half leaning on the wall, turning that meager intent into obsession, Subaru's body arrived in front of his destined room, in front of Rem's bedroom. Setting the cradled Petra down against the wall, he pulled aside the sheets and closed her eyelids.
It was the only thing he could do to dress up her appearance in death.
Touching her cheek, and lightly tracing his finger on her lip, he lowered his head at her cold empty vessel. Subaru, sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm a stupid. Useless, There should have been a way, but Subaru's own stupidity didn't allow him to see it. The result was Petra being the sacrifice, and his words of apology could no longer reach her.
His falling tears landing on Petra's knees, Subaru shook his head, and lifted the sheets over Petra's lifeless face once more.
Then, standing up, he turned around.
Elsa, I think it was rather mean to leave me there like that. On the other end of the hallway, stepping on the same stairs Subaru had just limped down from, was a gorgeous black-haired woman. Playing with the ends of her long black braid with the fingers of one hand, she dangled her blood-drenched cookery knife from the other. A black mantle over a black bodysuit.
She was wearing the same combination as when he saw her in the capital.
She was supposed to have been fighting Frederica, but there was not a single trace of battle visible.
Whether it was in terms of wounds, or fatigue.
The fact that she appeared here, and the way she appeared, undeniably proved what must have happened to Frederica. Adding one more to the list of people his apologies could not reach, all Subaru could do was look up to the ceiling, cursing his own incompetence. Elsa, you managed to walk this way with those wounds.
I'm very impressed.
Subaru, is
there a prize for that? Your life would do fine.
Elsa, can I take that as a profession of love? That my life is your heart's desire?
Subaru, I'll trample it to mush. Hand it over.
Wanting to vomit at Elsa's non sequitur reply, Subaru glared at the murderer as he stood himself up against the wall.
Turning up his gaze, he locked Elsa's face in his sights.
Her eyes were looking up and down Subaru's torn-up body. Elsa, the aroma of blood, the scent of rage, the fragrance of death.
Ah, you are exquisite in every sense. Your intestines are exactly to my liking too, I'm all too pleased to say.
Subaru, abnormal bitch.
What are you going on about?
Embracing herself, with an expression of ecstasy on her face, Elsa looked at Subaru with a gaze that could not contain its arousal. Even though she was a beautiful woman, those deranged, abnormal eyes injected only disgust and horror into Subaru. Seeing an emotion of rejection surfacing on Subaru's face, Elsa retained that debauched glamour on her cheeks. Elsa, it's nice to talk to you, but
I wouldn't want to be scolded for losing sight of my objective.
That spirit and the half-witch girl I met in the capital, do they happen to be home? Subaru, you should have phoned in before coming, would have saved you the trouble.
We would have hired some mercenaries and put on a grand big welcome. Elsa, you're not going to answer. Then, I better ask your bowels.
Opening her red lips, sensuously wetting it with her peach-colored tongue, she lifted up her knife, and smiled in ecstasy as she licked the drops of blood off the side of its blade.
Then, lowering her posture, she made the blade scream, as she dashed forward like a spider. Too fast. Can't imagine intercepting at all. But
Subaru, like hell am I gonna die at your hands. Saying this, Subaru pushed open the door to Rem's bedroom. Elsa furrowed her brows at Subaru's action, unable to understand, and he felt just the slightest satisfaction to see that reaction.
He had already resigned himself to the fact that there was no way out. His wounds were deep, and he could not stop his life from seeping sway. The fate of this loop was like a candle flame in the wind. In that case, at least he will not give Elsa the satisfaction.
He had no wish to die by those blades.
If he will fall into Elsa's hands, he would rather die first. But before that, he will not allow her to be violated.
It would be a euphemism to call it the bitter choice, but it would mean nothing more than a one-sided lover's suicide. If the alternative was the way Petra and Frederica fell under Elsa's blade, then, in this world that was ending, he will at least dispatch her with his own hands.
Subaru, and follow you right after. She will go on ahead, and he will follow behind. With this resolve, he turned into Rem's bedroom.
Subaru, huh? Lined with bookshelves, row on row, the Forbidden Library welcomed Subaru as he was preparing for the end. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 35, The Young Girl's Gospel. Enclosed on all sides, the room was filled with the choking scent of old books. Stepping through the open door, stricken by this sight and smell, Subaru's mouth gaped open wordlessly as he realized, half a second too late, that he had stepped onto a floor that did not belong to the place he was hoping for.
And that this delay in his awareness proved fatal.
Subaru, the Forbidden Library?
He had reached the place which he couldn't find while searching all throughout the mansion.
The undesired timing and the unforeseen opportunity created a vacuum in Subaru's heart, robbing him of the time before the door slammed shut behind him. Subaru, dash. As though shoved forth by a wind from the outside, Subaru's body was sucked into the library. With the same momentum, the door clamped shut, sending a small breeze tickling the back of Subaru's neck. Turning around at the violent sound, confirming that the room had been separated from the hallway, he understood why the forbidden library opened to him here, and why it had shut its doors. Subaru, oh, open it. Reaching for the doorknob, he noticed the state of his right arm and reached out the left one as well. His blood-drenched fingers wrenched violently at the knob, sending loud clatters into the air, but although the knob was turning, it conveyed none of his intentions to the door. The screech of the knob's futile rotation only served to compound Subaru's agitation. Beatrice, no matter how much you struggle to get out, it's no use, you know. A voice flew to Subaru's ears from behind while he was desperately wrestling with the door. Swinging around, and leaning his back against the door flap, he saw the girl in the depths of the library, staring directly at him with a cold and indifferent gaze.
Long, cream-colored curls and an extravagant dress.
A small body, and cute, yet peevish features. She was every bit the same girl that Subaru knew. Subaru, Beatrice.
Beatrice, you look quite terrible, I suppose. You'll dirty the library's floor, so don't move around so much. Subaru, open the door. Now.
Let me out, now. Seeing her coldly staring at his wounds, Subaru screamed, ignoring everything Beatrice said. Not hearing her instruction to stop bleeding everywhere, Subaru flailed his wretched, profusely bleeding right arm. Subaru, why did you show up now?
Why?
Why now?
Let me go back. Hurry. Now. Right now.
Beatrice, and what will you do once you go back, I suppose?
Even if you go back with these unsightly wounds, Betty has no idea what you could possibly do.
Subaru, I know better than anyone that I can't do anything.
But it doesn't matter.
He did not want to go back in order to face Elsa, but to enter the room where he was supposed to be, to go to that sleeping girl's side, and…
Subaru, if I'm in the library, and door crossing is lifted, then that murderer would, the room. When she realizes that Subaru had vanished, that lunatic would probably find herself tilting her head.
Before searching the mansion for the disappeared Subaru, she would find the lonely girl sleeping inside.
What that wanton murderer would do when she finds her, defenseless in her sleep, did not warrant a second thought.
Subaru, that's why.
Beatrice, it's already too late, you know.
Subaru, roaring at the top of his lungs as if to shake off this surging apprehension, was instantly washed over by Beatrice's abrupt and poignant whisper.
Seeing her cast down her eyes and shake her head, for a moment, Subaru froze. His brain chewed over the meaning of her words, and his thoughts came to a halt. What did this girl say just now? Subaru, too late. What do you mean? Beatrice, the reason why you think you want to go back to that room is already gone, I suppose.
Subaru, ..
In front of Subaru's disjointed question, Beatrice gave this dispassionate reply.
His throat choked up, his eyes opened to their limits, and, by the time he realized it, he had fallen to his knees, his shoulders dropped, his head faced downwards, and a terrible ring echoed within his skull. Pain, the forgotten pain revived as noise eroded Subaru's consciousness.
It would be all right if only everything could be drowned in that noise and be swept away, he honestly thought. He didn't want to understand any of it. He didn't want to realize it. Nonetheless.
Beatrice, your wounds, let me see them, I suppose.
They're too miserable, I can't stand looking at them.
Walking up to Subaru, who had collapsed onto the floor, Beatrice folded her knees and looked over the wounds on his right arm, left waist and right shoulder, casting him a frown of reproach. A faint light covered over her hand, which she pressed against his most severely wounded right arm, replacing the heat of pain. Something of an itch coursed through his arm. And, along with the sound of splashing water, the fabric of his flesh began to mend. The bleeding stopped, and slowly, answering to the light, a membrane spread over the open wound as the sheared-off area was repopulated with cells spurring to recovery, although… Beatrice, it will take time to return to its original width, and your missing fingers won't be coming back, I suppose, the wounds on your hip and shoulder.
Subaru, what the hell are you doing? A voice devoid of emotion leaked from Subaru's lips.
Intent on healing his wounds, Beatrice furrowed her brows and held out her palm, emanating with healing energy, in front of Subaru's eyes. Beatrice, I don't like this either.
But I have no choice, so I'm treating your wounds.
Betty is the only one in the mansion who can heal such extensive wounds, I suppose.
You should thank me, you know. Subaru, heal.
My wounds?
What for?
Beatrice, these wounds would be life-threatening if left alone, I suppose. And though I don't particularly care whether you live or die, I would rather you not die here. Closing one eye, perhaps disregarding Subaru's words as delirium from his injuries, Beatrice uttered this cold reply as she prepared to continue healing.
But
Subaru-GH.
Beatrice,
Sensing the healing waves burying away his wounds, Subaru swung his injured arm aside, prompting a small sound of surprise from Beatrice. He taxed his trembling knees and rolled onto his side, painting large swathes of the forbidden library's floor in red as he distanced himself from her, all the while keeping his ghastly stare fixed upon her face. Panting with ragged breaths, his frantic movements dislodged the darts buried in his hip. Shrill clatters rang out as they landed on the floor, followed by the sound of free-flowing liquid that was blood flowing from his wounds.
Streaming down his thighs, and spreading out from his knees, it flooded over the floor in a river of blood. Beatrice's breath stopped at this sight, while Subaru bared his teeth.
Subaru, I don't need any healing.
If you don't care whether I live or die, why did you bother saving me?
Beatrice, that's because
you were too unsightly. I couldn't bear to look. Subaru, why? Why me? If you wanted to save someone, why didn't you save Petra?
Or Frederica?
If we had your help, even if we didn't fight, we could have just ran away, anything would have been better. If they had door crossing to separate them from the outside world, they would have been able to stay beyond the reach of Elsa's relentless pursuit.
If used the correct way, there is no better ability specialized for escape.
Whether it was Petra, who didn't run away until it was too late, or Frederica, who stayed behind to cover their escape, or Rem, sound asleep in her bed.
Subaru, you could have saved all of them.
I'm weak, I'm stupid. But you could have done it. So why didn't you? Beatrice, why would Betty?
There was no reason for Betty to help those people you spoke of, I suppose.
No reason that I know of. It was none of my business. Subaru, in that case, you had no reason to save me either, did you? Watching Beatrice reluctantly shaking her head at his plea, Subaru slammed the floor with his right arm that was still in the process of healing. Subaru, why did you help me? Why did you save me? Was it all just on a whim?
What made me any different from the rest of them? Rem was always a good girl. There were things Frederica still wanted to do.
And Petra was still so small. They were all far more worth saving than me. Didn't their lives also have meaning? Have value?
Beatrice, value? Meaning?
Why should Betty respect such conceited inventions, I suppose? Your arrogance is beyond intolerable, human. Subaru, where the hell is the logic in that?
First you wouldn't see me when I was looking all over for you, then you choose a critical time like this to show up. If you didn't see any value in me or those girls,
you should have just kept minding your own business and stayed shut up in this room. Why did she have to appear now, after everything was already too late?
She could have stayed hidden so that even Elsa couldn't have detected her, but now, once Elsa realizes where Subaru had gone, Beatrice's existence could very well have been exposed. In that case, there was a chance that even this girl wouldn't be able to escape the murderer's blade. So why did she take such risks to let a half-dead Subaru in?
Why did she save him now, when he had already lost the will to live, and wanted only death?
Subaru, I don't care if you did this on a whim, but
if you want to save me, if you still have even a shred of desire to help me, then kill me.
Now. Beatrice, what
are you saying, I suppose?
Subaru, now.
Me.
Kill me now. Before everything is written down, before everything becomes irreversible. Kill me.
Kill.
Kill me. Spewing up blood mixed with spit, clawing at the floor with both his maimed right hand and his remaining left hand, Subaru shrieked out his appeal. Before his reason to live becomes entirely lost, before his inaction leads him to an unrecoverable future. He shrieked for this useless, powerless, incompetent mass to be extinguished from this world.
But Beatrice did not accept his plea that was carried within the shrieking of his very soul.
She shook her head, and with a look of confusion and displeasure emerging on her face. Beatrice, I don't understand at all.
I can't understand you humans, I suppose. Why are you? Why would you say such a thing now, when you still have your life?
Subaru, you aren't saving me by saving my life.
Right now this life is nothing but agony. It shouldn't be here, I shouldn't be here. If you're saying you won't save me. If he can't depend on others, then he will just put an end to this miserable existence himself.
Seeing Subaru's breath pause with this resolve, Beatrice let slip a small sound.
Beatrice, ah.
And, as her voice entered his ears, without hesitation, Subaru stuck out his tongue, and
Subaru, ..
Biting down with all his force, he committed to this suicidal act.
Excruciating pain. Pain of an entirely different magnitude from the pain of his right arm. No matter how much he experiences it, he can never develop tolerance to this.
No matter how the injury was incurred, no matter which part of his body it came from, it was always new, excruciating, intolerable pain that he could never grow used to.
Regardless of where or when, all pain is equal in that sense.
Blood pouring from his mouth, Subaru turned up the whites of his eyes and fainted on the spot.
Falling over, his eyes swam as his limbs began to spasm. Agonizing pain. Unable to breathe.
His near-severed tongue lodged itself in his throat, suffocating him from within. Beatrice, what are you doing?
It was not the kind of injury that resulted in immediate death. The acute, dull pain pulsated, shocking his brain in fits.
His limbs shook uncontrollably as streams of bloody tears ran across his cheeks, conveying his unbearable agony. The half-severed tip of his tongue dangled from the edge of his lips, indicative of Subaru's insufficient resolve at the final moment of his act to end his life. Since coming to this parallel world, this was the third time that Subaru had chosen to commit suicide.
The first was during the loop in the mansion, when he killed himself with the resolve to bring back what was irretrievable.
The second was at the end of the loop that began within the capital, where he killed himself when he realized that Rem's existence had been wiped from this world.
He had stabbed a knife into his throat, but nothing was changed.
And the third time he killed himself, although he had no guarantee that he would be able to return, he simply could no longer endure living on in this world.
It was too heavy, and too unreasonable a burden.
And so, staking everything on this slightest hope, in order to retrieve what he had lost. Beatrice, no.
Don't leave me all alone.
A trembling voice called to him from the world that was growing distant.
The voice grew further, and further, until it disappeared entirely.
When he woke, the first thing that struck Subaru's nostrils was the scent of dust. Subaru, huh? Waiting for his consciousness to catch up, turning his neck with his eyes still closed, Subaru realized that he had awoken.
Lying sideways on the ground, feeling the coldness of the surface seeping into his body, it went without saying that the restart point was still inside the tomb.
Then, sitting his body up, he opened his eyes to look over his dark surroundings. His vision, obscured by tears, was still unreliable so soon after waking, and could not make out what he was searching for.
Nevertheless, he was relieved to have returned from death once more.
If the place he returned to was the tomb, then the restart point hadn't changed. Inside the tomb, the time would be immediately after Subaru passed the first trial. Emilia would be collapsed at his side, and he should start by waking her up.
Subaru, head, hurts. Rubbing himself between the brows, lightly shaking his head, Subaru's mind worked to organize his current circumstances.
There were already countless things for him to consider without the events of the previous loop added on top.
Still, he hadn't found a single solution. Even the light he was supposed to have seen now felt like a moth lamp luring him into another trap. As though circumventing one pitfall had only led him to another.
Subaru, it's like that free gift you get from that shady fellow on Kenzan.
Deadly would be an appropriate description here. The sanctuary and the trials. His relationship with Garfield. The attack on the mansion.
The inexplicable disappearance of the grace period, his vengeance against Elsa, and how to save Rem and the others. They were all problems that would turn his brain to mush, but he was already fortunate enough to have been granted the chance to continue worrying over them. Otherwise, it could have all ended there, and he was not entirely without some sense of resignation to that possibility.
But as long as that much can be overcome, he will be able to save everything.
Subaru, it'll be painful to have to pretend not knowing anything in front of Emilia again, but... Mumbling this, Subaru felt his hazy vision beginning to clear. Snorting the dust out of his nose, he decided he should first look for Emilia.
With that thought, he lifted his right hand to his forehead like a visor, when he finally noticed it. His right hand was missing 3 of its fingers.
Subaru, N.
Ah?
Seeing the wound that should not be there, the scars that could not possibly be carried over, Subaru's throat groaned in shock. Struck by the fact that he had taken a far too optimistic view of the world, he cast his trembling eyes over his surroundings. Cold floor, dry stone walls.
The smell of mold.
The space that Subaru had hoped for was the tomb. But the reality in front of his eyes was a corner of the library lined with packed full bookshelves, a room drifting with the unique fragrance of vellum enduring the passage of time.
Subaru, the Forbidden Library. How, D.
Inexplicably, his physical body was still in the place he should already have bid farewell to. His thoughts turning to the worst, Subaru began checking over his body. The worst possibility was that the moment he set foot into the Forbidden Library, the checkpoint of the world had been set. Unable to hide his consternation, Subaru stared at the right arm he was holding up to his face. 3 fingers were missing, and a third of its width was lost. However, the wounds of the arm had already been sealed, and the contorted, discolored flesh was in the process of regeneration. His waist and right shoulder that had been pierced by darts showed no apparent injuries, and there was only an intermittent sense of discomfort and a strained sensation on his skin.
At the very least, this could not have been the moment he stepped into the Forbidden Library. Then, by the process of elimination, there could only be one possibility.
Beatrice, you're finally awake, I suppose. For Subaru, who had realized that fact, this was the voice he least wanted to hear. That careless attitude, that bored with the world intonation, obviously worried but trying her hardest to suppress it, that voice in soprano that was deep down desiring some connection.
Without moving from his seat on the floor, Subaru turned his head. Even now, he did not abandon the faint hope that he would see the silver-haired girl behind him.
But instead, shattering that fantasy, was a young girl in a dress, seated on a wooden stepladder. Appearing no different than before he lost consciousness, it was Beatrice, looking down at Subaru, holding a book in her hands. Seeing an inadvertent sigh leaking from Subaru's mouth, she slammed her book shut, and slowly stepped down from her stepladder. Beatrice, all because of your stupid actions, I had to really struggle, you know.
The injuries on your arm, shoulder, hip, and tongue should all be healed now. There shouldn't be any discomfort. Subaru.
Beatrice, you just picked up your life and you have nothing to say, I suppose? Well, hopefully this taught you a lesson to not do anything stupid anymore.
Subaru, you. Do you have any idea what you've done? Beatrice, W.
Saying these as if asking to be thanked, Beatrice approached the silent Subaru only to be met by these wrenched-out words, and, the moment her face frowned up.
Subaru, ..
Subaru suddenly stood up from the ground, and, shooting out his left arm, he grabbed Beatrice by her extravagant dress.
Ah, her mouth opened in surprise as he pulled her close, bringing her face up against his.
Subaru, who the hell asked you to save me? Beatrice, A. Subaru, do you realize what you've done?
Because of you, it was all for nothing.
Everything that I could have fixed is put at risk because of you. Why didn't you just let me die?
I'm still alive, but what good is that? What good is that? What?
By acting without regard for his life, Subaru should have earned the right to start over.
But he was held back by the girl in front of him, and his wish was not granted.
And all that remained to Subaru now was an indescribable sense of loss and endless rage directed towards Beatrice. Subaru, saving me on a whim, healing my injuries.
Are you satisfied now? You want me to thank you? Ah, yeah, thank you. Thank you for saving my life.
Even though everything else is already lost, at least my life's been saved. Beatrice, Betty was only. Subaru, you came for me at the very last moment, how can I thank you enough? Of course, as usual, there you are looking down on me with that carefree expression like there's not a hurry in the world.
You're good at it, aren't you?
You like that, don't you? Looking down and sneering at the little human beings and, reaching the extreme limits of hatred, his face contorted with a grotesque smile, Subaru pulled Beatrice close and showered these insults upon her.
With this heartless act, he tried to bury all his dejection, disappointment and loss. And yet, his words abruptly ended.
Beatrice, K.H.
Subaru, R. When he saw large droplets of tears falling from the eyes of the girl he was holding up close.
Seeing them, the blood that was rushing to his head instantly fell, and the ugly vindictiveness he had just let slip now became more terrifying than he could bear.
With the unraveling of his spite, his fingers loosened from Beatrice's body.
Suddenly freed from his grasp, the young girl's body leaned backwards into the bookshelf behind her, and dropped to her knees. A fierce nausea rose up in his chest.
Becoming aware of what he had just done, he could not stand the hideousness of his own heart.
Ugly.
Twisted. What was it except lashing out?
To Beatrice, who knew nothing about his return by death, she was merely healing his wounds when he was on the verge of death. Instead of thanking the person who had saved his life, he had abused her for no reason at all.
He understood this logically. But his emotions did not accept it.
Tossed around from within by the two polar extremes of his heart, searching for something to say, he lifted his eyes towards the fallen Beatrice. Subaru, no. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault.
If it was anyone's fault, it was undoubtedly Subaru's. Knowing what would happen, without doing anything to guard against it, he had walked directly into the tiger's den and stepped on its tail. Once again, it was those around him who paid the price.
And now, to blame everyone but himself was beyond the limits of pride.
Emotionally, he wanted to blame everything on this uninformed girl.
And he still couldn't swallow his emotions of the fact that she had hidden herself from him only to show up in that instant.
Nevertheless, they could do nothing to pardon him for the reproaches he shouted at that girl.
Subaru, I'm sorry.
My wounds.
Thank you for healing them. But now, I must. At least, he should go somewhere away from her, and choose a different place to kill himself.
There was no longer any reason for Subaru to continue on in this world.
Too much had been lost.
And Subaru was not strong enough to live in a world without what he couldn't bear to lose. So, with these concise words of gratitude, Subaru averted his eyes and prepared to leave the forbidden library. Subaru, .. When he noticed, dropped to the collapsed Beatrice's side, there was a tome bound all in black.
Plain cover. Thick structure. It was the size of a large dictionary, and appeared heavy enough to be unwieldy. In any case, there was a certain familiarity that Subaru could not pull his eyes away from. Why here? Why is it here now? Subaru, the Gospel, is in the dragon carriage. It shouldn't be here in the library.
The witch cult's gospel that once belonged to Betelgeuse, taken from him after his death, was now in Subaru's possession. But, having decided that it was not a book that belonged in a library, he had kept it himself while taking extreme cautions of the unknown functions it may have served.
So how could it be here?
Shaking his head at the incomprehensible situation, Subaru reached out his hand to the gospel that had dropped on the floor, hoping that checking its contents would dispel this unease.
But
Beatrice, no. Before Subaru's hand could reach it, the gospel was snatched away. Messing up the hems of her dress, with panting breaths, Beatrice clasped the gospel in her arms as she backed away from Subaru. Keeping distance between them, holding back her sobs, she looked down towards the gospel in her arms, and appeared to breathe a sigh of relief as she traced her fingers over its covers. Seeing that gesture as though she was caressing something dear, an ominous dread crept up in Subaru's heart. Subaru, why are you
treating that thing like it's something important to you?
Beatrice, Subaru, that's the book those witch cultists have.
Isn't it? It isn't, is it?
It just looks really similar, but they're completely different things, right? You just didn't want me to misunderstand, and that's why you backed away from me, right? Yeah, I know I have a bad habit of jumping to conclusions, and I can get really stubborn when ideas get stuck in my head, and I said mean things to you and my eyes are scary looking and my personality is all twisted but… Beatrice. Subaru, hey, you'll deny it, won't you? While Subaru rambled on and on, trying to make excuses on her behalf, Beatrice only kept her silence.
Until he could only beg.
Seeing him this way, Beatrice let slip a small sigh, and held out the book in her hand so that Subaru could see it. Beatrice, it's exactly as you imagined, this is a gospel.
As you said, it is the same as the ones in the witch cultists' possession. The guide to happiness. The foundation of life.
And the only, singular truth, I suppose.
Subaru, WY. Do you have it?
Do they sell it somewhere? A lucky item that tells your future or something? Some kind of real-life walkthrough that totally breaks the game balance or, come on. Beatrice, Betty.
Hasn't been instructed to answer that question, I suppose.
To Subaru's trembling voice, Beatrice flipped quickly through the pages and gave him this cold reply. Seeing the girl's eyes focused on the contents of her book, Subaru felt a numbness encroaching on his tongue.
Subaru, you won't do anything. Unless the book tells you to? Beatrice, that question was not written in the book.
Subaru, what about healing my wounds? And sheltering me in the forbidden library when I was going to be killed? Beatrice, those questions were not written in the book, I suppose. Subaru, and what about talking with me just now? And saving me?
When I was trying to die? Beatrice, I don't know.
Casting down her eyes, Beatrice only returned this emotionless reply. To see her like a doll, devoid of all emotions, Subaru's lungs convulsed in horror. With light flickering in his eyes such that he forgot how to breathe, he shouted at the top of his voice. Subaru, so you can't do a single thing unless the book tells you so? Beatrice, yes, I suppose. That is so. Everything of everything is in accordance with the Gospel's guidance. That is the meaning of Betty's life, and the purpose for which Betty exists. Subaru, so, helping me was just written in that book as well?
Saving me when I was dying from the beasts in the forest.
And saving me when my heart was worn to its core. Our jokes, our arguments, all that time we had fun playing around like idiots.
None of it was your free will. Is that what you're telling me?
Beatrice, that's what I'm trying to tell you, I suppose. Covering over the last part of Subaru's scathing words, Beatrice shouted back, her face flushing in anger. Taking one step forward, she pointed a single finger at Subaru. Beatrice, everything that Betty has done, and seen, and said up to now is written in here, I suppose.
You. Something like you will never move Betty's heart. There should be a limit to your arrogance, I suppose, human.
Subaru, .. Beatrice, Betty will do what is expected of Betty, and fulfill the meaning of my existence. This life, this span of time, and all that I have sacrificed is for this purpose. And I will not deny it for the likes of you. Subaru, B.
Emotions flooded from Beatrice like a broken dam.
And although he tried to speak in that instant, he was silenced by an abrupt, overwhelming pressure from the front. Feeling the sensation of being forced back by a wind, unable to resist, Subaru realized that his body was being pushed towards the door.
And, just like that, he was flung off of his feet.
Subaru, Shto. Beatrice.
Beatrice, Betty's everything is for Mother. And Mother is the only one Betty needs. I don't care about you. I don't care.
Subaru, ..
Beatrice, I don't care. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Shaking her head and hiding the tears streaming down her cheeks, the girl screamed to Subaru as he was flung through the air.
The door opened.
The space of the forbidden library was driving Subaru out.
Before he passed through the door, he clasped onto the doorframe with his right hand. But, with fewer than 3 fingers, it was not nearly enough.
Only his index finger held on, but even that only gave him a few seconds of respite.
Lifting his face, Subaru tried to shout to the crying girl.
Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, you summer. Drowned out by her quiet voice, Subaru's call did not reach her.
Blown away. Wiped out.
Space distorted as Subaru's physical body was expelled into a place that shouldn't exist.
Beatrice, ..
The door thundered shut, the gushing wind halted with the sound, and silence descended on the library once more. The girl who was left alone, with an expression as if holding back her sobs, slowly walked into the depths of the room, stepping onto her usual stepladder and quietly sitting down. She hugged her knees and opened the Gospel with her trembling fingertips.
Then, Beatrice, why couldn't Betty ever?
In front of the wordless, blank pages, only her sobs resounded pointlessly throughout the silence of the room. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant, Chapter 36, at the end of Incomprehension. The moment he was ejected from the door, Subaru felt a sense of weightlessness as though the sky and the earth had been reversed. Subaru, Ugwa? The pain of his back striking the solid ground wrenched out all the air from his lungs and left his throat gasping for breath. Carried on by the momentum, he went tumbling across the floor and was only stopped by smashing into a wall. Shaking his head to cast off the ejected sensation, still dazzled from the pain, Subaru lifted his face and opened his eyes. Subaru, Beatrice. H.G. Giving voice to the name of the girl whose name he failed to call at their parting, it was already too late for it to reach her.
The moment door crossing was activated, an insurmountable gap had been opened between them.
Her rejection was so fierce and deep that Subaru's voice could no longer touch her.
Subaru, why do I always?
Was there really no way for him to realize his own mistakes except by failing and picking the worst possible choice? All he wanted was to take the optimal actions leading to the best possible future, but why was he always too weak, foolish and insufficient?
Subaru, what are you doing with a Gospel?
Just, what's with you? The existence of the black-bound book in her hands, the Gospel decisively opened a distance between them. Until this point, Subaru had been convinced that despite the short amount of time he and Beatrice had spent together, there was certainly something that existed between them. Even though they were always taunting each other, expressing their mutual displeasure at seeing each other, Subaru nonetheless believed that as long as there was that something, things could never come to an end between them.
But that was only presumption, conceit, misaligned understanding in the extreme.
Subaru's conviction was nothing more than the product of his self-satisfaction, and Beatrice never held any sentiments towards him except the literal meanings of her words. She was merely following the Gospel's orders, and was only putting up with Subaru in order to fulfill her purpose.
All the while, in her heart, she was indifferent, or even despised him.
Subaru, is that really how it is? The bond he thought was there was declared to be non-existent, and his attempts to deny it were cut off by Beatrice's angered cries. As Subaru imagined, their connection was confirmed to be counterfeit. She had never been moved in the slightest by Subaru's existence, and there was only ever the sense of necessity behind her actions. Subaru, all those times you smiled, got mad, or protected me.
Were they all just some lies written in a script? How is that possible? Subaru's brittle heart still denied it.
In that final moment, Beatrice's tearful voice at their parting had drawn a mist over the veracity of her words.
No matter what, it was still too early for him to come to that conclusion.
Subaru, who cares if it's written inside some book? All I remember is that you saved me.
Nothing can change that fact. It's a debt that only I remember. In the loops beginning in the mansion, more than once, Subaru had been saved by Beatrice.
There were all those times when he loitered in the forbidden library to gather his thoughts after return by death, and when she more literally saved his life when he was littered with the Mabeast's curses. And, in that lost world where he had allowed Rem to die, when he was hounded by Ram and Roswell, she went so far as to twist the meaning of their offhand verbal contract in order to protect him. Even if that great debt no longer existed anywhere in this world, it still remained within Subaru's heart.
Subaru, that time. I was glad. Even when he was convinced that there was no one left on his side, she saved him nonetheless.
When he thought Rem and Ram were his enemies, when he couldn't fathom Roswell's intentions, and when he was worn to his core when even Amelia couldn't completely trust him, Beatrice alone had saved him. Just how much that temporary, transient contract had saved him was beyond what words could convey, and a kindness he could never fully repay.
Subaru, I'll repay that debt.
I still don't know whether you loaned it to me of your own free will, or if you were following that book's wishes.
But I'll find out.
Obviously, he could no longer ask her now after she had so firmly rejected him. So, since Subaru's resolve no longer held any meaning in this world, it will just have to be carried over to the next one.
He held up his right arm. Hand missing 3 of its fingers. Shoulder and hip twinging. Head banged up. And tongue slightly shortened. Every last one dealt him pain impossible to forget.
He saw Rem beneath his closed eyelids. And Petra.
And Frederica.
And Beatrice, with her back turned to him.
And, at last, there was Emilia. Everything that Subaru had failed to grasp because of his mistakes in this world. In order to retrieve what was lost, he will commit himself to do what he must, to continue what Beatrice had interrupted, and once again dive into that spiral.
Subaru, .. Subaru held out his shortened tongue and gathered the resolve to bite into it once more. But, just the thought of his botched suicide resurrected his anguish, and seized him with fear once more. Hesitation surfaced, and his legs began to tremble.
Word games like resolve are worthless when faced with the end.
Holding back such counterproductive emotions, overcoming the unsurpassable dread of impending death and praying to be returned to a time when he could still fix everything, Subaru shut his eyes for the final moment. Subaru, where
is this place?
He realized that the room where door crossing had dumped him was a place he had never seen before. To Subaru, this was an unknown space completely different from the familiar Roswell mansion. Damp stone slabs, and grimy walls covered in sprawling ivy, randomly arranged tables with rusted metal tools scattered over them that evoked unease by sight.
And above all,
Subaru, a dense, putrid stench, which, once noticed, could no longer be severed from his mind. It was different from the rotten stench of organic waste, but there was no other way to describe it but as a horrid rotting stench that injected him with the urge to vomit. Quickly covering his mouth, Subaru's empty stomach retched out all of its fluids. Seeing the yellow stomach bile splashing onto the floor, panting, Subaru glared through his surroundings.
The more he looked, the stranger the unknown space appeared.
A dark room covered by stone slabs, its space was about twice the area of the drawing room in Roswell's mansion. It wasn't large enough to be considered spacious, but it couldn't be called cramped either. Strewn about one corner of the room were tables with mysterious instruments scattered on top, and opposite the tables, littering the vast majority of the room, were Subaru, broken tables and crystals or fragments of magic minerals.
And then this hole.
Looking at the ground before him, there were carcasses of broken tables and deactivated magic crystals scattered across the floor, and even further ahead, was a wide, gaping hole about 4 meters in diameter.
In the absence of sufficient lighting, it was all the more impossible to gauge the true depth of the pitfall.
If he turned up his head, he would see pale blue light emanating from glowing moss on the walls. Like the ones growing freely in the forests, they absorb mana from the atmosphere to fuel their light. The forests surrounding the mansion were spared from absolute darkness by the light of these very same moss along with the light of the stars. Feeling his way across the floor with the aid of moss light, enduring the unpleasant sensation of moisture soaking into his pants and the slime sticking to his palms, he peeked into the depths of the hole.
A quiet, cold wind swept up from below, carrying a nose-turning, or rather, nose-demolishing stench along with it. Subaru, you. Pew. Not having the courage to look inside would have been the correct choice, ha. What is that smell?
If it had been a stench characteristic of something harboring life, then Subaru's imagination might have turned to the worst.
But this rising stench was something different from that of rotting flesh, and was closer to a strong chemical smell.
Like the sensation of sniffing some stringent medicine, a painful shock jolted his nose. The stench rising from the dark bottom of this pit was wholly unlike the scent of any living organism. Subaru, something else. Both physically and mentally unwilling to check the bottom of the pit again, Subaru wiped off his nose and consciously breathed through his mouth as he looked around the room. The first thing his eyes landed on were the scattered carcasses of tables and expended magic crystals.
The metal tables seemed to have been crushed by some tremendous impact, and the magic crystals appeared to have been stacked on the tables before that.
Slowly flipping over one of the mangled tables, he noticed some sort of pattern engraved on its surface.
Subaru, looks like some kind of magic circle.
Magic circles like this show up quite a lot in alternate world fantasy genres, but Subaru couldn't recall seeing anything similar since coming to this world. Basically, the magic in this world passes through living bodies to interfere with the outside world, and aside from magic lamps and meteors, Subaru had yet to find any exceptions. So he was quite surprised to find a magic circle here, but Subaru, actually, does it even do anything?
If it does, then why would they leave the circle in a place like this?
Could it be that the magic couldn't be activated here directly, and was instead meant to serve some remote functionality? Or perhaps it was some kind of system to run the spell continuously without the caster being present? Subaru, if that was the case, it'd explain why there are so many used-up magic crystals next to it. After the magic crystals serving as its energy source were depleted, the magic circle lost its power. That would be the most plausible explanation. But, despite reaching this conclusion, what Subaru still did not understand was the true purpose of the hole and the broken tables.
Nor could he completely rule out the possibility that the room had been purposely designed to explode in the event that the spell was interrupted. Regardless, Subaru, in the end,
I still have no idea where I am. A dark hole seemingly going down forever.
A magic circle used for some kind of spell, surrounded by magic crystals. Looking over the rotting, putrid room, he saw another tipped-over table in the corner, and picked up one of the rusted metal tools beside it. Resembling a plier or nipper, it was the kind of utensil one might use when crafting plastic models.
It was covered in the same slime that was smeared across the floor, and, more importantly, perhaps due to the passage of time in which it had spent in disuse, it disintegrated into dust at the touch of Subaru's hand.
Not only the tools, but the table was in the same condition.
After years upon years of exposure, its bent legs had deteriorated to the brink of dust, and when he nudged it with his foot with the slightest force, it lost its shape and transformed into powdered iron.
There was no other information to be gained beyond that. But if there was just one point he could not get out of his mind, it would be
Subaru, the way this was destroyed, and its timing, was drastically different from the table in front of the hole. Unlike the one which had become brittle from the passage of time before welcoming its collapse, the table beside the hole was obviously crushed by some destructive force, and, judging from the state of the ground beneath it, its destruction came extremely recently, probably within the last few days.
Subaru, a room destroyed. By whom, and why?
Muttering this question, Subaru suddenly realized that his thinking was somewhat ridiculous.
What was the point of asking this?
It was not the kind of question that could be answered by thinking alone, and more importantly, the problems that Subaru had to deal with were already more than his arms could hold. He mustn't allow himself to be weighed down by small matters in between the large, which would only serve to hasten his collapse. Above all, the very act of distracting his attention away was nothing more than desperately dragging out the unbearable agony of the time before his impending suicide. But, even recognizing this unopposable sense of shame, Subaru could not pull himself away from the strangeness of this room.
At this point, there was something very important right in front of him.
Subaru, Guided by an inexplicable certainty, Subaru felt his way forward, turning his head about, searching for the room's exit.
Since he was brought here by door crossing, this room must have a closable door that tossed him out. At last, Subaru found the door that had so rudely dropped him off, a small flap installed on the upper part of the wall, perhaps used for ventilation, or the likes. Other than that, he could see nothing else that could be considered an exit. The official door might be on the other side of the collapsed pit, in the opposite, unreachable end of the room.
When this fact finally sank in, Subaru had to give up on the notion of leaving in any conventional way. Wiping off the sweat and the unknown slime stuck to his palms onto his pants, he held his breath as he reached his fingers towards the flap. The flap was at a height he had to stretch up on his tiptoes to reach, and its size would be closest to a garbage disposal chute. Although it wasn't too narrow for a person to pass through, it wasn't so luxurious that Subaru could fit through easily. After some struggling owing to his maimed right hand, the rusted flap creaked open, and the effort to maneuver his body into the narrow tunnel began.
The tunnel was the width of a ventilation pipe.
In the worst case, he imagined it'd be a paradise for insect and rats, but it turned out to be surprisingly clean, or, not exactly, but at least the fact that the dusty passage was free of living critters was a saving grace.
It took about 3 minutes before he passed through the tunnel.
He got used to the crawling about halfway through, and just as his movements started getting smooth, he found himself at the finishing line. Popping out in the room connected by the ventilation tunnel, Subaru jumped down in the same manner, and started looking over his surroundings. He took the greatest caution to make sure there wasn't another pit here, but
Subaru, it's got a different vibe from the previous one.
Compared to the one that looked like a lab, this one's more like a waiting room. Only about a half of the size of the previous room, it appeared to be a room whose sole purpose was to be passed through. Other than 2 walk-though-on-the-ground type of doors, there was nothing else in the room.
Certainly, it was a waiting room-esque room.
It'd be perfect if there was a coffee table with some magazines stacked on it. Subaru, judging by the direction I came from, the other side of this door would be. Yeah. Turning the knob and pushing open the door, he was greeted by the collapsed pit in front of his eyes. Seeing this death trap situation, Subaru spilled a small sigh and closed the door again for the sake of his mental health. And, smelling the putrid stench seeping into this room, he kicked himself for not being quicker with his decision. Then, quietly turning around, this time he faced the opposite door. Behind that door would be a space completely unknown to Subaru.
Subaru, HG.
The sweat on his palm that was supposed to have been wiped off and the cold sweat dripping down his back became unbearable. Since he didn't know what was beyond that door, he could only imagine and prepare for the worst.
Subaru, if this is inside the mansion, then.
Although it could just be another room he had never seen before, it was also possible that the moment he opened this door, he would find Elsa on the other side. If he did come face to face with that murderer, Subaru was not so confident that he'd be able to stay calm. Even the impulse of "you need to die immediately" insisting on his suicide could not help but transform into teeth-shattering hatred at that reminder. Just the thought that the deviant whose blade killed Petra, Frederica, and Rem, might be there tormented Subaru's mind with rage surging to a boil. Like a curse, a part of him wished that she was there, while a pathetic craving for life hoped that she was not. Wavering between the two extremes, Subaru's mouth contorted into a wicked grin. Subaru, Whether she's there, or not there, this deranged emotion would not be betrayed. At the end of his thought's departure from sanity, faced with the world that opened before him. Subaru, R.
Witnessing a sight that should not be there, Subaru lost himself in that moment.
Subaru's mind had actually already reached an answer about where this unfamiliar space was. In the first place, there was barely a single room in Roswell's mansion where Subaru hadn't set foot in, and he even had free access to the forbidden library in a sense, so all that was left was the door which he had only touched twice, but never got to see the other side of.
That is, the door inside the escape passage.
The first time, he was hindered by a spirit with grey fur, and the second time, he was chased away by a murdering maniac.
So Subaru was never able to pass beyond that point.
And that was why, despite harboring a certain sense of distrust towards whatever was waiting beyond this room, he did not have any doubts that it would be a part of Roswell's mansion. But Subaru, where is this? Stumped, he muttered this question stupidly at no one in particular. Beyond the open door, what panned out directly in front of Subaru was a cold, dark underground passage, or not.
Rather, it was a luscious green forest in the midst of vibrant nature, and what was even stranger, was that
Subaru, it's morning? Gazing up towards the sky through the gaps between the trees, he saw the rising sun. Seeing the height of the sun, and the sensation of the morning wind blowing against his skin, Subaru's mind was further racked by doubt. By the time Subaru returned to the mansion, it was already right before dusk. Counting the time spent in his conversation with Frederica, along with Elsa's attack, Subaru would have been wounded just before midnight, which would mean that, at this point, half a day had already passed. Subaru, while I was unconscious? As soon as he bit down on his tongue to commit suicide, Subaru fell unconscious.
When he woke again, his wounds had been healed, and he was so preoccupied with his failure to kill himself that he had forgotten to consider how much time had passed.
Just how long had Subaru spent unconscious in the library?
He remembered Beatrice calling it a place detached from the passage of time.
And while Subaru wasn't sure just how literal that was meant to be. Subaru, if the save point gets overwritten because of this,
that would be an unthinkable situation.
Before his worst fear comes to pass and the state of reality is overwritten, he must immediately end his own life. And yet, another feeling was asserting its existence in direct conflict with this anxiety.
That feeling was screaming, "You must find out where this place is." He didn't know what would be the purpose of doing so.
Considering all that had happened so far, and the malicious nature of return by death, he knew he should kill himself now. But there was a horrifying calmness within Subaru that insisted this, despite fully understanding the circumstances he found himself in. Subaru, damn it. Kicking his foot into the ground and sending spit flying, Subaru sprinted into the forest ahead of him. Dashing through the gaps between the trees, his conversation with Petra in the escape tunnel surfaced in his mind. The escape passage leads deep into the mountains behind the mansion to a small cabin, where one might pick up emergency supplies and the like. If that information can be relied on, then this should be that cabin in the mountains just now, and he would be running through the back mountains which he had already trekked those so many times before.
But
Subaru, was that the cabin? Where were the supply bags?
And, in the first place, looking like it's been abandoned for ages, what kind of disaster relief infrastructure is that?
That strange place that Subaru saw contained more than enough evidence to support his sense of foreboding. There were too few similarities that actually matched Petra's description. More importantly, if Frederica and Rem had been periodically maintaining it, there would be no explanation for the horrendous state of disrepair. This was something Subaru could say with confidence, knowing the work ethics of those two maids.
Passing through the forest, there was now another question, which would be the lack of a slope.
The cabin was supposed to be in the mountains, but was it built somewhere without the slightest change in elevation for 100 meters or more? Losing track of where he was, Subaru was racked by frustration for failing to see what he was trying to see. Then, when his frustration and doubt had reached their limits, they were quickly and unexpectedly shattered. Where the trees opened up, suddenly clearing his line of sight, Subaru skidded to a stop. The pavement, if it could still be called pavement in spite of the ragged condition it was in, was evidence that there were people frequently passing through here. And, more importantly, the rows of houses visible in the distance further indicated that there were people living on this land. Taking this into his eyes, Subaru's thoughts were taken hostage by shock in the truest sense of the phrase.
Because the scenery he saw was
Subaru, the sanctuary? The place he had bid farewell to only half a day ago, and which by his estimation would require a whole day to return to.
He lifted his right hand in accordance with his horror. His fingers were still missing. Lost. Return by death had not been activated. And yet, he was now standing in a place he did not belong. Subaru, why? Am I here? Was it
door crossing?
There could be no other answer.
After being kicked out of the mansion's forbidden library by Beatrice, Subaru had been sent to a corner of the sanctuary through door crossing.
But how did this happen? Subaru, is distance
irrelevant? Yes, that one time I got transported from the mansion to an animal stall in the village, but
thinking in terms of distance, even that was still within permissible range.
But considering the distance from the mansion to the sanctuary, this kind of long-distance transportation was, to put it simply, beyond imagination and common sense. Yet, considering the overabundance of supernatural powers he had witnessed so far, Subaru didn't have much choice except to scratch his head and swallow it down. Subaru, screw it. If I'm back in the sanctuary then, Roswell. Sprint forth to that clown's location and make him spit out every single one of his intentions.
Roswell had always treated Beatrice cordially at the mansion.
That sorcerer must certainly know her origins and how she came to possess a gospel. If he knows but tries to toy with the ignorant Subaru, that will be fine as well.
Even if he has to punch his nose in, burn him, rip him apart, and bite out his throat, he'd do it until that clown spills everything. Subaru, ..
At this moment, completely forgetting the need to kill himself, Subaru started to run. His thoughts dyed red with the pure color of rage. He dashed to the edge of the forest, to the residence where Roswell would be sleeping. Transforming into an incarnation of wrath, Subaru sped through the sanctuary, forgetting his exhaustion and agony, drawn only towards his destination. Kicking the door open with the same momentum, Subaru pushed into the house, baring his teeth. Subaru, Roswell.
Show your face. There's a mountain of things I wanna ask you.
Plunging forward violently in a way that would normally earn him a scolding from a maid, Subaru barked out his demands. Hearing no reply coming from the room, Subaru stomped forward with deafening steps and wrung the final door open. Subaru, no more playing dumb and no more lies. Start spilling everything you've been hiding and… As he was about to go on, Subaru's voice trailed off. Because, not only was the target of his condensed dissatisfaction absent, there was no one in the room to listen, gone. This fact only sent more boiling rage churning through Subaru's mind. Kicking the bed as hard as he could, the pain on his toes only escalated his anger further as he stormed out of the house. In that case, Roswell must be at Lewis' house, meeting with Emilia, or perhaps discussing something with Lewis and Garfield. Either way, becoming so active the moment Subaru was out of the picture, he certainly had the audacity. His timing to get up and running was so perfect, one might even suspect whether he had been faking it all this time. As soon as suspicion was set on its course, negativity spiraled without interruption. With this completely dominating his thoughts, Subaru glared with sharpened eyes into the sanctuary, and, once again, realized too late. Subaru,
It was early morning.
As far as Subaru knew, that should be when the residents of the sanctuary would begin preparing breakfast and washing themselves. Now that the refugees were gone, there was no need to cook mass meals, but each of the families would still need to cook.
They should, but there were no signs of such daily activities in sight. Rather, even before that.
Subaru, it's not just Roswell. Where did everyone else go?
Looking left and right, there was not a single person in sight.
Come to think of it, from the moment he left the forest and returned to the sanctuary, he couldn't recall having run into, or seen anyone on the way.
Even if he considered how there weren't that many residents in the sanctuary, to not bump into a single person in the dead center of the village was too improbable to ignore.
Subaru, there's no way. Shaking his head and trying to cast aside the nauseating sense of foreboding, Subaru knocked on the door of the nearest residence. He knocked, but confirming that there was no reply, he opened the door and peeked inside.
No one.
In this house, there were supposed to be two beast-eared sisters living here. One after another, Subaru looked inside every recognizable house, and every time his hope was betrayed, his disappointment mounted.
Everyone was missing, and there was no one here. The people of the sanctuary had simply vanished. Subaru, somebody.
Anybody?
Where'd you all go? The nauseating premonition accumulated. He felt an anxiety and an inexplicable sense of loss.
During his showdown with the witch cult, the tragic memories of the Alam village that welcomed Subaru, who had returned too late, resurfaced, contorted, overlapping corpses, and innumerable faces of death in anguish and despair. Familiar faces drained of color, and Petra who would never move again. Subaru-ah. With terror coursing up Subaru's back, the endless unease pushed him into a dash. A sound like a shriek escaped from his throat as he sped towards one singular place. A one-of-a-kind building at the edge of the sanctuary, a symbol of respect towards the matriarch of the village, and a place now lent to a single girl for her to place her bed. Subaru, Emilia. Sprinting in while calling the name of the lovely girl, Subaru scanned the room. A silver-haired girl with sleepy eyes looking back at Subaru, blinking several times with a surprised expression, saying, "Good morning, Subaru," with a smile that made his chest ache. Subaru, In the place where she should be looking back at him, there was no one at all. Running over to the bed, he touched his fingers to the disheveled sheets. There was no warmth, and whoever slept here had already left for a considerable amount of time.
Having made sure of this, Subaru dashed out of the house and directed his legs towards the final place he could go. The only place that could grant him an answer to this absurd, unreasonable senselessness. Subaru, ha. Out of breath. Tasting blood in the back of his throat, Subaru arrived at the very end of the sanctuary, at the tomb in which the Witch of Greed, Echidna, was sleeping. There was no Garfield, sitting in the middle of the road, obstructing him. Nor was he in front of the tomb, waiting for him. Was that a blessing, or would he rather have been blocked just so he could see a familiar face? Subaru, no. How could I even face him? As the one who couldn't save his only sister, how could he bring himself to see him as though nothing had happened? The relief Subaru felt at his absence, in spite of the unbearable anxiety of being unable to find anyone, and the way he was glossing over his own weakness, was truly grotesque. Shaking his head to cast off such sentiments, Subaru stepped towards the tomb before anything could interfere. It was not time to initiate the trial, but perhaps some action would be taken on the witch's side. Hoping this, and clinging to this hope, Subaru sought the witch who might give answers to his questions. Subaru, who? The moment he stepped forward, Subaru received a feeling as though something had passed through his body. He slowly looked down. Under his chest, and above his lower abdomen, in the dead center of his torso, there was a round, gaping hole the size of a fist. Subaru, F, air? Reaching out his hand, he tried to cover over the hole. A loud noise accompanied the massive volume of blood exploding out from the gap. Despite stuffing his palm over the opening, the hole penetrated all the way through his body and was still open on the back side. Unable to plug both sides at once, and having lost so much blood, his body could not even maintain its current posture and toppled to the ground. No, pain. Can't understand. What happened? Death. Dying. Going to die. At least, it's certain that death was coming. How? Why here? Elsa? She tracked him this far? The distance between the mansion and the sanctuary. Beatrice, impossible. Gospel? Her, why? Rem. Who was it? Dying. Scared. What? Who? Emilia. Which? Whitk. Subaru-A. His vision began to haze. The end was approaching. His anticipated death came in an unanticipated form. Subaru felt no relief that he was finally dying. Only, just briefly, he was afraid of death. Even if he claimed to have resolved to die, death came to him in a different way than he had envisioned. His heart was thrown into disarray, his pathetic desire for life screamed, while his soul refused to be peeled away from this world, yet, death was slowly eroding Subaru. Subaru, so weak. His own powerlessness streaming down his useless cheeks,
Subaru's heart stopped beating. His long-awaited death having arrived in this unexpected form, his lifeless face contorted in anguish and horror.
The wretchedness of this death would be disputed by no one.
?KCH.
With that sound, he was chewed.
ARC 4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 37, The Initial Impulse to Kill.
He heard a sound like the torrent of a rushing stream. A furious sound of water.
A foaming waterfall coursing downwards, pulled along by gravity and current. Reverberating in his ears, or perhaps within his skull, the thunderous roar rumbled at Subaru's brain as his consciousness was guided from loss into wakefulness. He saw a light, and Subaru, Ku. Sensing something clogging his throat, the rhythm of Subaru's breaths grew bewildered as he gagged for air. Inhale, exhale, the regular intervals between his breaths turned vague. His oxygen-deprived body spasmed and shook, saliva drooled from his mouth as Subaru wrung open his eyes.
Subaru, Ku, Ugh. His face was pressed against the ground. Pushing himself off the surface and onto his elbows and knees, Subaru grasped his chest, panting, and tried to calm his aching lungs.
The pain fell away, and he spat out the saliva that had nowhere else to go. With his body settling as oxygen resaturated his brain, he took a breath.
And began to remember.
Subaru, you are?
Recalling the gaping hole that had been opened in his chest, he felt the sense of emptiness of all the contents of his body flooding out.
Quickly pressing his palm over his stomach, he confirmed the absence of the gap that was the source of that emptiness, and the tension of his body began to soften. Tasting a numbing shock through his limbs, Subaru scraped his forehead against the ground as the friction and the abrasive pain affirmed the reality of his existence.
Subaru, what was that? At the end.
Face down on the ground, blood draining from his body, the sensation of his soul being sucked out from that very same gap certainly existed. But that wasn't the source of the sense of loss eroding at Subaru's flesh. The true horror came afterwards, near the end, among the lingering embers of life being guided into death. His consciousness was vague and his memories were blurred, but this alone he remembered clearly.
Something unknown, was devouring him.
Subaru, see cut down, beaten to death, frozen, falling to death, I've died all sorts of ways now. But this is still the first time I've been
eaten in the end.
Recounting the conscious experience of what happened to his body in the end, Subaru was once more gripped by terror. The direct cause of death was the loss of blood spilling from the gap, and he had no intentions of making light of death itself, but he had nonetheless experienced firsthand a fragment of the possibility that death was not the end. Who knew that the sensation of his body being eaten would be accompanied by such intense sense of loss? Subaru had lost fingers and legs before, but this sickening sensation was far beyond all of them. Subaru, fingers? Coming to that thought, Subaru suddenly wanted to kick himself for being so slow to remember, considering the unsurvivable wound he sustained and the unmistakable sensation of death. There was no doubt that return by death had been activated. There was no entity in this world that had more profound knowledge of death than Natsuki Subaru.
He died, and he returned, that much was certain. What was not certain, was where on the timeline Subaru returned to.
If his restart point had been moved to an unsalvageable point in time, where would Subaru's resolve and oaths lead him then?
Subaru,
Scanning his bloodshot eyes over his surroundings, Subaru desperately tried to confirm the time and his current location.
But what calmed this desperate panic was the sensation on his forehead, while his fingers wiped the sweat off his brows.
The 3 missing fingers on his right hand were definitely still there.
Subaru, fingers
are still there, which means. As if to make sure, he held up his right arm and ran his gaze from his fingers to his elbow. Fingers and wrist, all the way to the elbow, nothing was missing, nor were there any signs of scarring. The white scars left over from the disturbance of the woolgams were still there, but that's a different story. Having confirmed that his arm was fine, Subaru moved on to his shoulder and hip, the spots where Elsa's darts had dug into. Sensing no stiffness in his skin, Subaru almost collapsed from sheer relief, finally convinced that he had returned to a time before his encounter with Elsa. Subaru,
Then, for now. It was fortune in midst of misfortune that he wasn't given anything worse than death. Feeling relieved and drained, Subaru dropped his eyes and thanked his bad luck. And it was then when he turned his gaze to the side, and noticed
that in the corner of the dark room, there was Emilia, writhing in pain. Subaru, Amelie, A. Instantly rushing over to her side, Subaru realized that they were alone in a dark and musty vault. He had only one experience of being alone with her like this, so there was only one possible explanation. That is, Subaru, the restart point, hasn't changed. Inside the tomb, directly after passing the trial, was where Subaru returned to after death. In exchange for nothing being gained, nothing was lost either. Time to try again. There must be something he could do to fix everything. Having confirmed where he had returned to, the thought that passed through Subaru's mind was so positive that it was hard to believe it could have come from a person who had just been trembling in his final moments. It was now the second night after his arrival in the sanctuary. With the information gained from the first loop and second loop, Subaru reorganized the circumstances and events in his mind as he set about searching for the solution. By now, the bloody content was already nothing out of the ordinary. Whether it was the initial cluelessness, or becoming hopelessly stuck with no choice but to hug his own head, it was just the same thing all over again. Subaru, although the usual methods won't be working this time. No matter what, Subaru still wasn't able to grasp the full story of this loop, and even against the clear and obvious threats, he couldn't see any effective countermeasures. Currently, there was no way to oppose the combat strength of the obvious threat, Elsa. With no exploitable weaknesses, the degree of danger she posed may have surpassed even Betelgeuse. Countering her attack on the mansion remained the foremost priority. However, it would seem the problems didn't end there. Subaru, last time, near the end. Why was the sanctuary empty? He couldn't understand why Beatrice would transport him all the way to the sanctuary, but the fact that everyone there had vanished was all the more incomprehensible. He recalled running all around, shouting, only to receive no reply in return. And then, there was the final calamity which befell Subaru when he tried to seek the answers inside the tomb. With a hole opened in his chest, Subaru died without the slightest idea of what could have given him that wound. The memory of that still vivid injury brought back nothing but pain and horror, without a single clue or answer. Back there, what on earth happened in the sanctuary? What happened to Subaru? What was Beatrice thinking? And Emilia? Subaru, impossible. Coming to that point, suddenly struck by the contradiction between his thoughts and his behavior, Subaru's face stiffened. It was important to organize the situation. It was also important to set goals for the future and draw up plans to realize them. And it was a priority to collect the scattered information and shape them into something useful for obtaining that longed-for future, but Subaru, Did that give him an excuse to forget Emilia, currently struggling against a nightmare right in front of his eyes? Subaru, Emilia was still inside the trial, tormented by agony. Her body and soul, assaulted by her past, being chipped away by the excruciating pain of the weight of the cross she had to bear. Long-lasting pain without the slightest consolation at its end. Subaru knew how much sorrow this was bringing her, how much it was wearing her down, and how much it was weakening her heart. It was because he couldn't bear to see her like this that he had resolved to complete the trial in her place, to clear away all obstacles, and open the way for her to pass. That was how it should have been, so why was Subaru so relieved to see her suffering? Thank God he returned to a point in time where she was suffering. Despite knowing what will become of her pain, he had cruelly put his thoughts before her. The moment he understood this, Subaru saw the hideous existence he had descended into. Even knowing that the girl in front of his eyes, the person most important to him in this world, was gasping in unbearable agony, he was averting his eyes from her distress, fully absorbed in his self-centered foolishness. To Subaru, such weakness was abhorrent and grotesque. Subaru, either way. There was no time to be tormented by guilt and the contradictions of his heart. He must wake Emilia up right away, and bring her out of this place.
He could take the time to gather his thoughts once they're outside. There was no reason to prolong her suffering.
And Subaru, right now, there's a guy I need to get some answers out of.
It was starting to piss him off how lenient he was before.
How is it that all this time, he had allowed the central character at the core of everything to get away with his ambiguities?
The result was the tragedy that befell the mansion, and his incomprehensible death at the sanctuary.
If that was the future that came from Subaru's cowardice, then Subaru, I will do everything differently this time. As these words rolled off of his tongue, Subaru reached out his hand to wake Emilia. In that moment, not even Subaru himself was aware that his face was being contorted by unsuppressible fury. Subaru, just how much do you know, Roswell? That was the first thing that came out of Subaru's mouth as he swung open the door.
Lying on the bed, Roswell narrowed his eyes.
And Subaru, seeing himself reflected in those mismatched pupils, barged into the room and slammed the door shut behind him in a display of his present emotion. After finally calming Emilia and bringing her out of the tomb, Subaru headed to Louis' house and put her to bed. There, he left Emilia in Ram's care, and, so as to not waste the interval before she wakes again, he immediately set out for the building where Roswell was recuperating. Garfield's silent glare all that time he was in the house gave him cause for concern, but fortunately, Subaru didn't encounter any resistance on the way and managed to get there without any problems. However, the instant he took Roswell into his sights, all that caution scattered like a mist.
Roswell, Fu-tilde-mu.
Looking up at the restless Subaru, Roswell let out a deep and meaningful sigh. And then, he held up a single finger and lightly wagged it in front of Subaru. Roswell, M-tilde-y, you certainly seem much more A-tilde-angry than last I saw you.
Tha-tilde-t's a good sign. Subaru, don't try to be funny. I'm not in the mood for pranks or jokes right now. I'm prepared to use force if I have to.
Snarling this at the carefree Roswell, Subaru advanced to the side of the bed and pressed his palms onto the sheets, and, glaring down at the clown at extreme close range. Subaru, I just came back from taking the trial.
And I have a mountain of things to ask you.
Roswell, is that so?
You have taken the trial. I see. I see. I-tilde-c-tilde.
Whereas in Subaru's time, several days had already passed since the trial where he bid farewell to his parents, in real time, it would only have been less than an hour ago. And, it was now the third time he had seen Roswell's inexplicable reactions to being told about the trial. The first time, there seemed to be a flash of violent emotion so brief it was as if it was never there. The second time, he appeared to have somewhat calmly accepted the fact. But even so, it was laced with a certain uncharacteristic tinge of melancholy.
And this third time, what was that reaction supposed to be?
Personally, Subaru had hoped for a flash of anger like the first time, believing that if Roswell could be incited into a rage, he might just let his mouth slip. But, completely contrary to Subaru's hopes, Roswell's lips instead curved into a smile. Roswell, I-tilde-n that case, allow me to ask you a question. Subaru, huh?
What are you talking about? You?
Ask questions?
If you keep playing around I'm going to seriously flip, you bastard.
Roswell, I can understand that you have re-tilde-ason to be angry.
And I am asking with that in mind. If we are of the same opinion.
I don't see why you would decline tilde-ni to ku-tilde-parate.
Subaru, if I answer your question. No, wait.
While Subaru was trying to press down his anger, Roswell raised this proposal. For a moment, Subaru almost accepted. But he instantly severed that thought when he realized that accepting would have meant being swept along by the atmosphere created by Roswell, just like all those times before.
Unless he made an effort to resist, the result will be just as miserable. So in order to change the outcome, he must change his behavior from this point onward. Subaru, I'm not answering your questions. I'm the one who has questions. I go first.
Roswell, Aya, U-tilde-t isn't that or tilde fully rude? Subaru, I'm not saying I won't answer any questions, but I have the feeling we won't get anywhere if I just go along with whatever you say. So let's nip that in the bud first." Seeing Subaru's obstinate attitude, Roswell closed a single eye and lightly sighed. Then, holding out both palms, he made an A-right gesture.
"Roswell, ask whatever you Lee-K. Indeed, it doesn't always have to be me managing the par-C of the conversation. Subaru, even though it's actually kinda creepy, when you're so reasonable."
Well, no point getting hung up on that. So, question, what kind of contract have you sealed with Beatrice? Roswell, Suddenly silent, it seemed as though Roswell was caught off guard by that query. Seeing his cheeks stiffen, albeit slightly, Subaru was convinced that he had struck a critical question. The previous loop had brought about newly discovered facts and unexplained events, and Subaru must set about finding the answers to these mysteries. Foremost among them were the questions surrounding Beatrice, and whether it was at the sanctuary or the mansion, the only person he could ask was Roswell.
More than anything, their conversation at their parting and the gospel in her hands were all burned into his mind, impossible to forget. It was a question he must not take lightly.
One which will decide how he will interact with that girl from now on.
How he will face Beatrice at their unavoidable meeting in this loop. Subaru, answer me, Roswell.
Don't give me any of that. You won't answer mine, so I won't answer yours, crap.
Answer the question. Growing impatient with Roswell's prolonged silence, Subaru repeated his demand for a response. Asserting its presence within his chest was the frustration that was the manifestation of his desire to overturn that revolting sense of foreboding. Every second of silence felt like minutes as he waited for the reply. Until, at last, Roswell opened his mouth. "Roswell, the fact that you are asking this question here, does that mean you've remembered?" But, instead of an answer as Subaru had hoped, Roswell replied with a question of his own. Clicking his tongue in frustration at his attitude, "Shut up," Subaru swung his arm in front of Roswell. "Subaru, why are you replying with another question? Even if I take 100 steps back and let you ask, you will answer mine first. I'm not giving up my turn." "Roswell, is that so? Then, let's proceed by taking turns. Your question was about the contract between Beatrice and myself, is it not? There is no contract sealed between Beatrice and myself. That is the answer." Subaru, WH. Caught off guard by that sudden turn, Subaru found himself speechless. Reaching out a hand to Subaru, who had inadvertently lost his words, "No W," Roswell went on. "Roswell, this time it's your turn to answer M.Y question. Have you remembered?" Subaru, remember, what? Just so you know, our relationship isn't deep enough that we can communicate by telepathy here. Don't go assuming I can put together your sentences without a subject. Roswell, that reply already gave me the answer to my question, unfortunate. Although Subaru had hoped to get some kind of revenge, it would seem he was no match for Roswell after all. With a certain shade of sadness, Roswell turned down his eyes, and Roswell, it seems, I didn't make it. Subaru, what? Roswell, it's your turn to ask. Do be tilde to this time, and ask me a question ICA tilde not dodge. Covering over Subaru's confounded voice, Roswell's self-awareness about his question dodging didn't make it any less infuriating. Subaru took a deep breath to control his emotions, and pressed a finger to his temple and began to think. Subaru, you said you have no contractual relationship with Beatrice, right? Then, why is Beatrice living in your mansion? I can't understand what your relationship with Beatrice is supposed to be. Roswell, that's 2 questions now. You've been inquiring about Beatrice Ver since you got here. Does that leave Emilia Summer? Or, could it be that you prefer those who look like young children? Subaru, I'm not attracted to little kids and I have no intention of going the romantic conquest route with her. But I do intend to shake up the status quo a bit, so I'll be choosing her route in that sense. It was true that whenever he thought about Beatrice, Subaru would feel a certain aching in his heart, but this was different from the aching he'd feel when he thought of Emilia or Rem,
and Subaru quite couldn't understand what it meant. Except, even after seeing the gospel in Beatrice's hands, he still felt this. And he didn't want to believe that the relationship between him and Beatrice was just something counterfeit written in some strange book. Subaru, that's why I need to find out more about her. And it seems the only person who's deeply associated with her is you.
So I can only ask you.
Roswell, you try to collect everything that catches your eye, but it will only become an obstacle when the time comes to choose what is truly important. Such naivete only hinders you from seeing the thing that is most important to your heart, itnk. Subaru, I realize my hands are already full. So now I'm just trying to grab her with my mouth. Got a problem with that?
Roswell, how could I possibly?
Although I get the feeling you are just saying that for appearance's sake, there is nothing wrong with that.
In fact, I do wonder how you will answer when the time comes.
Acknowledging Subaru's words, Roswell's voice trailed to an indiscernible whisper towards the end. Subaru's gaze sharpened at those words, and, receiving that gaze, Roswell continued, in T case. Roswell, the reason why Beatrice resides in the mansion, why it? She resides in my mansion due to her ties with the House of Mathers. If you must know, it was by the favor of the head of the House of Mathers many generations ago that she became the keeper of the Forbidden Library.
It has been so through the generations, and remains the same, now that had passed to me.
Subaru, employed as its keeper? Then, how is that any different from a contract? Roswell, the questioning format seems to be a bit different from what we've agreed.
We LL, no matter. There s already little meaning in asking any more questions from my side.
You are already aware of Beatrice's identity as a spirit, me? Subaru nodded in affirmation to Roswell's question. Although he never actually got to see Beatrice's spirit form, her self-proclamation and her intimidating presence both confirmed this fact. Seeing Subaru's nod, Roswell lifted up a finger. Roswell, to spirits, a contract with a human carries tremendous significance. The relationship between Amelia Summer and the Great Spirit Summer is exactly that. Subaru, yeah, Amelia's been struggling with all the annoying conditions too. But the Great Spirit Summer hasn't been showing his face lately, has he?
Having been killed by Puck 3 times, and after their clash of perspectives over the sleeping REM, there was an insurmountable gap between them.
And since he mysteriously went into hiding before that gap could be resolved, Subaru's feelings towards that little cat was still rather hard to define. Roswell, the Great Spirit Summer's whims aside, Beatrice is no exception. That child and I are in a cooperating relationship, to a certain extent.
But it is nothing more than a sort of mutual non-interference while our interests are aligned. It would be unlikely for her to help me achieve my goals, and the same is true vice versa.
Subaru, I can see how you can appear to be on good terms with Biko while actually being indifferent, but that has nothing to do with the terms of her contract.
Roswell, you must excuse me. But contractual relationships are something else entirely.
Beatrice, being a spirit, takes contracts extremely seriously. To speak to her on the topic of contracts would be a different, and quite issue. After all, that child is still bound by a contract from 400 years ago. Picking up something he could not let slide, Subaru suddenly leaned himself up to Roswell shouting, "That's it. Subaru, that contract from 400 years ago, I want to know the details."
Roswell, spirits' mouths don't open so easily when it comes to the contents of their contracts.
No involved parties from that time could possibly still remain, so unless Beatrice herself speaks, there is no one else who knows of the intents of her contract.
Subaru, damn it, that's useless. If I could just find out what's in that contract.
Then he would know why that girl was hiding herself in a room all alone, wouldn't he?
Roswell, however, there is one thing worth mentioning.
Subaru, Roswell, since Beatrice is bound by the contract from 400 years ago, to seal any new contract which overlaps with the original would be impossible. So, if you wish to bring her out of that place, then you must find a way to break the existing contract.
Subaru, break the
contract?
Roswell, fulfilling it, would also work.
But since there is good chance that the other party to the contract is already gone, acting the contract would be the smarter course, don't you T-NK?
It was nothing short of miraculous that Roswell would be offering constructive opinions for a change.
Initially caught off guard by his words, Subaru's expression abruptly changed as though a veil was suddenly lifted from his eyes. Subaru, when did I ever say I wanted to bring Beatrice outside? Subaru, saying this quietly, fixed sharpened eyes on Roswell, mere inches away.
Placing his hands on the bed, his fingers began knocking on the sheets like the second hand of a clock.
Dropping his gaze to look at this gesture, Roswell closed a single eye, before reflecting Subaru within his soul yellow pupil. Roswell, you really are a man who likes to notice things people do don't want you to notice.
Subaru, what do you?
Roswell, either way, this time is already meaningless to me. Perhaps we should end this conversation here? Subaru, are you fucking kidding me? Different from before, within Roswell's eyes, there emerged a color of disappointment.
With that strange expression, Roswell spilled out a sigh from a face seemingly drained of all liveliness.
Roswell, no matter what you say now, it could no longer move me.
So you may do wait where you like.
Subaru, you've got to be joking?
This is important.
We are getting to something important and you start acting like that?
There are still things I need to ask you. Roswell, if you wish to ask, you are free to ask. But whether I answer them seriously or not, would depend completely on whether I feel like it. The more agitated Subaru became, the more deprived of the tremors of emotion Roswell seemed to become. In front of Subaru, whose face had turned red with rage, Roswell merely combed his fingers through his deep blue hair, and tilted his head.
Roswell, you have no more questions?
Subaru, TCH.
All right, I know that Beatrice is bound by a contract and is living inside the mansion.
We can leave the details for now. There's something else I want to ask. About that black book she has. I want you to tell me what that is.
Roswell, E-HH, you saw it? Any thoughts?
What do you TNK it is?
Subaru, don't reply with another question.
But I think it's something similar
to the books the witch cultists have, or, at least, I'm guessing.
Subaru's stuttered reply was like a plea for the words to be refuted.
But, hearing this, Roswell showed an expression as if he couldn't hold back a yawn. Roswell, the Gospels in the witch cultists' possession are mediums of the witch's will, and describe the path leading to their owner's desired future. Aside from vague directions, they are rather labor-intensive to follow as far as prophetic books go. Subaru, you know? Roswell, there is no need to be too surprised.
There are witch cultists here as well, considering this is a facility belonging to a witch different from the witch they worship. Being the manager of the sanctuary, it wasn't just once or twice that I've had to exchange blows with the leakess of them.
Subaru, then, they can really see the future? If they could see the future without dying, that would be an ability far more powerful than Subaru's return by death. It was not that he was jealous of such an ability, but if all the members of the witch cult were equipped with this overpowered item, that would be nothing to scoff at. But, seeing Subaru's shudder, Roswell shook his head.
Roswell, it's not that convenient of an item.
First of all, the number of entries themselves vary from cultist to cultist.
The contents are vague and subject to interpretation. More importantly, no one except the owner of the gospel can read it.
To anyone else, its contents will only appear to be indecipherable nonsense. And so, they are only incomplete maps of the future.
Subaru, incomplete. Subaru couldn't hide his relief to hear this.
But then again, if the Gospels were truly prophetic books with the power to describe the future, Subaru would never have been able to win against Betelgeuse.
In that sense, it's obvious that even the Sin Archbishop's Gospels couldn't have reached that level. However,
Subaru, that'd be a completely different topic.
Then, what about Beatrice's book? Roswell, If you're asking whether it is the same as the ones in the witch cultist's possession, then the answer is that it is, and it isn't. Subaru, stop playing around. This is important. Roswell, I am doing no such thing.
Although what Beatrice has is a gospel, it is of a different origin from the witch cultists.
For the witch cultists' gospels are incomplete, whereas the one belonging to Beatrice is complete. Subaru, complete?
Roswell, yes, it is complete. Unlike the defective items that fluctuate between uncertain futures, wavering in their recorded contents. Seeing Subaru confused, Roswell's face only brightened.
His expression and tone were as if he was basking in pride.
Subaru didn't know what to say in front of this sudden transformation, but what made him lose his words in the truest sense of the phrase, was what came afterwards. Subaru, dash. Roswell reached behind with his right hand and produced a book with black binding.
There was no mistaking it at such a close distance that it was, without a doubt, a gospel. Roswell, this is one of the only two complete gospels in existence.
Myself, and Beatrice, are the only two people who possess one.
T is.
Subaru, dash dash. Before Subaru's eyes, Roswell waved the book left and right in his hand. However, Subaru had no mental capacity to care about such gestures now.
The fact that Roswell was holding a gospel same as the ones in the hands of the witch cult was indeed shocking.
The fact that the one in Beatrice's hand was also a gospel, and the fact that the words she said to him at their parting were confirmed, was also shocking.
But they were not what dominated Subaru's mind in that moment.
Subaru, that's a gospel that records the future?
Roswell, without a doubt. This is the genuine gospel. Subaru, you know.
The future?
Right now, everything that is happening now is in that book? Roswell, it is written, although you won't be able to read it. Who cares about that? At this moment, whether Subaru could read it is irrelevant. There was only one significance. Only one single thing he had to ask. That is,
Subaru, the future, what will happen?
Is written in that book? Roswell, it doesn't describe the entirety of the world, but it does reveal a portion of the owner's future. Subaru, that things will become the way they are now.
You knew that beforehand? Roswell, it took quite a lot of effort to produce the same situation as described, you know? I was rather hoping for a little praise for all my efforts behind the scenes.
Subaru could not stop his voice from trembling. At the source of that trembling was the seeping of some violent emotion.
Just what that emotion was, and at whom it was directed, was immediately obvious, that is.
Subaru, if you knew everything that was going to happen.
Roswell, Formu. Subaru, you, knowingly left Rem to die? Roswell, Rem, who would you be referring to?
Subaru, I'll kill you.
Roswell, In that instant, uncontrollable rage propelled Subaru's body to move. Flying forward onto the bed, his hands clenched tight onto the bedridden Roswell's neck. With unnatural strength never seen before, Subaru's grip dug into the slender neck, carving an expression of agony onto the clown's blue and white face.
Subaru, you knew everything and you.
If he knew, if he already knew, if he could have prevented the tragedies, and what happened to Rem from ever happening. Subaru, the reason I left Rem to die, was you? Consumed by overflowing fury, he blew out his regrets, and all his impulses were directed to the intent to kill this man before his eyes. His actions forgot all reason as emotions and love transmuted into force. And, just like this, unable to utter a sound, Roswell silently waited for Subaru's hands to snap his neck. I see the guys can't cover the amalgam stench.
Impact.
Sensing a solid, sharp tactile sensation striking him from the side, Subaru felt the right half of his face destroyed as he was sent flying into the air.
His body slammed into an immovable wall, and fell head first onto the ground.
His thoughts went blank at the sudden blow, and his body couldn't move at all.
Blood flowed from his ear and nose, and the right side of his vision was dyed absolute black. His eye may have been completely crushed.
Ever since you came out of the tomb your stenches shot up. Didn't believe it so I thought I'd watch ya, but ain't this exactly as I thought?
Footsteps. The uncouth sound crept up to his side. His body would not even permit him to crawl.
Immobile, front and back, Subaru's head was pulled up. Garfield, reeking of the stench of the witch, the fuck you think you're doing? Should I ask your body? Oi?
This place still needs that bastard.
The fuck are you tryin' tar pull, yeah?
A blonde youth.
Garfield.
Or something. Assailed by that voice full of fury and murder, Subaru's consciousness grew distant. Half his head, though there was no way to confirm it, seemed to have been crushed. He'll die, probably. If he died like this, that'd be about the most pathetic way to go.
If he returned by death while clinging onto this sordid thought, would he really still have the desire to save this place? Subaru, I don't know, Rem. With the end of that final syllable, Subaru's consciousness descended into darkness. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 38, Caterpillar.
The first thing that drew on his consciousness was the continuous sound of dripping water.
Falling at equal intervals, the droplets carved out a constant rhythm, and with every beat sent into the silence of the room, Subaru's submerged consciousness was guided little by little into wakefulness. His slumbering brain resumed its activity, and his rebooted nerves sensed the circulation of blood through his veins.
Twisting his body, he tried to rise up with a groan, but couldn't.
Dropping back onto the ground, his limbs would not listen to his commands, and he could do nothing more than to scrape his face against the cold surface of the floor, at the same time, trying to tax his recovering senses to survey his surroundings. He found that his vision was completely painted over with darkness.
Both my eyes are blind?
That was the immediate answer he arrived at as he confirmed his situation, but before fear could overtake him, he noticed the tight pressure binding his eyelids and abandoned that conclusion. He determined that he had been blindfolded, before realizing the strangeness of the situation.
Instead of his eyes being blinded, they had both been covered.
In addition, the fact that his body couldn't move was for the same reason, because his hands and feet had been firmly tied behind his back.
There was the sensation of a slender rope wrapped around his wrists and ankles.
With his hands behind his back, even if he struggled, it would be no easy task to break free. Subaru, what is this? Fortunately, he wasn't gagged, so he could still use his voice normally.
But with his hands and feet literally tied, his mouth was all he had left.
Truth is, whoever put Subaru in this situation probably wouldn't be amicable enough to be satisfied by small talk. Fear began to emerge from the inexplicable situation and the absence of information on his surroundings. In midst of these interwoven emotions, Subaru held his breath and forced his thoughts to move.
Organize the current circumstances. His eyes were blindfolded.
His hands and feet were bound, impossible to break loose.
He still had his voice. Should he yell for help? That would only draw his captor. Was there something nearby he could use to free himself from his restraints? It would be difficult to crawl around searching like this.
The right side of his head was hurting, and, the moment he placed his consciousness on it, it began to assert its existence with throbbing pain.
Subaru, head, hurts.
Becoming aware of the pain on the side of his head, Subaru remembered what had happened to him right before losing consciousness. After returning by death and leaving the tomb, Subaru confronted Roswell with the new facts and speculations, and when he flew into a rage at Roswell's unforgivable statements, Subaru was knocked down by Garfield, who had been watching him, or rather, knocked down would be too much of an understatement for the overwhelming force that had crushed him. Just a restraining strike from Garfield had broken through his skull, and it wouldn't have been surprising if he had died just like that. Subaru, if I died, this would be after return by death, but if that really was the case, Subaru's restart point should be in the tomb right after the trial. His soul should have been spirited to the room inside the tomb, barely an hour before he headed to Roswell's bedroom, as per the rules of return by death. At least, Subaru's experience of being tied up and confined was only limited to that one time he flipped over the coffee table while imitating some anime, completely pissing off his father who threw him into the storehouse as punishment. That was a memory from way back, even before he entered elementary school, and return by death couldn't have returned him that far. Then, assuming the restart point hadn't changed, the next conclusion would be that he was tied up immediately after return by death, but that should be impossible as well.
So that only left him with one conclusion. Subaru, I failed.
To die?
Whether it was the lingering pain in his head, or his current situation, it would explain all of it.
He had committed an act of unsurpassable violence against Roswell.
With that in mind, his treatment was only morally right, even if it was not something he could emotionally accept.
Yashur got a grasp of your situation quickly, yeah? As though he had been waiting for Subaru to come to terms with his situation, a voice descended from above. Lifting his face, even though he couldn't see a thing, Subaru turned towards the direction of the voice.
If he were to guess who the other person was just from the intonation of that voice.
Subaru, Garfield, is it?
Garfield, got that right too.
Looks like your head's still working, that's a relief. Guess I smacked you a bit too hard, my bad my bad. Hearing his name being called, Garfield apologized to the blindfolded Subaru. Even though the tone of his voice didn't exactly match its apologetic content, he went on with, who would have thought? Garfield, I was just giving ya a lil pat, didn't think you'd almost die from that. Heard you're Emilia Summers' night so I thought you'd have a bit more going there, but guess I overestimated ya, huh?
Subaru, sorry to disappoint you. My character's more of the brainy type than the physical type.
So where are we, anyway?
Replying with a scornful quip, Subaru cut directly to the chase.
Hearing this, Garfield let out a short sigh through his nose, and Garfield, don't worry, you're still in the sanctuary. But this ain't the cathedral or the tomb, or one of them houses we're lending to the guests. Subaru, you've got a bondage room prepared? They say it's good to be prepared, but if you've even got this kind of facility set up.
Honestly, I'm kinda creeped out. Garfield, go complain to the creep who made it if you think it's bad taste.
In fact, you get to speak to her directly, don't ya?
Garfield made plain his discontent, or rather a sincere sense of discomfort.
As though having caught something within his words, Subaru's face frowned up. Subaru, directly.
What do you mean?
Garfield, with the witch's stench all o'er ya, don't go playing dumb now. You met her inside the tomb, didn't ya? Why else you suddenly smell like this? Subaru, met inside the tomb?
Something in Garfield's words was tugging at him. The tomb. The trial?
The person he encountered there.
It was all a blank.
After bidding farewell to his parents in the trial, at the end, he went into the empty school building, and there.
Subaru, the witch. He encountered the witch of greed, Echidna.
With the sense of incongruity that came with the filling of the void, the existence of Echidna was restored to Subaru's brain.
He had already experienced this in the previous loop, so why had he forgotten it again?
Unless it was the result of the condition imposed upon him at the end of their first meeting. But the fact that return by death could not overcome this effect was truly astounding. Return by death allowed him to carry over his memories, yet he would have no countermeasures against this direct interference. In other words, every time Subaru returns by death, he will have forgotten Echidna, and will only begin to remember when he is reminded again. Subaru, then, was this the thing that Roswell mentioned I've forgotten? Only now, with the existence of the witch restored, did Subaru realize this, but it was still a bit too early to draw such a conclusion. After all, despite being able to remember Echidna, he could find nothing in their conversations that would help him break through the present situation. The way Roswell said it, it was as though he wanted Subaru to remember something which, in and of itself, would reveal Roswell's incomprehensible intentions. Then again, this would only make sense if he was indeed in possession of a complete gospel. Garfield, since you're quiet all of a sudden, should I take that as you're feeling guilty? Subaru, I'm not some high school girl who'll die if she stops talking, so I'm just quietly thinking over a thing or two. Although a thing or two probably isn't enough at this point. There were so many things to figure out that there wouldn't be enough cells in Subaru's brain to do it.
There was Emilia.
Rem. Beatrice.
Pretty much for every name in the female lineup, Subaru will have to dig himself out of the situation.
And on top of that, there was the sanctuary, Elsa, Roswell's true intentions, and the Gospels.
And then, Subaru, there's Garfield. 2.
To convince him and gain his support was an indispensable element of Subaru's blueprint of the plan to save the mansion. When it comes to repelling Elsa, there was no one else Subaru could draw on with greater combat capability. The fact that his strength could be counted on to match Elsa's was something Subaru had both witnessed with his eyes and personally experienced with his head. Subaru, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I got punched or kicked until my head was crushed, but what happened to that?
Garfield, ha.
Took long enough for that topic to come up.
Your head wasn't crushed, but it sure was cavin' in a bit.
It'd be a nuisance if I just let you die like that, so you got a bit of healin'. Subaru, healing. By whom? Garfield, well, who else was there to except me? Picking up some reverberations of pride in Garfield's voice, Subaru was at a loss for words. Who would have thought that the rough and brutish-looking Garfield would have studied healing magic? Still tied up, Subaru squirmed a little with his body. Subaru, my head still got its original shape and isn't a box or pyramid, right? Garfield, next time it gets cracked I could make it into that shape if you want. With a stupid sigh, having received this answer, Subaru shrinked up his shoulders and confirmed that at least his body was out of the near-death situation.
In that case, the next question would be Garfield's intentions.
Subaru, since you're the one who crushed it, it'd feel kinda weird to be thanking you for healing it, but…
What was your aim in all this? Garfield, what? What kinda aim you think I have?
Subaru, considering the circumstances, from your standpoint, you made the right judgment to knock me down, so I won't complain.
I completely lost my head, and it was a good thing that you stopped me. That's just one of the mountain of things I don't want to say but couldn't help but want to say. If you catch my drift.
Garfield, that's a pretty damn complicated feelin'. It's not that I don't understand wantin' to bash that smug bastard's face in, but that'd be trouble for Granny and the others if you do that. It seemed that Garfield shared Subaru's wonderful opinion of Roswell. But since they both relied on Roswell's existence in no small part, neither of them could put that feeling into practice. To Subaru, Roswell was the guarantor of his livelihood in this world, and to Garfield and the others, he was a necessary existence as the manager of the sanctuary. But seeing that the first reason Garfield mentioned was Lewis, he must have been thinking more about the lives of the residents of the sanctuary than about himself. This only supported Frederica's assessment of her brother in the previous loop, that in fact, the reason he chose to remain in the sanctuary instead of leaving with his sister was probably out of consideration for the feelings of the residents who stayed behind. Subaru, because Lewis and the others are important to you, Roswell's existence as their protector is indispensable.
Without him and his demi-human fetish, the residents trapped in the sanctuary won't be able to continue living as they are now, ha.
Garfield, don't give me that embarrassing crap like you understand everything. Who the hell you think would stay here for sentimental reasons? I'm here 'cause I can't leave the place, so. Subaru, you can't leave, even though your blood sibling Frederica could, Garf?
It was information he had just gained from the previous loop.
Playing this card, Subaru listened for any change in Garfield's demeanor. But the intensity of the reaction far surpassed Subaru's imaginations. Subaru, T.
There was a whistling of wind, and the next instant, a tremendous cracking boom rolled into the side of Subaru's head.
The sound of air breaking apart reverberated through space, and with a stomp of his foot faster than the mind could process, the floor gave way, shattering, as the shape of the entire room contorted. The ground bent upwards, and with a whimper, Subaru was tossed by the shockwave into the air. Unable to even brace himself, he tumbled across the solid floor, and was only forcefully stopped when he smashed into a wall ahead. The impact on his back wrenched out all the contents of his lungs as the back of his head screamed with pain. Coughing, saliva drooled from the corner of Subaru's mouth.
And, seeing this,
Garfield, who thuck told you that, you piece of shit? Was it Frederica running her mouth about these unnecessary? No way she said this.
We already severed our bond as siblings when we parted ways.
Subaru, that kind of thing's just a figure of speech, there's no way to actually sever the blood in your. Garfield, this here, now, bringing that up's just even more weird, ain't it? If you wanted to use it, you could have found plenty of better places to bring it up, couldn't ya? Hearing Subaru's winded response, Garfield worked his disgustingly sharp intuition. The way he said it was as though while Subaru wasn't paying attention, he had picked up on facts that even Subaru failed to notice. Although Garfield's guess wasn't far from the truth, in fact, it was almost spot on, the thought process he used to get there was far too direct. It was as though he possessed some extraordinary perceptiveness, or, rather, possessed something impossible to ignore. Subaru, no way, you, too? The moment the possibility struck him, Subaru could not conceal the tremors in his voice.
Garfield, ..
Subaru's subjectless question received only an eerie silence in return. In terms of time, only a few seconds had passed in that silence, but to Subaru, it was equivalent to an eternity.
No reply. Why wasn't he talking? Was it because Subaru's question was too vague?
If he just plainly said that he doesn't understand, or even gave him a kick, it would be better than this. The only hope Subaru could cling to was some short-circuited reaction like that.
But
Garfield, me too, you say. High-pitched footsteps. The sound of Garfield's soles striking upon the stone-tiled floor drew closer, and Subaru could tell that he squatted down beside him. Raising his head off the floor, he could feel Garfield's face drawing close to his, baring its fangs. Garfield, and what make you think that, huh, oi? Subaru, stop talking in a way that just stirs up even more bad feelings. I just said something that made no sense, right?
It'd be alright if you could just straight up deny it.
Couldn't you? Garfield, what are you saying like you're about cry?
Ignoring Subaru's pleading request, Garfield replied in that same ambiguous voice.
The indeterminate response only inflamed Subaru's anxiety, his inner heart already a jumbled mess. He wanted Garfield to deny it, say it was some lucky guess. But the pregnant replies only deepened the sense of foreboding in Subaru's heart. Beatrice and Roswell, both of whom he considered to be allies, were, one after the other, revealed to be owners of Gospels.
For Subaru now, it would not be so strange if a third person was revealed.
Subaru, then. That means you know too, don't you?
Garfield, so that's what this is about, wonder where you noticed.
Subaru, . His throat frozen by shock, Subaru traced the image of Garfield within his blindfolded eyes.
The intonation of his voice, the listless sigh. None of it was like the Garfield Subaru knew. But even as he relinquished these half-revealing words, the distance between them hadn't changed. Garfield, you look surprised, but it can't be that strange. I've been living in the sanctuary forever, and we've known each other for a very long time. So the opportunities weren't just once or twice.
Subaru, you.
Aren't you supposed to hate the witch? So much that you'd overreact like that, and yet.
Garfield, yeah, I do. I hate the witch, I don't trust you stinking like the witch, and I don't got no affections for that half-witch Amelia Summer, either.
But then again, I can't say what that thing says is wrong. At least, it definitely knows what I wanted to know. Subaru, what you wanted to know. Garfield, I got no reason to you anything, but why don't you try asking? You might not get another chance.
After Garfield spat out these words, Subaru could sense him standing up. Then, he drew away from Subaru, apparently making his way to the exit of the prison room, and placed his hand on the door. Hearing the wooden door creak, "Hey," Subaru shouted to the departing Garfield. Subaru, wait, what'll happen to me?
Or I mean what's happening right now?
Garfield, for trying to assassinate that Roswell bastard, you're sure getting off light. For now, you'll just stay restrained and confined till the results come out. Confined, that was the word that came up just yesterday. From Roswell's own mouth, no less. The fact that his self-professed status was now passed on to Subaru for enacting violence against him was nothing short of ironic. In front of Subaru, who did not make another sound, Garfield snorted through his nose. "Garfield, you'll be getting meals every morning and evening. Don't try anything funny."
"I'll be looking after ya." Subaru, as if. "That's the kind of thing I'd be worried about right now."
"Results? You said results? What results?"
"What are you waiting for?"
"Garfield, what results? Ain't that obvious?" This time, Garfield replied as though he had just heard a most foolish question. "Garfield, the results of Emilia Summers' trials. After she heard what you did, she's gotten terribly enthusiastic, almost like she's trying to atone for what you've done." After Garfield left the room, Subaru, alone in his prison, sank deep into the sea of thought.
He could not get the words Garfield left behind at their parting out of his mind.
In order to clear Subaru's name, Emilia had rallied herself to challenge the trials. Perhaps she thought that if the sanctuary could be liberated, her achievement would be enough to absolve Subaru of his crime. It was just like Emilia, to not doubt Subaru at all. Subaru, but, in that moment, Despite being overtaken by rage, in the end, Subaru genuinely wanted to strangle Roswell. With his hands wrapped around that person's neck, he had used his tightening grip to seal off his airway, relentlessly building up strength as if to snap his neck, or otherwise suffocate him. Although he could not move his hands, bound behind his back, Subaru could tell that his fingers were trembling. Forgetting the passion of that moment, all that remained in his hands was a dark remnant of the heat that nearly took another person's life. Inside his empty stomach, a sense of nausea began to build.
Even more so, considering the target of that murderous intent was someone close to him.
"Subaru, I just don't know anymore."
Who to trust, what to think, and what to do, none of it made sense anymore. What was Beatrice's position?
Why did she have a gospel? And what were those days they spent together? What was Roswell thinking? Why would that guy have a completed gospel?
What did he want Subaru to remember?
And what was the true meaning of his inexplicable role in all this?
How could he help Emilia pass the trials? Or rather, was it right to push her towards the trials in the first place? He couldn't even begin to answer that question.
What was Garfield's intention, and did he really have a gospel?
It will be impossible to defeat Elsa without his help. Yet, with their relationship deteriorating after every return by death, how could he get him to the mansion?
What should he do about Elsa's attack? Should he repel or evacuate? And why was there a difference between the timings of the first and second attacks?
Why did that murderer know about the escape passage no one was supposed to know about? Who was Elsa's employer? What will he have to do to defeat her? Regardless, he could never forgive her.
And why was the sanctuary created?
What was the outline of the remaining trials, and why did the trials exist in the first place? What was the goal of Echidna, sleeping in her tomb, and how can he meet with her again?
And, at the end of the last loop, what happened to the depopulated sanctuary? In that final moment, what was it that killed and devoured Subaru? Subaru, I can't answer
a single one.
Round and round and round, these questions without answers endlessly circled in his head, with his eyelids painfully bound and his vision completely sealed, deprived of information about the world around him. There was nowhere his questions could turn except inside himself. His insides packed with nothing but mysteries and doubts, he had come to a deadlock. What tormented Subaru was not only his unanswered doubts, but also anxiety at the time that he was passing in vain, submerged in these fruitless thoughts. Since his eyes were covered, he could not say for certain, but Subaru's feelings told him that most likely a day had already passed since the night he strangled Roswell.
It was dark, so he was probably confined inside a hidden building in the forest.
The chilliness of the room was conspicuous even considering the fact that not the slightest light could slip through. Compared to the daytime temperatures he had experienced so far, he couldn't help but notice the drastic temperature drop here.
So perhaps, it would be more constructive to consider that it was already night after sunset.
If he followed the assumption that it was night, then it was clear that at least a whole day had passed. Ever since being summoned to this parallel world, Natsuki Subaru had sustained a fair number of injuries, both light and severe. And his body still carried memories of being healed of wounds of all the various degrees. So, judging from experience, having half his head crushed and his skull cracked open was clearly supposed to be a fatal wound. The fact that he came out of it alive without Ferris was honestly nothing short of a miracle, which only served to show how skilled Garfield must be. Basically, in this world, as long as the person doesn't die, almost all injuries can be healed, depending on the abilities of the healer. But naturally, the more severe the wound, the heavier the burden it would be to heal them. Bodily fatigue can only be restored with stamina, and in the same way, Subaru's recent wounds could not have recovered to such an extent in a matter of a few hours, or even the same night.
More than likely, a night had passed. But even more convincing was the fact that
Subaru, I'm
hungry. His empty stomach, which hadn't received anything in all that time he spent sleeping, was aching and groaning endlessly, asserting its existence.
The passage of time and the indistinct hours gradually wore at Subaru's mind.
He couldn't tell how much time had passed since then, and his restraints remained unchanged.
Just like this, Subaru was left inside the prison room as time went by. Subaru, He tried counting the seconds to keep track of time inside the void, but after counting for an hour when he felt like he was about to go mad, he finally abandoned the idea. Besides, what difference would it make at this point, even if he knew the time?
After all,
Subaru, it's
probably too late.
Meals had been brought to Subaru 6 times. If they followed the schedule of once every morning and night, it would mean that 3 days had already passed. 3 days after Subaru woke inside the tomb, would make this the 5th day since arriving in the sanctuary.
Even if he left for the mansion this morning, he would only barely make it in time for the assumed timing of Elsa's attack. The moment he passed that point in time, he had already missed the deadline.
In fact, Subaru had made the mistake from the very first moments of this loop. No amount of regret was enough for allowing himself to be consumed by rage and throwing himself at Roswell. If he hadn't lost control of his emotions, he would have been able to confirm far more information from Roswell, and, above all, his relationship with Garfield wouldn't have worsened to the point where he'd be imprisoning him.
The consequence of abandoning himself to that boiling heat of emotion was this current caterpillar-like state.
He hadn't done any of the things he was supposed to do, and didn't even get to see the faces of those he wanted to protect. Instead, he was here in this unsightly form, cowering in fear of the approaching time.
That is, Subaru had already given up on this loop. Subaru, I really fucked this up.
Because of that momentary lapse, he had lost the chance to prevent the tragedy that was about to befall the mansion. Which, in turn, meant that the survival of the 4 girls inside the mansion had become hopeless. Rem, Petra, Frederica, Beatrice, Subaru was knowingly leaving them to die. After he had just screamed, denouncing Roswell, for doing the very same thing.
Subaru,
damn it.
Why didn't I die? He just wanted to die.
If the restart point hadn't changed, if he could really start over again, then Subaru would return to that night and face against his odds once more. Although he would still be stumbling blind, at a loss about where to begin, at least it would be better than this unsightly state.
Surely, he could do better than this. He must do better than this. Subaru, otherwise, what's the point of?
Was he prepared to accept this resignation, and bite down on his lips and bear witness to the end of this world? Having judged that saving the mansion was no longer possible, and that death in this loop was inevitable, Subaru immediately committed suicide and returned by death. Was not what happened. It was certainly the worst possible situation, and awaiting Subaru in this life was only an empty future devoid of meaning. He should gamble on return by death and reverse the world, and strive towards the best possible future.
But
Subaru, if I return without learning anything, I'll just be right back where I started. At least, Subaru needed to find out what happened in the sanctuary after he was gone. Just what happened on the 6th day?
That alone needed to be confirmed.
And it was for this reason alone that, no matter how much Subaru wanted to scream his throat hoarse and clench his teeth until they cracked, he swallowed down his regrets towards the mansion, and resigned himself to this loop.
If now was the 5th day, something should happen tomorrow.
Over the last 3 days, only Garfield and someone else tasked with taking care of Subaru visited the prison. The caretaker always stayed silent, probably following Garfield's instructions, so Subaru couldn't tell who it was, but from the way she wiped Subaru's restrained body, and her motions as she fed Subaru by hand, he determined she was most likely a woman.
In an environment where his every move was being watched, there was no opportunity to investigate further, and so the real identity of Garfield's assistant remained unknown.
However, this must be a place where Emilia, who had rallied herself to save Subaru, couldn't find. Most likely, it was a secret location known only to Garfield and his assistant, where Subaru could not hope to be discovered, and much less call for help. In fact, if Garfield and Roswell had both decided to confine him here, then it would be pointless to escape anyway. Subaru, if Emilia could pass the trials to save me, that'd be amazing, but if the situation was reversed, Subaru was confident he would pass the trials for Emilia's sake. But Subaru had never imagined that Emilia would try to overcome the trials for him.
And he never thought he meant so much to her that he would be her motivating force.
That was just how much Subaru undervalued himself in his mind. But in reality, the fact that no good news came after 3 days probably meant that, just like the loops before this, Emilia couldn't pass the trial no matter how many times she challenged it. In other words, the situation at the mansion, at the sanctuary, with Subaru and Emilia, had all come to an impacted deadlock.
Exactly like what Garfield had once shouted to him.
Subaru, after all, I
have to do something.
For Emilia, the mansion, the sanctuary, every single problem that came up, he must overcome with his own 2 hands, and with the only weapon at his disposal.
A quiet resolve.
Never good at giving up, it was the only reason Subaru went on living. After thinking for a long, long time, he came to the same conclusion he had already reached so many times before. Seeing it was more than his fingers could count, Subaru nodded to his heart, and waited for time to pass.
When something finally happened, was when he felt something shaking his body as it was drifting into sleep.
Subaru, MN? Someone was grasping his shoulders, shaking him awake as Subaru returned from his shallow slumber into reality. He noticed saliva drooling down the corner of his lips, and since he couldn't use his hands, he nudged over his shoulder to try to wipe it. It was a strenuous activity, but, apparently having gotten used to using his upper body, he managed to wipe it off. Subaru, who is it? His voice was still hoarse from having just woken up, in addition to the recent screaming. He had promised himself not to scream like that again or his throat will break apart, and by now, he was already more or less desensitized to the pain that felt like he was going to spew blood. Although, it was nothing to be happy about. Hearing Subaru's response, the person who woke him let out a short sigh. And? Sorry to do this in the middle of your nap. But can you move, Natsuki-san? Subaru, ow? Hearing the voice belonging to someone he never imagined would be here, Subaru couldn't help but let out a stupid sound. Perhaps mistaking Subaru's surprise for drowsiness, the person mumbled, "Oh, come on," in a quiet voice and gave Subaru a light slap on the face. I'm also taking quite a risk coming here to help you, you know, so can you please liven up a bit? I'm pretty sure we'll both be sorry if things ended here. Saying this, he cut the ropes binding Subaru's hands and feet with a blade. Regaining the long-lost freedom of his limbs, Subaru reaffirmed this sensation and brusquely pulled off his blindfold. Subaru, or hands, feet. Even my eyes are hurting. In the center of Subaru's thin, still crooked vision, he made out the shape of a man who looked like he really didn't want to be here. A character who was here for no discernible reason, Otto Suin made his unexpected entry onto the stage. ARC 4. The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 39, Friend. Otto, what's with that bewildered face, like you just saw something mind-bogglingly unbelievable at the end of a dream and now your brain's melting? Subaru, that's an exaggerated way of putting it, but there's no need to correct anything, so let's just say it's something like that. Otto sighed, resting both his hands on his hips, and Subaru, turning his wrists confirming that his hands were free, dropped onto the floor looking back up at Otto. After all, having been tied up for over 3 days, just moving his body made it creak and ache. Since it was so difficult to turn over in that tied-up position, he had only been periodically flipped at meal times. But it was more than just a problem with blood circulation, as he was starting to notice other defects.
Namely,
Subaru, Otto, this might just be because I just took the blindfold off, but
my right eye's not seeing too well. Or, rather than not well. It's more like it can't see at all. What's up with that? Otto, what is up with it? If you ask me, I'm a bit hesitant to say as well. I could put it more elegantly and sugarcoat it. Or I could put it bluntly, and say exactly what it is. Which would you prefer?
Subaru, sugarcoat it so I don't get shocked, and tell me bluntly so I know what's actually happening. Otto, that's awfully greedy. On the starboard side of Natsuki-san's auspicious visage, your vision had been inevitably shrouded in darkness, forever closed to light. Subaru, I wasn't asking for something that edgy, but I think I get the point. Hearing Otto's dressed-up description of Subaru's malaise, Subaru held out his hand and stopped the explanation halfway through. Then, putting his extended hand on his right eye, he carefully felt around to confirm it. The right side of his vision had felt as though it had been completely cut off, and no image was coming through. And once he touched it, Subaru understood why this organ was slacking on its job. Or, rather than slacking, it was more like it had packed its bags and went home. Because all that was left where his right eye used to be, was an empty hole.
Subaru, I thought. He said I was healed.
Otto, the bleeding was stopped and the broken bones were pieced together.
But healing magic depends on the healer, and it isn't omnipotent. Bringing dead parts back to life would be a bit.
Otto mumbled, looking at Subaru with sympathy. Seeing that look, Subaru slackened his lips powerlessly and muttered, "No helping it, I guess." Subaru, people usually die when their heads get crushed, so I think I'm okay with just losing one eye.
But if both my eyes died, I think I'll probably lose the will to live.
Otto, that's pretty optimistic. You aren't going into despair, are you? Please don't. I don't know if we can go on without you, Natsuki-san.
For someone who had just lost an important organ like the right eye, Subaru was awfully calm, in a way that even surprised himself.
Maybe the shock just hadn't kicked in yet, or perhaps it was because, unlike losing the greater part of an arm during Elsa's attack, this one wasn't accompanied by gore and pain.
Even though Garfield lied, it was still mostly true. He had halted the blood, sealed the wounds, and stopped the pain. It'd be expecting too much to think healing magic can heal anything, and he did save Subaru from an otherwise fatal wound just like he said he did.
Subaru, was he
upholding some kind of principle or what? I just can't understand him, that guy.
He struck Subaru down when he was attacking Roswell, but afterwards also healed him, and then he thought to imprison Subaru until the end of the trials to guarantee Emilia's cooperation. He healed him so he wouldn't die, and even took up the role of caretaker to see it through to the end. Though he loathed the witch's stench drifting from Subaru's body, it didn't stop him from coming back here. And even though he didn't stop coming, he hadn't asked Subaru a single vital question. It was almost as though he knew Subaru wouldn't say anything, or as if he already knew everything he needed to know, and so had no interest in what Subaru had to say. Subaru, if he does know, does that mean he has a gospel?
How come everyone is?
Or actually, seeing this is the witch's experimental ground, maybe it's only natural. If every key person possesses a book that tells the future and acts in accordance with its instructions, then shouldn't this world progress in a way that's much simpler for Subaru? With everyone who is anyone working toward the same outcome, marching towards the same happy end, for once, couldn't things just play out in a single cozy path?
If there was truly a way to know the future, then it should have saved Subaru a long time ago from having to manually die and repeat and feel his way forward, shouldn't it?
Subaru, complaining isn't going to move things forward at all, and no one's gonna come help me, damn it. Otto, that's a depressing thing to say, Natsuki-san. Well, I can't blame you, considering what you just went through.
But I am a bit offended by that "no one's gonna help me" part. What did you think I'm doing here?
Overhearing Subaru mutterings, Otto offered this sympathetic comment before rejecting what Subaru said at the end. Seeing Otto's smug-looking expression up close, Subaru's face looked blank for a moment. Subaru, come to think of it, what are you doing here? I mean, really, for the last 3 or 4 days I've had time to think about loads of things, and I'm not exaggerating, but you were basically the only person who never crossed my mind. Otto, you're unbelievable, you know that.
To think I'd still be surprised you'd say something like that at this point.
Subaru, honestly though, I'm the one surprised at how your existence just vanished from my head. The moment I saw you I wasn't even sure if you were Otto or the upper cellar uncle, you know. Otto, who's the upper cellar uncle?
Subaru, he was kind of a starting point for me. We could also call him Mr. Save Point.
To date, in terms of return by death respawn points, Cadamon was probably the one who showed up the most. Joking around as he remembered that scar-faced uncle, Subaru put an end to the sense of loss for his right eye and set his mind to analyze the abrupt change in the situation. First, he better get some answers from Otto.
And find out his true intentions. Subaru, jokes and all that aside, there are some things I wanna to ask you. Otto, well, that's only to be expected.
I'm also pretty interested to know what Natsuki-san did to get locked up in here. Subaru, You mean, all this wasn't on Roswell's orders? According to Garfield, Subaru was supposed to be imprisoned for his act of violence against Roswell. At the same time, his imprisonment was to be used as leverage to compel Amelia to take the trials.
But
Otto, I don't know how much the Margrave is involved in all this.
All I know is that right now a terrible rift is dividing the sanctuary. Subaru, a rift? What do you mean?
Otto, it's exactly what it sounds like. There's Lewis Summers' faction, which wants to free the refugees from the village along with Natsuki-san, and there's the other faction firmly opposed to that. Ever since Natsuki-san got imprisoned by Garfield, the debate has really gotten out of hand. Otto gave a brief summary of what happened over the last few days with an exhausted expression on his face. Just as Subaru feared, the friction between the refugees and the sanctuary's residents deepened, and the mounting displeasure had exploded into small-scaled conflicts. It seemed that the originally small cracks within the sanctuary had split its population into factions, and the sanctuary was now in a fractured state. Swallowing a deep breath at the frightening situation, Subaru followed with, "But Subaru, why did this happen so suddenly?"
From what I've seen. I mean, I expected.
In the first world, Subaru was here for over 5 days without seeing any of this kind of factionalism.
In fact, Subaru's proposal to release the refugees passed easily, and on the morning of the 6th day the agreement was realized. But this time, the situation was deteriorating way too quickly.
Seeing Subaru make this judgment, Otto shook his head and raised a finger. "Well, you see.
Otto, it wasn't sudden at all.
In fact, Natsuki-san is one of the main reasons this happened, so if even you think it's sudden then we're really in trouble." Subaru, I'm
one of the reasons?
Otto, I don't know what kind of relationship Natsuki-san has with the villagers of Alam, but it must be a good one. Ever since you got attacked by Garfield and went missing, the atmosphere in the sanctuary has become the worst it's ever been. Subaru, Otto, to the villagers, Ram-san and the Margrave are in a position where they'd hesitate to voice their concerns to, but because they trust you, that makes you the ideal channel to pass their voices to the top. I'm not saying it's the only reason, but I think it's clear how furious everyone is. Listening to Otto's explanation, Subaru opened his mouth without uttering a word. Certainly, when it comes to the differences in the situation in the sanctuary between this loop and the previous one, Subaru's well-being was definitely one of them. But Subaru never once imagined that his presence would have this kind of effect on the Alam villagers' feelings, much less trigger a rift inside the sanctuary. Suspiciously squinting his left eye at Otto, Subaru tried to check if he was joking or exaggerating, but Otto just furrowed his brows without showing any notable reaction in particular.
In other words, he was probably being serious.
Then, the only point of contention would be whether there was something wrong with Otto's observational skills, but Subaru, I don't want to bother piling up arguments to get the answer to that one, so Otto, why do I get the feeling I'm being treated improperly somehow?
Never mind.
Anyway, Natsuki-san, the reason I came here is related to that rift.
Subaru, related to the rift.
So, since things got messed up without me, you're saying it'll all return to normal once I go back? Well, that's just, kinda, expecting too much of me and putting way too much pressure on me, you know. And bogged down by his own overly low self-esteem, Subaru still couldn't take Otto's words seriously. The truth is, even if Subaru had a powerful influence on calming the villagers' hearts, now that everything had already exploded, he doubted there was anything he could do. In fact, if Subaru showed up now, missing a right eye, he'll probably just be pouring oil onto the fire. Seeing Subaru shaking his head with a difficult expression, Otto rejected his denial all over again with, "No. Otto, of course I don't think Natsuki-san has that kind of influence.
That'd just be way too optimistic, you know."
Subaru, we agree there, so I won't protest, but you didn't have to be so blunt about it, so then, why are you getting me out? Otto, I'm sure both the refugees and the residents of the sanctuary want to avoid a large-scale conflict. So that's why, I've been wondering if Natsuki-san would be willing to play a part in the escape from the sanctuary.
Subaru, play a part in the escape?
Subaru narrowed his left eye at the perilous word that flew out, and repeated it under his breath as he ruminated.
Then, it suddenly occurred to him what Otto must be thinking.
Subaru looked up at Otto and, unless, he licked his lips. Subaru, you want to have the villagers to escape while the sanctuary is in a state of chaos, and you want my help in that escape, is that it? Otto, precisely. I'm glad the conversation got moving quickly. We're a bit pressed for time, so I hope Natsuki-san can agree to help without any conditions attached. Subaru, take me through the process first.
Even I'm not going to agree to go in without a plan. I need to make sure we got a chance, since we won't have any excuses once we get caught.
Above all, if they roused up the faction opposing the sanctuary's liberation, it would mean placing Emilia, Roswell and all the hostages in danger. Not that he really cared what would happen to Roswell, but Subaru wanted to keep Emilia, Ram, and Patrash from getting hurt. Otto, I would like it if you could add my name to the list of people you don't want to get hurt as well. Subaru, it's natural for men to endure pain in the gambling halls. Maybe I'm just that old-fashioned kind of guy.
Good men stay out of the house, you know.
Otto, that's the first time I heard that phrase, but I'm already almost completely sure that's not where it's supposed to be used. Subaru made a face at Otto's correct guess, and then, clearing his throat, he brought the conversation back on topic. Subaru, if it's not just some haphazard desperate gamble, then tell me your plan.
After that I'll decide whether to assist you or sell you out.
Otto, it's pretty scary that selling me out is even on the table.
But the plan is straightforward.
We've already talked with the moderate faction of the sanctuary, so while they keep the extremists busy, we'll try to break through the barrier in our dragon carriages.
Then, all that's left is to say goodbye.
Subaru, isn't that just plain reckless?
And who else are you working with?
Otto, that's something I'll tell you once you've agreed to help. But the task we want to leave to Natsuki-san would be persuading the villagers and dealing with the unpredictable Garfield. After all, if it's between the Natsuki-san and the villagers, he'll probably bite onto Natsuki-san. Subaru, my body is pretty good bait, huh? Well, I can't really deny that.
Otto was right.
If it was a choice between Subaru and the refugees, no doubt Garfield will dive straight for Subaru's blood. But, as one would expect, that would mean considerable hardship for Subaru. Subaru, so after all that, we still have no idea where Garfield stands in this, do we? That guy's like family to Louis-san, so he should be with the moderates, but Otto, originally, that was how I'd count him as well, but considering his approach to Natsuki-san and Emilia Summer, it's pretty hard to tell. So, even if we don't consider him an active enemy, we have to treat him as a passive enemy.
That's the consensus we've come to.
Subaru, sounds like your accomplice has a pretty good grasp of the situation. You can count me in.
But, just out of curiosity, what would you've done if I refused to help?
Otto, we'll go around announcing that you've escaped, and then we won't have to worry about any potential threat from Garfield for a while. Subaru, that's just perfect, you bastards.
The moment my hands and feet are freed, you've already got me going against Garfield. God damn it, I've been played.
Scratching his head, Subaru could only accept that he was thoroughly in the palms of Otto and his accomplice's hands. From the moment he was put into this situation, Subaru had no choice but to dance to their will. However, Subaru wasn't as upset he claimed. Because now, by taking part in Otto's plan to free the refugees from the sanctuary, Subaru might just find the answer to why everyone had vanished from the sanctuary. If the plan succeeded, it would at least explain how the refugees could have disappeared from the sanctuary without Subaru's interference.
But that still wouldn't solve the rest of the mystery.
Subaru, it still wouldn't explain how all the residents trapped in the sanctuary went missing.
Subaru could accept the conclusion that those who could leave might have left. But that wouldn't explain how the people who supposedly couldn't leave went missing as well.
Either way, he would have to leave this place in order to find out what happened. By following along with Otto's plan, seeing this loop to the end wouldn't be so pointless after all. Subaru, come to think of it, I'm pretty impressed how you managed to find me. Since this place is probably like a secret hideout in the sanctuary or something. He had already more or less pieced together the details of the interior of the room from Garfield's words and the excessive free time. After looking around the place, Subaru clicked the bones in his neck. Dim crystal lamps served as the only light source inside the room, which had no windows to allow any outside light to enter.
Built out of wood, its shoddy construction showed signs of rain leaking through.
That was probably the source of the sound of dripping water that had gradually worn at the blindfolded Subaru's nerves.
A painful thought.
Otto, well, it certainly wouldn't be easy to find his place using any conventional methods, and I'd say it feels more like a secret base than a hideout. Subaru, looking around again, I'm getting that impression too.
It doesn't seem to be the handiwork of a pro.
It's more like an amateur with too much energy threw a building together based on whatever he felt like. The rundown little cabin was quite far from Subaru's original impressions of his prison.
It was just a narrow, ordinary little shed.
While Subaru was busy going through such sentiments, leaving that aside, Otto gestured to move on with the topic. Otto, finding you was all thanks to me, you know. I believe this is where you give me your most sincere praises, so, what do you think, Natsuki-san?
Subaru, I'm honestly impressed, and you really helped me. So how did you find me?
Otto, Fufufu tilde, do you really want to know? You want to know, right?
You want to know? Subaru, yeah, I wanna know.
You must have used your divine protection of Animal Whispering to talk to the bugs and lizards and plants in the forest to gather information to find me here, huh? Otto, yes, but can you please give me back my sense of superiority?
Otto lamented being destroyed.
All the while, having originally intended it as a joke, Subaru couldn't hide his internal astonishment that it was confirmed. Even though he knew Otto had the divine protection of Animal Whispering, he never thought it would have this kind of practical power. Before, Subaru had followed this divine protection while driving Patrash to save Emilia from danger. That time too, Otto had listened to the bugs and foliage to take one shortcut after another to close the otherwise impossible distance between them.
Subaru, really is handy, your protection.
Otto, it's, honestly not that great of a thing. In front of Subaru's sigh of admiration, Otto's response suddenly became low-spirited. Subaru furrowed his brows at this reaction, but Otto only clenched his fists and did not follow up on it, anyway. Otto, Emilia Summers' trial will begin soon.
Garfield will be at the tomb during that time and away from here. Which means now's our chance.
Subaru, the prep time before executing the plan is way too short, isn't it? If you didn't manage to find me in time, wouldn't your ass be burning with a schedule like that? Whining about how Otto was rushing him, Subaru, who had already agreed to help, gave his body a twist to confirm his physical condition. Although it was nothing to be satisfied with, he had food delivered to his mouth, and his poop cleaned up for him without fail.
Thinking about it now, it was rather embarrassing to not even know who had been doing this for him, which kind of reminded him of that time when he was hospitalized for breaking a leg.
Anyway, aside from the creaking, there seemed to be nothing else wrong with his body. Giving Otto, who was watching him, a nod, he set out his step, and Subaru, can I just ask one last thing? Otto, what is it now, geez? This is really the last one, okay? If we take too long, the plan will move to the next stage and we'll just look like a bunch of idiots. Subaru, my bad. But, why did you take such a risk to help me? Otto, As if a bucket of cold water was just splashed on him, Otto's expression suddenly vanished when he heard Subaru's question. That was actually the first thing Subaru had wanted to ask. No doubt, resolving the conflict between the residents and the refugees would be beneficial to both parties.
It was what Subaru wanted too, and would also support Emilia and Roswell. But
Subaru, I don't see how you'd benefit from all this.
I might just be too dumb to see it, but it really irks me when I don't know.
He didn't want to doubt Otto, but it was true that there was something about this that didn't feel right. The fact was, Otto had been caught up in the sanctuary's problems for no reasons of his own.
He was never supposed to be here, nor did he have anything to do with the royal selection. The moment felt these entangled circumstances to be too troublesome. He could have abandoned any involvement and left by himself. Even if he wanted to strike up a relationship with the Margrave and took that as his goal, the current situation was just way too poor to bet on. Even if it was not as bad as Subaru, surely, Otto wasn't seeing any light at the end of the tunnel.
That was why Subaru couldn't understand what would make Otto brave such dangers to stand by his side. Just as he said, in the 3 days he spent in thought, Subaru really had forgotten about Otto's existence.
Subaru had found no cause to doubt him.
And so, in a sense, one could even say he trusted him. But now, with the weight all the negative conditions piling up, the only way Subaru could truly trust him was if he could understand what Otto was doing it for. So, at the risk of overturning that trust, Subaru needed to know Otto's true intentions. If even Otto had a side to him that Subaru could not trust, then that would just have to. Subaru, please answer me, Otto. Why are you going to such lengths to do this?
He asked quietly.
It was a small, but definite watershed. Stopping his breath, Subaru waited for Otto's answer. And, taking in Subaru's question, Otto gazed back at Subaru in turn, as he chose his words. Otto, what kind of person do you think I am, Natsuki-san? Subaru, someone who'd reach for a penny in front of him while he drops all his belongings on the other hand. I think that's the kind of dopey character I have in mind. Otto, that's a terrible way to think of me. Even though I admit I've done something like that before, it's still irritating to be thought of like that. That really was Subaru's impression of Otto, or, rather, it was the impression Subaru wanted to believe, protesting against that unacceptable evaluation. Really, Otto gave a tired shake of his head. Otto, you know, Natsuki-san. Subaru, yeah? Otto, if I just wanted to help a friend, would that really be so strange? For a moment, unable to understand what he just heard, Subaru's time stopped.
It was several seconds later when time began to move again.
But even as it moved, Subaru still couldn't comprehend the meaning of those words.
What did Otto say, just now?
Friend?
Whose friend? Was there someone with that name around here?
Otto, what's with that face frozen in surprise all of a sudden? Subaru, no, I just suddenly heard the name of someone I didn't know, so I lost track of what you were saying.
Who's this friend-san supposed to be?
Otto, I don't know what kind of conclusion you just reached, but it's completely wrong from head to tail. Not friend.
Like good friends. Subaru, good friends? Who and who?
Otto, me.
And Natsuki-san.
Subaru's eyes opened wide, staring at the out-of-breath Otto in disbelief. And Otto, stomping noisily on the floor, flapped his hands up and down. Are you even listening? Otto, when I was captured by the witch cult and my life was in danger, it was Natsuki-san who saved me.
And there were all those things you said and did to help me after that.
I may have come here in order to meet the Margrave, but that doesn't mean my relationship with Natsuki-san is just one of convenience. Subaru, Otto, at the end of the day, even without these troublesome things, I still think of Natsuki-san as a friend. There may be all sorts of complaints I'd like to raise about my usual treatment, but don't say such unreasonable, stupid things like we don't know each other.
So.
Suddenly feeling embarrassed halfway through, Otto quickly scratched his nose and looked away. Subaru remained silent while listening to Otto's words. And Otto, having reached the end of his speech, stared quizzically at Subaru's lack of reaction. There was a visible unease on his face, probably because Subaru hadn't said anything to confirm what he said just now.
It felt like a situation where someone just opened the door to a friendship sales pitch.
Able to imagine what must be going through Otto's mind, a certain emotion began to swell up in Subaru's heart. And the reaction brought about by that emotion was Subaru, PFFFF. Otto, yes? Subaru, wahahahaha. FR friends?
We're good friends. Ah, is that right, is that right?
Otto, you want to be my friend? Otto, what? Unable to keep his laughter from blowing out, Subaru boorishly slapped the red-faced Otto on the shoulders. Still couldn't stop himself, Subaru kept hugging his belly while stomping the floor. Subaru, phew, friends.
Ah, damn it.
Otto, you bastard, you. Otto, ow.
Ow. What are you doing? Yeah, I was stupid for saying it.
I get it, Natsuki-san doesn't see it that way. But even so, I'm pretty sure it's not something that laughable. Subaru, no, I can't stop laughing. I'm not laughing at you, my stupidity is too damn much, I can't help but laugh at myself.
Using his left hand to wipe away the tears from the explosive laughter, Subaru finally managed to get his urge to laugh under control and regained his composure. Then, he looked at Otto before him.
Otto looked like he painfully regretted mentioning the word friend.
But at this point, the only thing inside Subaru's heart was appreciation and inexpressible gratitude. What was Otto's motivation? What could be hidden behind his mask? What could be believed, and what couldn't be?
Otto called Subaru his friend, and came to help him out of concern. And when he came, Subaru's first thought was to doubt him rather than believe him. That was just how foolish he was.
Thinking that there must be something in it for him, something malicious at play, that was just how petty Subaru was.
Having been tossed around by his circumstances, Subaru had lost sight of the feelings of the people around him, and, believing only in the existence of malice while forgetting the existence unconditional kindness, he had even forgotten what gratitude was. Did Natsuki Subaru know so much about the world, that he could just give up and throw it away? After only these few loops of repeating the world through death, did he imagine that he was now enlightened? All the while, he didn't even notice he had a true friend at his side. Unaware of Subaru's self-admonishment and deprecation, even more confusion floated onto Otto's face. Seeing this, Subaru managed to form a smile, and suddenly drew in a cheerful breath.
Subaru, I'm sorry. You are my friend, Otto. Thank you, for saving me.
The building where Garfield had imprisoned him was secluded deep within the forest, far from the village where the people of the sanctuary resided. If Otto wasn't there to guide him, Subaru would have long lost way in the interwoven paths. Subaru, thinking of it that way, we'd be pretty screwed without your divine protection, huh? Otto, please keep your voice down. I don't know the way either, so I'm trying to rely on the flowers and frogs and lizards right now.
If we offend them, they could trick us or guide us off a cliff. Subaru, nature's creatures are scary.
Otto carefully listened as he cautiously chose the path. While Subaru, following behind, ran perilously through the gaps between the trees, trying to get used to seeing with only one eye.
Naturally, it was painful to lose his depth perception, and the right half of his vision.
The full-on feeling of loss would probably hit him later on, but it was doing its job, hindering his movements rather effectively right now. However, Subaru didn't feel any resentment towards Garfield for these injuries. Considering what he himself had done, Subaru was aware that he had brought it upon himself. Besides, there was always something incomprehensible and contradictory about Garfield.
But Subaru wasn't ready to settle with that reasoning.
If he just gave his imagination a little more to work with, perhaps he would be able to form an idea of Garfield. Subaru, there's still too much I don't know, including whether he has a gospel or not.
But he had to shelve that question for now.
While he was reluctant to let it go, Subaru made a small sound when a branch grazed his right ear as he struggled to step over the roots.
Then, "Otto, I see it. We'll come out at the village soon."
Hearing Otto's call, Subaru strained his narrow vision to focus ahead.
Between the gaps of the trees, through the dark and green, he saw the lights of the village.
Coming out of the forest, at once, the light of the moon and stars shone down from above their heads, as Subaru's dark field of vision cleared up. Catching his breath, Subaru looked over his surroundings and confirmed that they had returned to the village of the sanctuary. Since the time was already night after moonrise, by now, Emilia would have probably started her trial at the tomb. A desire surged up within him, to run there so he could be at her side. But pushing down that emotion once more, Subaru turned back to Otto, and "Subaru, if the trial is happening right now, then this is time to escape. So what are the arrangements, and where are we meeting with our accomplice?" "Otto, well, our accomplice." Looking up at Subaru's rapid-fire question, Otto started to point his hand towards the direction of the village.
But that movement was interrupted halfway through. And the reason was a voice. "There's no need to worry, I'm already here."
Cutting into their conversation, a person stepped out with the sound of a footstep.
An extravagant, black maid's dress.
Its white apron, gleaming under the starlight, adorning the lovely girl who still carried some remnants of childishness, like something out of a dream. "Ram, for now. Well, I'll just congratulate you on your safe return, Barusu." With her peach-colored hair swaying, Otto's accomplice, Ram, greeted Subaru with her usual refreshing expression, spewing venom. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 40, Accomplice.
A whole variety of words flashed through Subaru's mind at this sudden, abrupt and unexpected meeting, but "Subaru, is looking like this what you call a safe return?" Sticking a finger at his right eye, the destroyed organ, Subaru indignantly pointed this out to Ram. Currently, the whole area around Subaru's right eye was bandaged with cloth ripped from his sleeve, creating something that might be rather popular with junior high schoolers. If this Date Masamune look was just for fashion, it might be something to laugh about later, but since Ram should know what kind of awful state Subaru was in, that reaction was utterly inappropriate. Hearing Subaru's objection, Ram slightly tilted her head and gently brushed her peach-colored hair that was swaying with her motion. "Ram, sorry, I didn't pay proper attention to what you usually look like, so I can't tell the difference." Subaru, well, thanks for that devastating remark, but did you know that humanoid lifeforms usually have 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 2 nostrils? Ram, in other words, Barusu is currently not a humanoid lifeform, but instead some random unintelligible lifeform?
Subaru, you turned that on its head? Having this usual exchange with Ram, Subaru scanned over his surroundings with his left field of vision. While checking whether there was anyone else lurking in the shadows besides Ram, he was also searching for possible escape routes. Must buy some time and determine where to run. "Subaru, Otto, on 1 2 3 we split and run. Your job'll be shouting and drawing the pursuer's attention. My job will be keeping quiet and slinking away." Any objections? Otto, yes, lots, but before that, why are you so wary all of a sudden, Natsuki-san? Subaru, what are you, stupid? They're onto us. Just look at that Ram's eyes. She wants to kill us. No mistake about it. I see those eyes every day at the mansion, trust me. Otto, what is there to trust about a man who's looked on daily with murderous disdain?
Subaru anxiously whispered his escape plan and task assignments to Otto, but Otto didn't seem to get the point.
Crap.
Subaru briefly considered leaving Otto to die and escaping alone, but, remembering their talk about friendship earlier, he couldn't help but hesitate on the matter.
Subaru, damn it, just when I thought I was freed from my cuffs, I got tied down by the fetters of friendship.
What do you want with me? Otto, you're the one who should explain yourself.
If you don't express yourself more clearly, there's no way for conversation to take place. Also, since the potential for misunderstanding here is incredible, I want you to please do something about that.
Ram, if you two could please wrap up your comedy skit, can we move things along?
In fact, things are already moving along. We don't have time for this. This is a waste of time, in other words, a waste of life. Faced with the two men trying to push responsibility onto each other, Ram shot them a look of contempt, before taking a step forward and cutting into the main subject. However, Subaru wasn't entirely joking.
In fact, he was quite earnest in trying to drag on the conversation while looking for an escape route.
Because.
Subaru, honestly, I thought the moment you saw my face you'd try to kill me, no questions asked. Ram, if we had met directly after you laid your violence upon Roswell Summer, it might have turned out that way. But the passage of time has tempered my anger somewhat. Be grateful to Garf. Subaru, even though it's thanks to Garfield that I'm not dead right now, I can't just change my opinion of someone who did this to my face so easily. Still not letting down his guard, Subaru scratched his neck as he replied to Ram.
On the other hand, watching him, Ram seemed quite relaxed and without any sense of hostility.
At least, she didn't look like she was going to literally attack him, no questions asked.
Then the next question on Subaru's mind would be, Subaru, Otto said we're supposed to meet with someone here, but.
Ram, yes, I know. Otto, Natsuki-san.
I know it might be difficult to believe, but the fact is exactly what you see.
Seeing his roundabout question answered with a nod, Subaru turned to Otto, who gave an identical answer. Crossing his arms and bending his lips, Subaru made a, Subaru, if I accept what I see, since you are the one who showed up here, you would be Otto's accomplice.
The person helping the people of Ilam village escape?
Ram, you're not wrong there. Both Garf and Lewis Summer are presently occupied with Emilia Summer's trial. With all the major players gathered at the tomb, now is our only chance.
Emphasizing that they don't have much time, Ram laid on the pressure to hurry. But Subaru still couldn't shake the sense of incongruity.
Seeing him hold up his hand to stop her, Ram shot him a silent glare. And, pulling himself together so as not to get crushed by that sharpened gaze, Subaru went on with, tell me. Subaru, why would you be helping with the villagers' escape?
Even if we take 100 steps back and assume you're just doing this out of goodwill, it still makes no sense getting me involved.
And just since when did you become the kind of person who gives up on screwing with me once your anger cools off?
The questions are endless. Ram, that is indeed a lot of questions. Verbosity does not make men popular, Barusu.
Subaru, that doesn't sound very convincing when you've got a crush on a man even chattier than I am. Answer me, Ram.
I can't imagine a situation where you'd be able to put your grudges aside and work with me. And yet here you are, which could only mean this is.
Taking a deep breath, Subaru himself was afraid of what he was about to say. If things were really as Subaru imagined, then his actions here would be. Firmly closing his eye, he clenched his teeth so as to not let out any noise from his weakness.
Don't be afraid. Don't be frightened. Don't show weakness. Steel your heart and do not waver.
Right now, it will be fine if he just held back his emotions, didn't show that he was wavering, and turned himself to steel. Subaru, all on Roswell's instructions.
That's the only plausible explanation.
But after the violent way I acted towards him, why would he help me?
You probably know more about that than I do.
Ram. Confronted with Subaru's reasoning, Ram became silent. But the only image within Subaru's mind was Roswell with his gospel.
If he had been in possession of that book of prophecies all this time, then his loyal, devoted confidant, Ram must have surely known about it.
Of course, she would not know the details. If she really did know all its contents, then that would mean Ram had allowed a future where Rem was left to die. Subaru,
But that is an impossible supposition. Subaru knew it was nothing more than supposition.
When she lost Rem, before there was any special circumstance where she had forgotten Rem's existence, Subaru saw firsthand the older Oni sister's reaction at the loss of her younger sister. For that reason alone, Subaru was convinced that Ram could not have known of any prophecies where Rem would be left to die. But then again, just how much was she involved in Roswell's plots?
Roswell had yet to reveal the full extent of his plans. And Ram, being his closest confidant, just how much did she? Subaru, answer me, Ram. Why are you helping us?
If all this is following that bastard Roswell's scripts, then sorry, Otto, and I can take it from here.
You won't be needed.
Otto, Natsuki-san.
Subaru, quiet, Otto.
There's no time to explain the details, and I won't be able to guarantee your safety if you knew, so I won't tell you, but frankly, this time I am crazy pissed. At least I know I can't hear Roswell's name and still keep a clear head. Touching the bandage over his throbbing right eye, Subaru stomped on the ground as he shouted at Otto for trying to stop him. The sensation of flying at Roswell and strangling his slender throat lingered in Subaru's palms. The sensation of the impulse to take another person's life, and of acting upon that impulse, remained present and tactile. It was accompanied by a raw and grotesque vividness, and now that he had regained his senses, recalling it only brought out the urge to vomit, along with the piercing ringing in his ears and aching of his skull like the memory of a nightmare. Subaru had no desire to ever repeat that scene again.
But
Subaru, I know what I did was wrong, but whether I regret it is a different story.
He trampled on something I must not permit to be trampled on. And for that I dealt him pain.
Ram, by that logic, I doubt Barusu could protest if I chose to exact revenge upon you. Subaru, that's why I got ready to turn ass and run the moment I saw you.
But that ended up in failure because Otto's a klutz.
Otto, why was I needlessly defamed just now? And I'll have you know, if I really turned ass and ran, I'd have disappeared so fast that even Natsuki-san's ass couldn't catch up. Subaru, enough with the ass, is potty humor all you've got? Potty mouth. Otto, I don't know what that means, but I get the feeling I've just been horribly slandered.
It feels like it.
Seeing Subaru and Otto descending into their usual banter, Ram cleared her throat and put a stop to that. Subaru resumed narrowing his eye, glaring at her, and, receiving that gaze, Ram spilled out a sigh. Ram, you can relax.
This act, at least, is not related to Roswell Summers' will. Subaru, not related.
To Roswell?
No, but that means. Hearing Ram deny Roswell's involvement, Subaru could not conceal his shock. In that case, it would mean Ram had independently chose to help with the escape. But that wasn't the only problem.
Subaru, if Roswell isn't involved, then this wasn't written in the Gospel? Wait, in that case, just how much is written in the Gospel in the first place? Because Subaru flew into a rage immediately after they came to the topic of the Gospel, he hadn't managed to learn more about the book itself. However, if this so-called complete Gospel was truly an omnipotent prophetic book capable of describing the entirety of the future, then Subaru, how detailed are the texts recorded inside, and how large does its volume get? If its scope was the entirety of the world, and detailed everything that happened and will ever happen, then the sheer volume of information would surely not fit inside a single book.
Besides, the human mind is far too small to comprehend every single event that will happen in this world.
Therefore, Subaru judged that the Gospel would have picked and chose which information about the future it would record in its pages such that it would be within range of what its owner could comprehend. Subaru, the contents of Patel Khan's incomplete Gospel were appended one after another, it seems. But I haven't actually seen it happen, so I can't be sure. That fanatic's Gospel, with its latter half blank, seemed to have text appended to the empty pages every time there was a new prophecy. At least, Subaru was certain that the number of pages had changed from when he first acquired it after defeating Betelgeuse. Later, he had tried to investigate it further, but was incapable of reading the words.
Moreover, due to its sinister nature, he had hoped to investigate it in Roswell's presence, but that was no longer possible under the present situation.
And so, even if Subaru wanted to take this any further, with so little information to sample from, it remained nothing more than empty conjecture. Nonetheless, Subaru did have his doubts about just how reliable and precise the completed gospel could be. Seeing this, Ram placed a hand over her lips, as if in thought. Ram, I am not authorized to speak on this matter. And although my presence here is not due to Roswell Summers' will, the fact that Ram's heart is wholly devoted to him remains unchanged. Subaru, that's some head over heels overload, get a room, damn it.
Ram, however.
Cursing, Subaru lamented that his route for gathering information had been closed off. But, inserting that word, Ram watched Subaru's face rise in surprise, and in a quiet voice.
Ram, what is certain is that this situation was not written. And it is precisely because it was not written that I am able to be here. Subaru, I don't understand what that means. In the end, what are you trying to do? To help us?
And even if you want to help, is that by your own volition?
Ram, I will help the evacuation. That is Ram's own intention. Roswell Summer, now that it has become like this, will not do anything to stop us.
Subaru, now that it has become like this? Those words bothered Subaru more than just a little, but despite his doubtful prompt, Ram didn't seem to have any intention of answering him.
Most likely, the answer was also outside of what she was allowed to say.
Ultimately, Subaru still couldn't find out the precision and nature of Roswell's gospel. And all he picked up was the suspicion that perhaps even the complete gospel could not foresee everything in the future. Subaru, well, even just knowing that might give me some advantage next time I interrogate Roswell. Shelving that question for now, Subaru muttered as he forced himself to wrap up the current situation.
But even he didn't have any idea what his statement actually meant.
Subaru, there's still some room for debate whether or not I could believe Ram from the bottom of my heart, but we can worry about that later.
I want to check our arrangements first.
So, what actually happened? Ram, from the day after Barusu behaved like an idiot, we have been preparing towards today's evacuation. But since the villagers refused to move without first confirming Barusu's safety, we wound up having to waste time searching for an ambiguously alive Barusu. Subaru, well, sorry for not dying in clear black and white.
Actually, who are you calling an idiot?
Anyway, the day after I acted violently. There was something strange about the date that tugged at Subaru, but he couldn't quite put it into words. And, just like this, Ram and Otto gave Subaru a rough explanation of the escape plan.
In short, it would be:
Subaru, Ram has gotten the moderates to open up an escape route, so we'll escape under the cover of night in the dragon carriages. Otto will lead the way, and my job will be to be the mascot who unites the villagers and gets them to leave the sanctuary without any worries, is that right? Otto, I don't know what a mascot is, but none of us can evacuate without knowing that Natsuki-san is safe. Well, in the end, I guess Ram-san and I couldn't gain their trust to lead the evacuation just by ourselves. Subaru, so at a time like this, my fame from the Mabeast attack actually came in handy, huh? Guess you never know when you'll be repaid for the things you do, better make sure to set up opportunities to risk my life more often. Otto, as far as I know, somehow Natsuki-san's been constantly walking the fine line between life and death with the white whale and the witch cult and all. Is that actually because you keep looking for that kind of close call situations? Otto muttered in bafflement at Subaru's remark. And with, no, Subaru shook his head back and forth in reply. Subaru, I have no idea why I get so many opportunities to be exposed to the world's malice either. Oh, by the way, I've also walked a thin line with death with an assassin lady who loves opening people's stomachs and throwing intestine parties, you know. Otto, even though there are people who boast about their painful experiences, hearing this from someone who's passed through this many painful and terrifying situations, it really puts all the other tall tales to shame. Seeing Subaru shoot him a thumbs up, Otto only powerlessly smiled as he gave him a thumbs up back. With this, Subaru's conversation came to an end, and Subaru, all right then, let's get to it.
Time-wise, how much leeway do you think we have?
Ram, if nothing deviates from usual, it will be approximately 2 hours before Amelia Summer gives up and comes out of the tomb. She has probably only just entered the trial, so conservatively, there should still be about an hour and a half.
Even if it takes 30 minutes before departure, we will still have an hour of leeway. Subaru, an hour, ha. If we have that, we can at least get beyond the sanctuary's barrier. If they could just get beyond the barrier, that would at least eliminate any obstructions from the sanctuary's side.
They would be out of reach of the extremists who don't want the sanctuary to be liberated, but there was still something else about the barrier that could not be overlooked. Subaru raised his head, holding a hand to his chin, and, Ram, he called to the peach-colored haired girl.
Subaru, about the barrier, there's still a problem.
Once we're through, the extremists won't be able to follow us, but… Ram, Garf, right?
Subaru, you already knew?
Ram, he is Frederica's little brother, so I haven't known him for as long as she has. But, although I hate to say this, he is something of an old friend since Roswell Summer took Ram into his charge 7 years ago. A piece of the information he gathered from the last loop was revealed just like that. Although he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed, Subaru was nonetheless relieved that his understanding was corroborated by a second source. Facing Ram's deadpan expression, he continued, "So what do we do?" "Subaru, when he finds out I've escaped from prison, Garfield will definitely come after us. He's already found me suspicious, and now that I've escaped, I doubt he'll go easy on me this time. Although whether he crosses the barrier will still depend on whether he feels like it." "Ram, why are you so sure Garf will pursue us? At least, he respects Lewis Summers' will, so he should be counted as one of the moderates. Even after he imprisoned Barusu, it would at most indicate that he owes no allegiance to either side."
"Subaru, the reason that guy's after me
is There was a reason why Garfield hated Subaru to the point of hostility.
No doubt, that reason was the witch's lingering scent emanating from Subaru's body.
Picking up this scent, compounding after each return by death, Garfield regarded Subaru with the utmost caution and hostility.
And the result of him baring his fangs and acting on that hostility was the current situation.
And yet, the fact that Garfield nevertheless healed and kept the dying Subaru alive only served to show a glimpse of the rational side to his simplicity. Having reached this conclusion in his head, Subaru wasn't sure whether he should say it out loud. It felt like a long time ago by now, but the first person to mention the witch's lingering scent on Subaru was Rem. From those fragments of Rem's words, Subaru could sense her strong hatred for the witch cult, and that somehow, Ram had something to do with it as well. In other words, whatever happened with the witch cult was not irrelevant to Ram. Just hearing the words witch cult had made Rem lose her composure.
So then just what would this fact mean to Ram?
Ram, Barusu? Subaru, oh, you were. Ram, you suddenly went quiet, what's wrong? Your face is unsightly to begin with, but if you add that oafish incompetence on top of it, there truly is not a single part left worth looking at.
Subaru, what's with that merciless ruthlessness while making that refreshing expression, you? And the reason Garfield is after me? Well, it's because I attacked Roswell. Looking away, Subaru avoided mentioning the witch's scent.
Instead, he cited his scuffle, or, more accurately, his one-sided assault on Roswell. Subaru, if something happens to Roswell, the functioning of the whole sanctuary will be affected.
I doubt he'll let me get away after I tried pulling something like that.
Ram, frankly, that is an overwhelmingly boring excuse, but never mind, considering Ram also has matters which I cannot speak of. Despite Barusu's impudence, it would be unfair if I forced you to speak your thoughts. Subaru, you just can't talk to me without taking a bite out of me, huh? Am I right, Otto? Otto, I feel like I really can't accept the fact that Natsuki-san is asking me for validation on this. Subaru said this seeking agreement, but Otto only returned a grudging gaze.
Pretending not to understand what it meant, Subaru responded with a shrug.
Turning her back to the pair's unnutritious banter, Ram looked up to the sky and narrowed her eyes against the moonlight. Ram, a pale moon, a crazed moon.
That night was also a moonlit night like this. She whispered in a voice so quiet that it was inaudible. Once it got underway, everything moved along swiftly.
In the first place, even without Subaru, the plans for the evacuation have already been set in motion, and only the final stage required Subaru to act as the trigger. While the dragon carriages were being prepared, the villagers boarded quickly, and from the assignment of passengers to the cooperation between the drivers, everything proceeded with such smooth coordination that the 30-minute it was supposed to take before departure only took 15. Although, Subaru wasn't sighing with admiration at the result.
Subaru, actually, instead of 15 minutes, it could have been even shorter. Probably 5, if. With the villagers' high spirits, it certainly could have been.
But what ended up putting a damper on that was none other than Subaru himself. Returning to the villagers, Subaru had hoped to begin preparations for the evacuation right away, but with him just waltzing in like that, everyone instantly noticed his missing right eye. The villagers looked like they were about to scream revenge for Subaru's lost eye, but Subaru barely managed to calm them by telling them that the eye wasn't gone but only healing, a lie which they somehow accepted, and only then did the evacuation begin.
Subaru, still. It's not a bad feeling to be worried about.
Subaru never thought there would be this many people shocked by his injury, and even after seeing it for himself, he still couldn't quite believe it. Natsuki Subaru was supposed to be an isolated, alone to the end, insignificant existence incapable of making anyone feel anything.
That was what he believed.
And yet, before he knew it, there was suddenly so many people willing to feel outrage for his sake. He was just bragging earlier about his achievements from the trouble with the Mabeasts, but Subaru hadn't actually done all that much.
It was Rem who saved the children in the forest, and it was also Rem who hunted down most of the Mabeasts afterwards.
Roswell was the one who annihilated them in the end, and there didn't seem to be a single instant where Subaru did anything of note. Subaru,
So that's why.
Coming to this point, he realized the truth that he had kept bottled up thus far. The authority of gluttony had consumed all memories of Rem within this world. Aside from Subaru's memories, where she still remained, only her empty vessel was left in this world. Aside from that, every trace, evidence, and memory of her had been lost. So then, what happened to the events that occurred as a consequence of her actions? Most likely, all her actions had been attributed to other people, and all the scenes she ever appeared in had been rationalized and rewritten within the memories of those who knew her in the least implausible way.
Subaru, and everyone Rem had saved, are now turning their gratitude towards her at me.
Come to think of it, Petra's unconditional attachment towards Subaru was probably because, to her, Subaru was the one who risked his life to carry her out of the forest.
That must be what the incomplete world had forcibly inscribed into her memories.
Otherwise, how could she possibly have such faith in a suspicious-looking stranger of unknown origins after having spent only a few days together? In other words, although unconsciously, Subaru had time and again reaped the rewards of Rem's actions, as if it were only natural. Subaru, makes me want to vomit.
This idiotic trash I am. Spitting out these thoughts, Subaru realized that all the blessings showered upon him were from that sleeping girl's accomplishments.
That lovely blue-haired girl remained a warmth within his chest even now. Even forgotten by all the world, perhaps her devotion to Subaru still persisted. Although, that may just be Subaru's sentimental and convenient delusion. Patrash, .. Subaru, don't worry.
I'm fine, you're also. Another good girl wasted on me.
Patrash looked back with a worried glance. Taking care not to disturb her mounted master's thoughts, her movements maintained its fluidity in spite of its speed.
Regardless of her divine protection of wind evasion, she was galloping with this high awareness in mind.
Subaru hadn't ridden Patrash alone like this without a carriage since the battles with the White Whale and the Witch Cult, already a week ago. Perhaps a bit dissatisfied with pulling heavy loads, now released from the burden, Patrash's gait seemed especially light while carrying Subaru. Nevertheless, she was worried when she first saw the one-eyed Subaru, and had used her rough tongue to lick all over his face as though to console him.
While reminiscing on his reunion with Patrash, Subaru glanced behind him. It was a secret evacuation of 6 dragon carriages.
Actually, since the creaking of the carriages and commotion of their movements were unconcealable, the situation was far from secret. But they still proceeded at the slowest possible speed in order to avoid discovery as best as they could. Most of the drivers were the merchants hired earlier to evacuate the villagers from the witch cult on the promise of payment, who had no business getting mixed up in all this. Subaru had worried that there would be considerable dissatisfaction among them, but seeing them tensely gripping their reins, Subaru realized that his worries were unnecessary. At least, they were not the kind of people who would let emotion get in the way at critical junctures.
It was then.
Natsuki-san, Natsuki-san. Deep in thought, Subaru suddenly heard a voice calling to him from the leading carriage. Turning towards that voice, he saw Otto, leading the line of carriages, managing his favorite dragon Furyu while gesturing Subaru over. Subaru, what is it?
The evacuation is going well, I think.
Otto, it's almost going too well.
But, we've got a problem.
Lowering his voice, Otto leaned towards Subaru, who was riding parallel to his carriage.
He covered a hand over his mouth so the dragon carriages behind wouldn't see.
Otto, Natsuki-san, please listen carefully. Subaru, Otto, the forest is chattering.
Something outrageous is coming. Hearing this overly vague statement, Subaru could make no other reaction except furrow his brows.
But Otto's expression was dead serious as he said this, and the atmosphere was certainly not one to be laughed off. Subaru gulped down a breath, and looked back and forth between Otto and the train of carriages behind him. Subaru, that's something outrageous, is it coming up to us? Otto, much of what the trees say are vague and inexact, so I can't be sure.
But it might catch up to us at our current speed. So at least we should consider speeding up a bit.
Otto proposed this with cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Sensing from his ghastly expression that there was definitely something, Subaru decided to signal Patrash and gave the order for the carriage train to accelerate. At this distance, if they sprinted full speed towards barrier, then... Oi. This many people out for a stroll in the middle of night and didn't even think to invite me. Sure feels left out.
Shot out of the air like an arrow, ripping through the silence of the forest, the voice reverberated upon Subaru's eardrums. Patrash's feet dug into the ground as she skidded to a stop.
The black ground dragon lowered her head and bared her fangs, and once more, she directed her hostility towards her one-time adversary. Seeing the ground dragon poised for battle, the golden-haired youth amusedly twisted his lips into a smile.
Garfield, ha.
Still ain't afraid after getting that thrashing? You're a good girl indeed. Like how fingers clutch tighter thmorth's shiny stone sparkles, yeah? Making this proclamation while flashing his bleach-white fangs, the guardian of the sanctuary obstructed the path.
As if flaunting the threat of something outrageous.
ARC-4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 41, Tiger.
Presenting a defenseless posture, Garfield stood there with his arms dangling at his side. Seeing him blocking the road, Subaru warily scanned his gaze over his surroundings. There could be others lying in ambush. But still, part of him already knew that if his opponent was Garfield, no amount of caution would do any good.
If he personally came, then he must have come alone. Sure enough, Subaru couldn't sense anyone else in the vicinity.
Confirming that his caution had been unnecessary, Subaru finally let out a sigh and patted the back of the still wary Patrash's neck. Subaru, I don't care if you wanna suddenly show up out of nowhere, but you mind not flirting with other people's partners right off the bat? Garfield, I ain't one for lies or pretty words.
Just saying whatever comes to mind.
I always get scolded by Granny and Ram for that too. Hearing the joke stalling for time, Garfield clacked his fangs and looked up as his smile gradually disappeared.
Receiving that gaze with his single eye, Subaru raised up one finger.
Subaru, it seems kinda unnatural for you to be here, mind explaining a bit? Garfield, ain't no big story behind it. I'm the Fangs of Thanctuary, and I ain't gonna let you run away from the eyes of Thanctuary like that.
There you go.
Well, so much for a consolation prize, yeah? Seeing Garfield say this with a light wave of his hand, Subaru furrowed his brows. If, as Subaru imagined, eyes was a code name for something similar to grass, then the eyes Garfield mentioned probably meant something along the lines of sentinels.
But
Subaru, I never heard Ram mention there being anything like that in the sanctuary. Garfield, you think outsiders would know everything there's to know about the sanctuary?
there's a mountain of things even that Roswell bastard doesn't know.
This is just one of them, yeah?
Be damned if you knew about 'em.
Seeing Subaru confused by his murky statement, Garfield relentlessly laid this down. And as Subaru fell speechless, Garfield snorted and turned his eyes to the line of dragon carriages behind. Garfield, those there would be all the refugees, yeah? Subaru, yeah.
Say, Garfield.
I know it was our bad for trying to quietly sneak away and all, but can you just please let us go? After all, it wouldn't be a bad thing for you either, right?
Garfield, huh?
While being stared down by his intimidating gaze, Subaru unconcernedly gestured to the carriages behind him. Subaru, right now, letting the hostages leave is also in order to avoid the possibility of any further conflict, isn't it? I heard there's already small skirmishes sparking up, so before things get out of hand, isn't it better to deal with it first, once and for all?
Garfield,
Subaru, you and Lewis-san both want the sanctuary to be liberated, right?
Nothing good can come from leaving this dangerous spark inside.
So, it's a lot more advantageous to let us leave, isn't it?
Quiet and composed, Subaru tried to use all of his skills of persuasion on Garfield.
Besides, what Subaru said wasn't entirely out of convenience. In fact, from Garfield's standpoint, letting the refugees leave was indeed the more advantageous choice.
Aside from the secrecy of the operation.
Subaru, I'm not asking you to personally be okay with it, but, considering the circumstances. Garfield, oi, it seems there's something you're misunderstanding. Subaru, misunderstanding? Garfield, you're so convinced I'm butting in here to stop you.
But it's like you said, I got no reason to stop the evacuation.
So there's no need wasting your breath with all these excuses. Cutting Subaru off, Garfield snorted at his presumption. And hearing this reply, Subaru closed his mouth once more. Owing to the bad premonition that preceded Garfield's appearance, Subaru had indeed let himself run ahead of the conversation.
In fact, on a rational level, what Garfield said was right. But still. Subaru, if that's the case, then why are you here?
Garfield, just came to see you off.
If you guys wanna leave, that's your thing. But leaving without a representative from the sanctuary's no different from escaping, ain't it?
If I'm here to watch, t'other guys can't say much about it. Subaru, you've been thinking a lot more than I expected, huh? Although Garfield's display of sensibility and intellect was more than a little surprising, Subaru nevertheless accepted his argument. Garfield, on the other hand, folded his arms and nodded at Subaru's rather impolite comment. Garfield, that's obvious, ain't it?
I ain't just strong, I think through all sorts of things. I'm the strongest, after all.
Subaru, I feel a little relieved to hear that. By the way, there's no need to mention my right eye or anything, you know.
Garfield, huh? Is that right?
You took off the blindfold and found out, huh? Just had to do all the unnecessary things, you bastard. Wait, oi. Listening to Garfield's boasting, Subaru stuck a finger at his right eye. And while dealing the issue of Subaru's missing eye, Garfield suddenly turned his attention to Otto, who had rescued Subaru. Sitting behind them on the driver's platform of the dragon carriage, Otto shrunk in his neck and slightly tried to hide himself from the razor-sharp glare. Seeing that wimpy reaction, Garfield clicked his neck with, "Speakin' of which," and continued. Garfield, you're pretty calm for someone who's just lost an eye, ain't ya? Honestly, I was prepared for some complaints or revenge from ya. Subaru, it'll take me till next morning to finish saying all the complaints and we're a bit short on time.
And if I try to get revenge, I'll probably just lose my left eye too. So I'll just let sleeping dogs lie.
Garfield, what's that supposed to mean? Kinda pissin' me off, oi. Garfield was a bit dissatisfied with Subaru's reply, but Subaru, sensing no need to continue down this topic, only lightly rubbed his right eye with his palm, and Subaru, so you'll just stand by like this and let everyone return to their village? Garfield, it's pretty rude to leave without saying goodbye, but that's taken care of since I'm here.
So do what you like.
Subaru, then, we'll just go ahead and Garfield, except. Just as the line of dragon carriages were about to move, Garfield's voice cut through the air. Slouching down his upper body, Garfield casted a slanted gaze towards Patrash and Subaru. Garfield, not you, you stay.
The hostages can go. The noisy lil bro can go.
Ram.
Well, she can go too if she wants. But not you. Subaru, and why is that?
Garfield, there's Emilia Summers' motivation as well, but most important's to do with you yourself. A bastard stinking of thwitch like you think I'd let you leave just like that?
Subaru, again.
Giving his nose a flick, the golden-haired youth threatened. Although Subaru was already getting tired of this complaint, he nonetheless nodded. Subaru, so the condition is that I stay in the sanctuary. Can we agree there? Garfield, could you get in it straight off the bat?
If it dragged on too long, my head's not gonna bother remembering all that.
Subaru, you really just say whatever comes to mind, huh? All right, I understand. I'll just go convey this to everyone. Wait here. Arriving at the main issue, the negotiation came to an end. Although there wasn't actually much negotiating involved, Subaru simply accepted the terms before turning back to his companions, to relay the information to the drivers, Otto and Ram. Subaru, basically, as long as I stay behind, he'll let everyone pass through safely.
There's no point in whining here, so I think we should just accept the proposal.
Otto, as much as I want to say that is indeed a very good condition if he can let us go peacefully, would those behind us really be okay with it? In the first place, they would have stubbornly refused to escape without Natsuki-san. Subaru, that's right, it'll take quite a bit of effort to convince everyone.
But since we're already on the move, everyone's probably eager to return to the village.
I don't think me leaving the group partway through will win out against their eagerness to go home. In response to Otto's concerns, Subaru held a hand to his jaw in thought. In fact, the refugees should be very eager to return home to their village. While Subaru was glad that they would put his safety on the same scale as their desire to go home, at this point, there was no choice but to break that balance. Otto, Natsuki-san. Subaru, well, considering this sentiment, I don't think it'll be too difficult to convince them.
But it could turn out badly unless I do all the talking. So, I'll be right back. Everyone please get the dragon carriages ready to set out while. Ram, I don't like it.
Subaru's prompt instruction was cut off by Ram's abrupt interruption. Slapped by this along with Otto's concerned gaze, Subaru gave Ram an awkward look, and with, scratching his head. Subaru, Garfield just said something similar too, but it's not a good habit to always say these things that shave away at people's motivation, you know. Ram, Barusu, don't you realize it yourself?
What you said just now. Subaru, what I said?
Subaru tilted his head at Ram's words, and couldn't think of any noteworthy details. Unsure what exactly she was referring to, he furrowed his brows looking confused. Seeing this, Ram let out a disappointed sigh. Ram, if you don't know, then never mind.
It's just as Roswell Summer said.
Now that it had become like this, no matter what Ram does, it is futile. Subaru, wait, what the hell are you saying?
So you know too, don't you? You knew that it would turn out like this.
Ram, that is meaningless to Barusu now.
Only a waste of time. Subaru, you.
Subaru ground his teeth watching Ram say this with her head held high with an all-knowing air. And sensing the dangerous atmosphere brewing between the two, with, wait, Otto stepped between them. Otto, can you two stop arguing?
Like Ram-san said, this is a waste of time. Wasting time is the same as wasting the chance to make money. So can you guys calm down?
For me? That's it, it's decided. Okay.
Subaru, TCH.
Anyway, I'll go explain it to everyone. Ram, TCH.
Ram has nothing more to say.
Otto, can you two please not click your tongues at me while you speak? As always, Otto dejectedly protested his treatment, but since that was his job, there was not much he could do about it. Nevertheless, it was thanks to Otto's efforts that things did not break between them. Subaru passed by the dragon carriages one by one, and explained Garfield's terms. The Alam villagers all showed a bitter expression when they heard that Subaru would stay behind, but seeing that Subaru himself was fine with it, and because they had lived as refugees for so long that their desire to return home was overwhelming, they had no choice but to reluctantly accept. While he was grateful for their reluctance to leave him behind, Subaru finally managed to convince everyone. After returning to tell Ram and Otto, he rode on atop Patrash to face Garfield.
Subaru, we've finished our talks. Your condition is fine. So let everyone through.
Garfield, except you, yeah?
They get going then. This ground dragon, she stayin'?
Subaru, it'll be a bit rough on my stamina to have to walk back alone.
So I guess Patrash will have to stay cooped up for a little while longer.
He placed his hand on his partner, who had to be stuck with the likes of him, and Patrash gave her body a shake as if saying, "You know I don't mind, geez," and turned her head away. Interpreting her movement this way, Subaru lined up beside Garfield and watched the dragon carriages set out along the path out of the sanctuary. Seeing the faces of the villagers looking back at him through the dragon carriage windows, Subaru wryly smiled and waved to them in return. Subaru, Otto, after you get back to the village, do not go to the mansion.
Come back immediately if you can.
Otto?
I don't understand.
But, why? I was thinking we'd have to report into Frederica to let her know, right?
Subaru, never mind.
It'll probably be tomorrow morning by the time you return to the village.
But just in case, at least don't go there until the afternoon.
Otto showed a confused expression at Subaru's instructions. But Subaru, unable to answer his doubts, only gestured with his chin, signaling him to go on ahead. Tonight was the fifth night, the threshold of fate that was the final deadline when Elsa would attack the mansion. If things progressed the same way as the first loop, then at this point, no doubt Elsa had already begun her attack.
But no matter how depraved Elsa may be, it was still unlikely that she would descend on the village and massacre its inhabitants.
So as long as Otto didn't enter the mansion, he shouldn't be touched by the danger. Of course, doing this would be none other than abandoning those in the mansion, Frederica, and Petra.
And Beatrice, and Rem. Subaru, this time, I'll use everything to find out what happened in the sanctuary.
That's
already decided. If I try to be greedy, I'll only end up with nothing.
That's the reason I have stand by and watch, isn't it?
Emerging in his chest was the guilt of watching while allowing the worst to happen.
Suppressing that guilt with the sense of mission and duty, Subaru spurred on the cruelty of his heart.
Steel. Turn his heart to steel.
In order to reach that perfect future, he will use every method at his disposal. Permit, and accept sacrifices along the way, no matter how much it wore down his heart. Subaru, as long as we are smiling at the end, we'll have won. And so, in the face of sacrifices, all he could do was to hold down the wavering of his heart.
He must not hesitate to pave the way, so that he would retrieve everything in the end. Regrets were not something that should concern him now.
Subaru,
Having watched all the dragon carriages pass before him and vanish into the forest, Subaru let out a sigh.
Now, they were only the sanctuary's residents and people associated with Roswell's mansion left behind. All that remained was simply to wait for the dawn and bear witness to whatever was about to happen to the sanctuary. If he could do that, then this loop's objective would have been accomplished. Subaru, staying here forever and getting our faces eaten by bugs isn't the way to go, so how about we go back?
It's starting to get kinda unpleasant with you staring at me like that. Garfield, don't try to tell me what to do.
Say, you haven't asked a peep about Emilia Summers' trial tonight. Subaru, the fact that you're here already answered that, I figured.
I'd be lying if I told you I didn't expect a bleak result this time.
At least, transforming her worry for Subaru and the hostages into motivation wasn't going to work.
If Emilia was to prevail against the trials, something fundamental would have to change.
Otherwise, chances are that none of the sanctuary's problems could be resolved in these rushed circumstances.
Subaru, that's why I have to see this through to the end. I can't just wait for Emilia to pass her trials without finding out what'll happen next.
So that he will not repeat his mistake, Subaru will take the risk of staying on in this third world.
The highest number of times Subaru has died in a single series of loops was 4.
If he intended to break through in the fifth world, he had only one more death after this.
Subaru, there's still a mountain of things I need to confirm. He was already thinking of his own death as a foothold to reach that breakthrough.
Not even Subaru himself noticed just how twisted his own statement was. He signaled to Patrash to return to the sanctuary, and Garfield, watching him from behind, muttered. Garfield, talking like you understand everything, just the fuck you think you know? Subaru, Garfield? Unable to hear that whispered question, Subaru turned around on his saddle.
And abruptly, in front of his eyes,
Garfield leapt towards Subaru atop Patrash's back, his palm slashing towards Subaru's neck like a blade. The sight of fingers shredding through the air burning into the back of his eyes, Subaru's voice died in astonishment at the unreal and sudden approach of death. It was not that he never considered the possibility of Garfield's attack, but he never thought it would come so directly in this place.
Subaru, ..
The shrill whistle of a swinging blade was followed by the pain of tearing flesh striking Subaru, accompanied by the spray of blood. Reflexively holding his shrieking throat with his hand, he felt a thin crevice beneath his voice box that had been gouged out by the claw. Pressing with his palm while feeling the blood seeping through his fingers, Subaru hurriedly grasped the reins and signaled Patrash. Subaru, Garfield.
What a why?
Garfield, why are gonna get in the way?
What you think you're doing, huh?
While Subaru screamed from Patrash's back at the sudden attack, Garfield, landing on the ground, directed his rage and bloodied fingers at an entirely different direction. Subaru, his face contorted in pain, turned to look in the direction Garfield was pointing, and saw a single girl standing with a wand in her hand, Ram, with her peach-colored hair swaying, and her stern gaze fixed on Garfield. Subaru, Ram? Ram, I had a bad feeling so I stayed, and it turned out exactly as I thought. Barusu, you better thank me that your head is still connected to your torso. Garfield, without that wind screwing up the aim, it would have lopped that head flyin'. Hearing the uninvited Ram's remark, Garfield shook his head in acknowledgement. Speechless at their exchange, the pain of the wound only further inflamed Subaru's thoughts. Subaru, what the hell are you doing, Garfield?
Were you trying to kill me just now?
Garfield, that, and failed. If you're asking what I was trying to do, dunno know how else to answer ya.
Garfield plainly confirmed his intention to kill.
Hearing this, Subaru's single eye opened wide as his lips trembled at the incomprehensible act.
Since.
Subaru, if that's the case, couldn't you have killed me any time you wanted? When I was imprisoned, no, even before that, if you just didn't heal me, wouldn't I have already died?
Garfield, if I did that, the hostages would have exploded.
Now that they've left, everything's in order for me to kill ya, ain't it? Subaru, that's. Feeling his thoughts being dyed pure red, Subaru was struck dumb by Garfield's words. All along, Garfield had him in his sights and was looking away to dispose of him without the problems that came with it, and sending away the hostages played right into his lap.
Yet, there was still something else that felt unnatural. That is.
Subaru, if you kill me here, what happens to Emilia's trials? Not trying to be narcissistic here, but if I'm her primary motivation, when I'm dead, doesn't that mean the trials will never end?
For Lewis faction, which hoped to liberate the sanctuary, there could be no situation worse than this.
Even if Garfield suspected Subaru because of the witch's stench, there was no way he could have overlooked such a major factor. Although his actions could perhaps be attributed to blind rage, seeing him conversing just now, none of his calm and rational demeanor fit the description of someone who had lost themselves to rage. In other words, Garfield's attack just now was the result of cold calculation.
Just what did it mean?
Garfield, Ram, no point listening to excuses, and it'll be meaningless trying to persuade him, Barusu. But, just as Garfield began to speak, Ram sharply cut herself between them, turning her wand towards Garfield, who clicked his tongue. Ram, you should stop trying to hide your true intentions with logic, Garf.
It isn't like you.
Subaru, oh, oi, Ram.
Ram, stand down, I'm speaking.
Either way, Garf has already made up his mind to kill you, Barusu.
Hearing Ram confirm Garfield's murderous intent, Subaru could only close his mouth.
Ram slowly approached Subaru while keeping her vigilant glare fixed on Garfield, and, holding out her hand, she softly traced her fingers over the underside of Patrash's neck. Ram, good girl.
Do what you have to do now. That master of yours on your back
is incredibly dull, both to himself and to others. Patrash, -- Calmly, and somewhat gently, Ram said this to Patrash, who replied without words. Patrash extended out her tongue and licked Ram's fingers in response, before lowering her head and setting out her steps in the direction of the woods, regardless of Subaru's commands.
Subaru, wait. You too, what are you?
Ram, don't let go of the reins.
As long as you do that, your ground dragon will do everything in her power to protect you, Barusu. You are as fortunate as a man can be.
Subaru, listen to me. No, tell me why.
What do you know that's making you do this?
Ram, there's no time to explain, and explaining is futile. Do as I say, Barusu. Ram can buy you about a minute, use that time to get however far you can. This is the only resistance Ram could offer for you. He couldn't understand the meaning of the last part of Ram's reply, but there was already no time to ask. After hearing her last syllable, Patrash speeded away with a small neigh. And, shaking around on the ground dragon's back, Subaru felt the divine protection of wind evasion coming into effect as they were swallowed up by the flock of trees. Subaru, Ram.
He screamed. But there was no answer.
As his vision became obscured by the forest, all Subaru could do was to bite his lip and be carried along on his involuntary flight. After Subaru and Patrash sped into the forest, the two were left facing each other without anything to stand between them. Seeing Ram holding her wand readied and unflinching, Garfield stuck a finger towards the forest where Subaru had vanished, and... Garfield, you just had say those unnecessary things.
Gonna be a pain in the ass chasing him now.
Ram, you think I will let you leave? Garfield, you think you can stop me? Be a huge mistake if you think the balance between us hasn't changed since the old days, and don't think I'll go easy just because I like you.
Cracking his knuckles, Garfield threatened once more. But he knew full well that this was not a girl who could be intimidated. In fact, Ram didn't seem affected at all. Garfield roughly scratched at his spiky blonde hair.
Garfield, Ram, what are you doing? What's the point?
If there's a point, I ain't heard about it.
You doing this on Roswell's orders? Ram, sorry, Garf.
It is Ram's own will to be here. It has nothing to do with Roswell Summers' orders.
At least, I see no need to ask Roswell Summers' instructions at this point. Hearing Ram say this resolutely, Garfield, who was beginning to have the same doubts that Subaru had earlier, furrowed his brows with the exact same confusion at her answer.
Looking at her with an increasingly bitter expression. Garfield, I don't get it, Ram.
I'm getting it even less now that it ain't on Roswell's orders. I can't think of a single reason why you be doing this. Ram, really? Garfield, Ram, do you really not understand why Ram is doing this, Garf? Asking calmly, Ram's expression and tone were no different than usual, but, listening, Garfield's expression changed under her gaze. Confusion, doubt, shock,
and wrath.
Garfield, you. Taking one step forward, Garfield's heel ravaged the ground beneath it. Gnawing his fangs in an expression of unbearable rage, he narrowed his eyes towards Ram. Garfield, I don't fucking believe it.
You do something like this?
Ram, for Frederica, and for you, Garf.
Garfield, don't you bring up the name of that traitor.
Roaring, Garfield stamped down his foot, sending the ground caving in, and, with a boom, the surface shattered beneath his foot. Plumes of smoke billowed out as the nearby trees tilted from the force. The forest cowered in fear, and the air was silenced in terror of his rage.
Yet, in the face of that wrath, Ram's expression remained cool and unfazed.
Ram, do you think anyone will agree with you when you throw tantrums like an obstinate child? Garf, how long are you going to keep running in circles in this narrow forest?
Garfield, don't you talk like you know everything. You
and Frederica, you who abandoned the sanctuary, what could you know, Ram's words, like she was chiding a small child, did not reach the enraged Garfield in the end, but unlike the way he stomped into the ground before, this time, he only kicked at the earth without force. Garfield, for me?
It's for me? You. That's exactly what I can't believe.
Now it's already come, tease, how dare you tell me that? Ram, Garf. Garfield, did I ask for your sympathy? Don't look down at me, all high and mighty. Me, Granny, or the others, we never asked for your pity. Covering his face with his palm, his breathing ragged, Garfield wrenched out these words. A figure that seemed almost tragic, and slouching made its stature appear even smaller than it was. Taking deep breath after deep breath, Garfield took his hand off of his face, and... Garfield, enough.
I ain't listening no more. Turn back to the sanctuary now. Do it and I'll forget this. I still gotta go chase down that bastard.
Ram, I refuse, Garf.
If anyone should concede, it is you. Even if I go back, the approaching ruin is unavoidable. You understand this as well, don't you? Garfield, just go back, I ain't asking again.
Go back and stay there till the trial's over. Ram, no, I will not return or wait.
Nothing can come from standing idle.
By stagnating in this place, the only thing that will remain in your palms will be ashes of what you hope to achieve. For something so weak and vague, why do why? Garfield, even so.
It's a lot better than having nothing left.
Cutting Ram off, Garfield looked up and barked.
Etched into his expression was at once rage, jealousy, and sorrow.
Garfield, ruin?
So what? Long as I'm here, I'll take care of it. This time, all of it, I'll take care of all of it.
Ram, Garf, haven't I always told you? That's nothing more than compensatory behavior. In the face of Garfield's detonated emotions, Ram still responded with single-minded calmness.
In direct opposition and impossible to converge, neither were willing to concede, and no compromise was coming.
Perhaps realizing this, Garfield looked down and closed his eyes. Garfield, go back, Ram.
This is
my final request.
With all the feelings I have ever expressed for you, please. So.
Ram, then, Garf.
Will you abandon everything except for Ram? Garfield, .. To
Garfield's final, grief-filled plea, Ram's reply was concise and crisp. Although, carried within it was something excruciating that pressed on the hearts of anyone who heard it. Standing opposite her, Garfield's expression stiffened and his lips trembled. Seeing this, Ram lightly cast down her eyes. Ram, choose Ram over all the things in this world, see only Ram, love only Ram, do everything only for Ram, be loved only by Ram, forgive only Ram, and devote your entire being to Ram. Can you do this? Garfield, aye. Ram, can do this.
Placing a hand on her chest, Ram proclaimed to the stuttering Garfield.
A quiet and unwavering will alone filled her words as she lifted her face. Ram, can do this. And that was Ram's final ultimatum to Garfield. Perhaps understanding this, for only an instant, all dominance vanished from Garfield's face. Only Ram was there to witness just what expression adorned his face in that instant. Then, quickly shaking his head, and stowing all his exposed weakness deep within himself, he bared his fangs.
Garfield, I've always known
just how stubborn you are. Ram, I could say the same to you. If I cannot truly be the most important thing to you, then Ram will not yield to you, Garf.
Ram will not belong to anyone.
Garfield, is that so?
Facing each other, their gazes met. Conclusions drawn, they acknowledged that neither would back down. Then, both, in a quiet voice.
Ram, goodbye, Garf. Garfield, farewell, Ram.
They exchanged these final words between them, full of affection. The forest trembled. And a roar echoed out. Subaru, Patrash. Stop. I'm telling you to stop.
Desperately pulling on the reins, Subaru frantically screamed to Patrash as they galloped through the forest. But the ground dragon had no intention of listening to her rider, and only single-mindedly sprinted along the rugged road, distancing them from the firing line behind them. Although Subaru had heard of panicked horses that would refuse to listen to their riders' commands, this didn't seem to be the case with Patrash. The ground dragon seemed no different from usual, and was consciously ignoring his commands. In other words, she must have deemed Subaru's commands unworthy of her obedience.
Subaru, you are ignoring me. For my own good, aren't you?
Patrash, -- While she would not listen to his commands, she did not simply throw her master off like she was pissed off, either. Every bit of Patrash's behavior had been overflowing with concern for Subaru, and Subaru, being tossed around on her back, was close to tears in gratitude and shame.
It was not simply because his ground dragon refused to obey him.
He was disgusted with his own stupidity for failing to notice that even his ground dragon was worried about him. And, alongside this, the matter that was still fueling Subaru's self-despair in present continuous tense, was that
Subaru, but Ram's in danger.
I don't want to believe that Garfield will really do anything to hurt her.
But now,
Garfield had made up his mind to kill Subaru. It was outside of his calculations that Ram would stand in his way, but now, just how would he rectify this miscalculation, was too frightening to imagine. Unable to save those at the mansion, Subaru had already more or less come to terms with their sacrifice in this loop.
But those terms did not include Ram.
Completely unprepared to allow a further loss beyond his permitted range, it tore Subaru's heart to pieces, resulting in this miserable state. Subaru, I hate getting hurt too, but I can recover. So.
Pleading, his voice was almost crying. But Patrash still ignored him. With speed like the wind, the ground dragon did not slow down, and had no intention of listening to Subaru's appeals.
Ram and Garfield were now far behind them.
A tragedy unfolding in a place he could not reach. The thought battered at Subaru's heart. Why was his heart so weak, and why could it never be strong?
And, this way, with his sights directed only into himself, repeating mistake after mistake, Subaru was bound to repeat the same failure. Subaru, eh? Suddenly, his line of sight expanded as Patrash broke through the tangled woods. Clinging tight onto her as they cleared the obstacled path, Subaru's jaw dropped at the scene that opened before him. Otto, what happened, Natsuki-san?
You're back in such a hurry?
The one who asked was Otto, looking just as stumped as Subaru.
It was the train of refugees that was supposed to have gone ahead.
Somehow, Subaru had bumped right into the side of their column. He thought they had just been fleeing aimlessly through the forest, but Patrash's behavior certainly exceeded his expectations. Otto, I thought he didn't let you leave?
What happened to Garfield?
Subaru, I don't really know either.
But Ram and Patrash.
Trying to control his ragged breathing so he could speak to Otto, Subaru wiped the sweat from his brows with the back of his hand.
In the next instant, an atrocious roar shook through the forest. Subaru, WH.
Otto, huh? Throats frozen, eyes widened in shock, Subaru and Otto simultaneously startled and turned to the direction of the voice. The thunderous roar shook the atmosphere and the hearts of men alike, and even the ground dragons showed signs of panic at its overwhelming force.
If there was a single creature unshaken by this scene, it was Patrash, bearing Subaru on her back.
Thus, she was the first to judge the situation and react. Otto, Natsuki-san? Subaru, hey, Patrash. Immediately turning her head to the front of the line of carriages, Patrash broke into a run. She headed towards the leading carriage, and then further beyond that, sprinting without hesitation towards the sanctuary's exit, at end of the road ahead.
Leaving Otto's call behind, Subaru felt the divine protection activate once again.
He didn't know the reason behind her action, but just as he was about to raise his voice to stop her. An impact shook the ground, and Subaru heard a shriek coming from behind. Involuntarily holding his breath and turning back his head, he gazed in the direction of Otto and the others. In the left half of his vision, Subaru saw the scene that unraveled in the darkness of the forest.
Carriages sent flying. Ground dragons swallowed along in the impact, and passengers scattering into the air in screams and blood, dyeing the forest sky red. Subaru, A.
Witnessing this devastation, Subaru saw, under the airborne carcasses of the dragon carriages, a beast. Its whole body covered in golden fur, a gigantic tiger emerged in Subaru's sight. ARC-4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 42, The Value of a Life.
The fierce, golden tiger stooped low, and glowered over its surroundings with its razor-sharp gaze. The great tiger was about 4 meters in length, a 4-legged beast boasting a body over twice the size of the lions and tigers Subaru knew. With lumbering legs and its mouth unable to close in its long, protruding fangs, the beast flaunted its blood-drenched daggers to and fro. Subaru,
Is that?
But before he could finish the question, the airborne carriages crashed to the ground. The sound of destruction echoed, splinters of wood scattered, and shrieks saturated the air. The passengers swallowed by the impact were thrown to the ground, those conscious wailing in pain, while those unconscious lay motionless in their own puddling blood. That instant, Subaru was struck with the thought, I have to help the wounded. But before he could turn that thought into action, an intense movement swept Subaru along. Swinging around, ignoring Subaru's astonished cry, Patrash scraped her foot into the ground and dashed away from the beast, aiming straight for the forest.
Subaru, why?
Hey, Patrash! Subaru shouted to the dragon that was ignoring her rider, but, just like on the way here, Patrash showed no intention of obeying his will. Leaving behind Otto and the others, who had been stunned into motionlessness, Patrash accelerated, bearing Subaru on her back.
But
Beast-WRR. With a thunderous bellow, as if slicing through the forest, the beast hounded Subaru's trail. A torrent of bestial rage and hostility pierced down the road such that as much as Patrash tried to get away, her instincts froze her still. The petrifying sensation of a mighty existence possessing life-threatening power making him the focal point of its hostility. Taking in this feeling he had felt many times before, terror and dread coursed up Subaru's spine.
And precisely because he knew this feeling well, he could not blame the frozen Patrash for stopping her steps in such a time and place. He could not blame her, but the consequence was clear. Subaru, A. Turning around, the devastation at the root of his terror flowed into his sight.
From light swings of the beast's paws, dragon carriages were sent tumbling like toy boxes as their contents scattered and struck upon the trees of the forest. Perhaps, if one amplified the sound of chopsticks snapping by 100-fold, it would be something resembling this sound of wood and human bones shattering against one another. Faced with a literal monster, despite knowing that inaction was the same as waiting for death, no one moved from their spot. Perhaps, they were afraid that any movement might excite the great beast to turn its claws, its fangs, and its wrath towards them. Although, they instinctively knew that doing so would only be shifting around the order of their doom.
Subaru, is that thing
the reason why there was no one in the sanctuary? Trembling from the roots of his teeth on the petrified dragon's back, Subaru burned the murdering beast into the back of his eye with the resolve of certain death. Coated in beautiful golden fur, its face possessed at once savagery and dauntless dignity. Its keen eyes were brilliant with hostility and rage, and its rattling fangs were too sharp to be likened to mere blades.
This could very well be the thing that attacked the sanctuary.
Subaru, huh? Intently watching without missing a single gesture, expression, or movement, Subaru noticed something out of place about the beast that was slowly approaching. Squinting his single eye in search of the cause of that incongruity, he noticed it.
Something was sticking out of the left side of the great tiger's back.
To the enormous beast with seemingly limitless physical strength, the damage must have been trifling. From its movements as it walked, it didn't seem to be even aware of the wound, and must have considered it no more than a scratch. Yet for Subaru, it possessed great meaning. Not the wound itself, but the familiar-looking object that inflicted it.
It was Ram's favorite one that should still be in her hand. The small casting one that Ram used for chanting magic.
At least, Subaru had never seen her use any other medium for spellcasting. Just now, she was wielding it in her hand in her standoff against Garfield.
There was no mistaking it. There was no way he could be mistaken. But why was it jutting out of the great tiger's back? The answer.
Subaru, atavism. Suddenly, a scene from before flashed across Subaru's mind. It was the day Garfield showed him a fragment of his lineage, the special quality of his physical body. That time, he had only fully beastified a section of his arm as a demonstration of the demi-human part of his lineage, but
Subaru, if he's that were-tiger, then if that murderous beast was the fully beastified Garfield.
Then that would explain why Ram, who had stayed behind to delay him, drove her wand into the tiger's body.
Yet, at the same time, it also meant that
Ram, having lost her wand, failed to stop the tiger-morphed Garfield in the end. Subaru, Garfield, you.
What did you do to Ram? Beast, .. Subaru, answer me. What did you do to Ram?
Garfield.
The monster's face scowled at Subaru's call, without answering.
Only, as if irritated by Subaru's voice, it shook its lumbering head and waved up its paw, revealing the tip of its claw. At the end of its claw, there dangled a strip of a familiar-looking black fabric. Seeing this alone, Subaru understood the fate of that peach-color-haired girl. Subaru, Garfield. Screaming, abandoned to rage, Subaru let go of the reins and flew down from Patrash's back. Landing miserably, he rolled to the ground, and, climbing onto all fours, he glared in front of him. Both on all four limbs, man and beast faced one another at a distance. The gap in strength was obvious, and without a single hair's chance of victory, there was already no room for negotiation between them. Subaru, you despise me that much?
Beast, ..
Subaru, you hate me that much?
Beast, .. Subaru, if you really wanted to kill me, you only had to target me.
Beast, .. WRRR. Answering Subaru's enraged scream, the beast roared into the sky. The atmosphere pulsated, the forest recoiled, the leaves shuddered and all living things cowered, overtaken by dread. But Subaru alone, unfazed, bared his teeth. Subaru, you'd even lay hands on the girl you loved. What fangs of the sanctuary, don't make me fucking laugh. Beast, .. WRRR.
The next moment, in answer to Subaru's insult, the enormous tiger charged.
With overwhelming momentum, the wreckages of dragon carriages between them were blown into the air as the beast advanced through the mist of splinters and blood.
Incredible velocity, and enormous mass.
Direct impact would be akin to being struck by a large truck, instant death without even the time to gasp.
Imminent death was before him.
Sensing its inevitability, Subaru's mind turned with unprecedented speed. Tapping into rage, his brain cells ignited in an explosion of emotion. A certain darkness loomed within his chest, and following the flow of blood it coursed throughout his body. Hot, black, dark, faint, murky, and immaterial, that something horrible can be grasped. His single eye flying open, Subaru felt the sensation of having grasped onto something within himself.
He looked in front of him. At a distance close enough to feel each other's breaths, the beast's fangs were upon him.
With reflex transcending the physical limits of his body, Subaru saw, at the back of the beast's opened mouth, its red and black esophagus that was the entryway into death. In that instant, Subaru raised up his arm and placed it between the fangs and his chest.
Beast,
Suddenly, with a swirl of wind, the body of the great beast vanished before Subaru's eyes.
No, more accurately, it was not that it vanished.
But, from sheer momentum, with its head as the pivot, the great tiger was flung into a 180-degree arc into the air.
Just like this, it landed with its back crashing to the ground, barking in pain and incomprehension as its enormous mass bounced off the surface, rocking the earth with its impact as it tumbled.
Subaru, WH? Turning around, Subaru watched in disbelief as the fierce tiger rolled across the ground. Just now, Subaru was certain that he would lose his life. The beast seemed just as shocked. Lying sideways on the ground, its face told of utter confusion as it slowly pushed itself off the surface, but owing to the impact to its semicircular canals, it collapsed to the ground once more. Neither understanding what had happened, they looked at each other, panting, but Subaru, feeling a sudden fatigue surging through his body, fell to the ground, while the great tiger stood up with a frustrated shake of his head.
Once again, which side had the advantage was as clear as day.
Even now, Subaru had no idea what had happened, but
Subaru, if it responded to my taunt like this, there's no doubt it's Garfield.
Forcing his trembling arms to push his body upright, Subaru sank his teeth into his lip to keep himself conscious. In front of him, the giant beast cautiously shifted its body left and right, most likely trying to fathom the incomprehensible phenomenon behind that momentary exchange. Still, Subaru wasn't sure if he could bring that mysterious sensation out again, even if he tried.
He managed to land one on him, but none of it had felt real.
His opponent's caution was almost comical, but, without any grounds to laugh, Subaru himself was just as ridiculous. Step by step, the giant beast approached warily, still half doubtful of Subaru's inaction, but then, it abruptly stopped, and Beast, WRRR.
Subaru, A
roar, feeling the illusion of being bathed in a great stormwind, Subaru covered his face and his body instinctively contracted. Cutting through the gaps of his petrified nerves, was the sound of steps stamping into the earth. Shattering the ground, the beast's body leapt into the air, throwing itself directly at Subaru. Its mass, its claws, neither was avoidable.
This time, the sensation from before did not emerge on the tips of his fingers. It's the end. The end is coming.
And
Subaru,
Beast, WR?
Thrusting in from the side, Patrash rammed her head into the great beast's stomach.
The great tiger let out a painful wail as the impact bent its body into a V, choking the air from its lungs. Then, swinging her body, Patrash slammed her tail into the tiger's eyes, temporarily robbing it of its vision. Immediately turning around, Patrash picked up Subaru with her mouth and attempted once more to escape into the wind. Subaru, Putra.
His call was interrupted by a sound of tearing flesh.
Dangling by his waist from Patrash's mouth, Subaru was suddenly thrown into the ground ahead. When he looked back, Subaru saw that Patrash's tail was caught in the great beast's fangs. Her body, which weighed over 400 kilograms, was being flailed about like a paper toy. Patrash screeched in pain. Her flesh ripped as blood sprayed out, and the instant her tail was severed from its root, blood spouted down, dyeing half of Subaru in red.
Helplessly tossed into the air, Patrash tumbled to the ground. Witnessing her wretched state, with panting breaths, Subaru turned and glared at the giant tiger.
Harboring utmost hatred in his single eye, Subaru faced down the enemy whom he once might have called friend. Subaru, Garfield.
With only single-minded hostility, he called to that name. There was no answer. Perhaps beastification had robbed it of its human vocal organ.
For within the mighty tiger's throat, as it extended out its paw, there was no hatred, or murder, or any words, for that matter.
There was only instinct transformed into action. To snap his neck, or to crush his head in its jaw.
No matter what kind of pain, or how wretched his end, Subaru was ready to accept death.
He would swallow down all the suffering, make it his food, and turn it into his reason to obtain that perfect future.
Subaru, you think you'll be around in that future? With his gaze fixed on the steadily approaching claw, Subaru conveyed his hateful final words. And then, closing his left eye, he shut his sight into darkness. Left with only the regret of Patrasha's sacrifice, and his inability to save her. Subaru, Although Subaru was ready to accept the coming end, its visit did not come. Surprised, he furrowed his brows as irritation began to rise at the tardiness of the arrival of death. Finally, he opened his eye.
Subaru, ah?
In front of him, behind the sharp claw that was supposed to have ripped Subaru to shreds, he saw the expression on the beast's face. The reason Subaru's throat let out a stupid groan was because the beast's face, the face that was supposed to be pouring all its bloodlust onto Subaru, was instead turned towards a completely different direction. The great beast had taken its gaze off of Subaru, and was instead looking towards something to Subaru's left. Turning to follow its gaze, Subaru saw something fly over and bounce off the beast before rolling onto the ground.
A rock.
Completely ordinary, it was just a rock about the size that would fit in the palm of a hand. Tracing back the course of the projectile, he saw the silhouette of a person standing at the edge of the tree line. With short hair, a skinny face, and scrawny limbs, it was a man with no distinctive or noteworthy qualities whatsoever, but Subaru knew him. He was one of the Alam villagers, a member of the youth militia, one of the refugees who had taken refuge in the sanctuary, someone who was aboard one of the toppled carriages, and now, he was there, staggering with blood flowing down his forehead. Sluggishly, he bent down, picked up the nearest rock, and with feeble movements, he threw it at the beast.
Of course, the force was next to nothing. But youth, yet.
Away from Subaru-sama.
You monster.
Wrenching out his voice in midst groans of pain, he nonetheless asserted his will.
The moment those words struck him, Subaru suddenly felt a quiver running through his body.
Losing his voice as it reached the tips of his fingers, not knowing what to say, Subaru watched in silence. Subaru, Then, came rocks, boards, sticks, and shoes, thrown at the monster's body from all directions. What he was seeing was the people who should have been broken under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beast putting up a clumsy, weak, and almost surreal resistance. Subaru, why?
What are they doing? Subaru thought, astounded. What is the point of doing something like that? Did they think they could do something to the beast? Would it penetrate its fur and hide, and do any damage to the flesh beneath? That's not even possible, it won't even leave a scratch. It's only futile resistance.
Subaru, stop.
Hugging their heads and running away should have been the wisest choice.
They should have all boarded any still functional dragon carriages and immediately fled this place.
Either escape into the sanctuary, or break through the forest. They should have taken an action that left them at least a small chance of staying alive. And yet, why were they? Subaru, everyone, what are you doing?
Hurry, run away. Old man, Subaru-sama.
You won't convince us just like that.
Subaru waved his arms, desperately trying to convey his intentions, but his words were cut short. The one who shouted back was an old man with limbs like dried twigs, who, swinging up one arm with all his might, threw a branch that struck directly on the beast's snout. Then, panting, he looked over to Subaru. Old man, if we ran for our lives and abandoned our benefactor, how could we ever show our face in front of our kids again?
Besides, you came here in order to help us.
Subaru, that's. Old man, if you die here, then we'll die here as well. That's the least we'll be willing to accept, and that's what everyone's already agreed on. Stunned, Subaru's face stiffened. Seeing Subaru's astonished expression, for some reason, a gentle smile rose up on the man's face. It was just way too out of place, a bright smile that almost made one forget about the threat that was before them.
The attack resumed.
Everyone struck at once at the murderous beast. Garfield, with a hail of stones.
But its power was just as weak as before.
Far from causing him to flinch, it wasn't even enough to scratch an itch. Slowly raising his massive body, Garfield began to move.
Ignoring Subaru at the forest's edge, who was only waiting to be torn apart, it turned to the youth who had thrown the first stone.
Youth, ..
The beast and the youth faced one another.
In front of the overwhelming pressure, the youth lost his voice, but, with only the act of drawing his short sword from its sheath on his hip, he asserted his will.
Youth, then, eat this.
Placing all his force behind the thrust, the youth drove it between Garfield's brows, and, in the next instant, with a shrill sound, the blade snapped in two. Perhaps because the golden fur possessed considerable resilience, the crudely made blade failed to penetrate it. Then, as the youth completed his final defiance, the beast raised its paw. Subaru, stop!
Subaru screamed.
But even so, in the face of the inevitable, it was nothing but empty noise. Accompanied by the sound of crushing flesh, the youth's scrawny body was crushed from head to toe into a pulp under the force of the impact. Blood sprayed like a fountain from the gaps of Garfield's claws, and when he lifted the paw once more, left in its wake was nothing but a swirling, dark red puddle of gore. Subaru, ..
This time, a scream of pure wrath rose in his throat.
With a screech that could slice through metal, Subaru scrambled off the ground and threw himself directly at the monster's back. But the attack was snuffed out by a light rise of the beast's hind paw. His momentum was met by the paw, and, just like that, Subaru's was kicked into the air like a rubber ball, sending his back crashing into the trunk of a large tree, his entire body cracked in the sound of shattering bones. Subaru, GAAR. Rolling onto the ground, giant clots of blood surging up his aching throat spilled from his mouth.
His body was unresponsive.
His right arm, beginning from the shoulder, was twisted into a strange angle. His spine, having sustained that impact, completely lost its shape. Weak and frail, nothing had changed at all. Beast, ..
Villagers, ah.
The beast, barking, leapt into the fray of refugees around him, flaunting fangs and claws. Blood danced, shrieks resounded, and Subaru knew that lives were being extinguished in a place he could not see.
Someone was screaming. A bestial scream. Bestial, and yet in the voice of a human. Confusion ran through the beast.
Whose scream was it?
What was it roaring for?
Trapped within his own failures, Subaru did not know the answer.
Oh,
Natsuki-san.
Please stay alive. His name was called.
It was the voice of someone he knew, but his mind's attempt to match the voice to a name was obstructed by the pain. His thoughts flashed and dimmed, the world grew out of focus, and even his own emotions were vague. He could no longer tell what was a dream and what was real. Hatred and pain scattered all else into the wind.
He mustn't fall asleep here. He must stand up.
Stand up, if anyone is going to die, you have to be the one to die first. Subaru, Don, T. Die, Ev, Re1, just me, dying.
Is more than enough.
Spewing blood while wrenching out these words, Subaru desperately tried to push himself off the ground. His right arm already useless, he frantically crawled with his left. A red curtain had been drawn over his left field of vision, and Subaru knew that it was the blood flowing from his forehead. Roughly scraping his eyelids against his shoulder, he clenched his teeth as if to crush his molars, and turned up his face. Subaru, .. The carnage spanned out before him. Every swing of the beast's arm sent men flying, blood spraying, extinguishing the flames of life. No matter how courageous and desperate their resolve, their resistance fell uselessly against the beast. Its golden fur was stained only with their blood, and their deaths had no meaning at all. Mere defiance, only to be blown away like dust. Not the slightest meaning at all. If there was only a single death that could be meaningful, it was Subaru's. Subaru, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Please, stop. If you are going to kill me first. He was the target to begin with. There was no reason to hurt those brave, kind people, no reason to take their lives. Or Rather, wasn't their deaths just another consequence of Subaru's stupidity?
If so, then isn't it just two?
Subaru, ugh, ah? Subaru felt his body being picked up, as his face dropped down towards the ground. Dangling helplessly from his back, Subaru was lifted off the ground by Patrash, who was bleeding profusely from her wounds. Despite only barely clinging onto life after Garfield's merciless strike, she had crawled to Subaru's side.
Witnessing her pitiful state, Subaru could not hold back what was welling up in the back of his eye from flowing out.
Subaru, no, it's all right.
That's enough.
You've done enough, Patrash. Softly calling to her, Subaru reached out his hand to Patrash's blood-soaked jaw. But she shook her head at Subaru's voice, as if trying to say, "It's not over yet, you know." Then, tugging her muzzle under Subaru's stomach, she lifted the helpless Subaru onto her back.
Subaru groaned in surprise. And with this, Patrash set out her steps. The steadiness of her strides made one wonder just how she still had strength left within her. No doubt, she was using up the last strengths of her life.
Subaru, dash dash. But even with the last ounce of life force she could muster, straining herself to the end, her speed was nothing compared to what she was usually capable of. And so, it was far from enough to escape the pursuing fangs.
The beast's teeth sank into Patrash's hind leg as she shrieked with pain.
Once again, Subaru was thrown into the air. But, floating weightlessly through space, just as he was prepared to crash to the ground, Patrash reached out her neck and caught him in her jaw. And, in the same motion, with all her might, she used her head to throw him as far as she could into the depths of the trees.
Subaru, dash dash.
Subaru knew that it was all Patrash could have done to put him as far from harm's way as she could.
At the same time, he realized it.
Why, after parting with Ram, she had taken the shortcuts through the forest to rejoin with the train of refugees.
Patrash had sensed the existence of the beast.
And because she sensed it, in order to increase the chance of Subaru's survival, if only by a little, she fled towards the place where there were the largest number of other preys.
All to protect Subaru.
Slamming onto the ground, Subaru's body bounced once, then twice.
And after wailing at the third bounce, weightlessness overtook his body once again. Subaru, A
steep slope opened into a ravine, and Subaru's body rolled straight downward. Without even the strength to cry out, scraped by branches and gravel, tossed from bounce to bounce, Subaru's body tumbled and fell. Subaru, dash dash. Sliding in somersaults, his vision swirling and swaying, Subaru caught a glimpse of what was above him. There, he witnessed a sight he had no wish to see. Subaru, dash Patrash. The great tiger held Patrash's body in its jaws, and clenched down with unimaginable force. Its fangs tore into her flesh, and in a mass of spraying blood, her body was crushed in two. Unable to even cry out in death, the loyal dragon sacrificed her last for Subaru. Subaru, dash dash. His throat burned. His throat was tearing.
Rage was boiling his brain and it felt like his blood was catching fire. Bouncing, tumbling, sliding, rolling, scraping, Subaru went on falling. Rebounding high into the air, he felt weightless once again. Crashing to the ground, his consciousness was swallowed into the impact. His body did not stop falling. But all awareness had already separated from his flesh. Only a resentful voice, which refused to disappear, swirled and churned within his chest. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 43, and then everyone was. What woke him was the feeling of water drops dripping onto his face. The steady rhythm of cold droplets splashing on his cheek pulled his consciousness upward. And alongside the awakening of his consciousness, an acute sense of being alive slowly permeated throughout his body. Simply put, it was that primal and intense sensation which required no words to convey: pain. Subaru, duh. As if to welcome Subaru's awakening, agonizing pain embraced him with open arms. Once the initial shock was felt, there was no way to avoid the rest of the onslaught. His cracked forehead, his mangled right arm, and his spine that was marred by the extreme impact all shrieked with pain. But,
far exceeding all of them, was Subaru, this is B. Ad. Directing his gaze towards the source of the razor-sharp pain, Subaru found that a branch as thick as 2 fingers had skewered him through the area under his right collarbone. Its point was slick with blood, and as much as Subaru rallied his resolve to pull it out, in spite of the pain, it refused to budge an inch. Fortunately, the branch was broken on the way down, so, as long as Subaru ignored it visually, it wouldn't do much to impede his movements.
Subaru, way too eccentric. This fashion.
Somehow managing to get his unresponsive body to move and sitting himself up, Subaru leaned into a nearby rock face to catch his breath.
Looking over his surroundings, he found himself at the entrance of a small cave.
Apparently, the water dripping onto his face was the morning dew falling from the top of the cave's mouth.
But morning dew would mean.
Subaru, it's morning? As Subaru understood the heartless passage of time, intense pain coursed up his trembling body as though the back of his eye was painted red and his entire body was pierced by needles. A tear rose in his single eye as his thoughts slowly caught up. What happened to him before he lost consciousness?
Recalling it. Subaru, A.
Subaru remembered what senseless tragedy his existence had brought.
Timidly gazing upwards, he saw the daylight penetrating between the gaps of the trees and into the forest.
Bathed in that light, Subaru looked up towards the slope from which he fell, wondering what kind of scene was awaiting him there. Subaru, Ong.
Gulping down a breath, tormented by the guilt of not dying straight away, Subaru crawled at a caterpillar's pace, heading towards the other side of the slope.
Although his movements were hindered by the branch jutting from his chest, slowly but surely, he drew closer with time. If this was the old Subaru, just imagining the scene that was awaiting him would have gripped him with horror, and he would probably have run away, refusing to look.
But the current Subaru would not permit that. He must see it to the end, swallow it down, and make it his food.
Because this was the duty of Natsuki Subaru, having failed to die when he should have. Subaru, ha, ha. With one crawl, and then another, he dragged himself up the slope with only his upper body off the ground. His breath panting, sweat soaking the dried wounds on his forehead, blood seeped out once more.
He rudely wiped at it with his sleeve, soiling his face with mud and blood as he crawled.
Crawling past a totaled carriage, passing around a large toppled tree, Subaru's fingers reached the destined rim of the slope, the spot from which Batrash threw him in her sacrifice. Subaru, dash dash.
For a moment, there was hesitation.
By raising his head and extending his neck to peek over, Subaru would be faced with the inescapable reality. He will no longer be able to escape into his imagination and indulge in the fantasy that some miracle might have occurred after he was driven away and that the majority of the refugees had managed to escape. Subaru, what am I, stupid?
No, I am stupid. Without a doubt, in his one-sided vision, Subaru had witnessed the moment Batrash was crushed under the beast's jaw.
After offering her all for Subaru, the instant of that loyal dragon's death was still branded into the back of Subaru's eyelids. To pretend that it was a dream or to escape into some convenient fantasy was nothing less than to insult her, who had sacrificed the very last embers of her life for Subaru.
Igniting the flame of conviction in his heart, Subaru wrenched out what little willpower he had left and opened his eye. Pushing himself up on his stomach, through the thick branches obstructing his vision, and beyond the opening forest, in the scene of the tragedy.
Subaru, -H?
There was nothing. Nothing at all. Subaru, how is that?
Pause, Blay? With his face still twisted from imagining the carnage that was supposed to have panned out before him, Subaru's eye bulged in disbelief, unable to accept the scene that dawned on his sight.
There were scattered wrecks of carriages and several uprooted trees.
Claw marks were still gouged deep into the ground, and there were signs of destruction and resistance all over. And yet, the most heartbreaking sight was not there.
The remnants of the slaughter. The corpses of the villagers who, in the truest sense of the words, gave their lives so Subaru could escape. The corpse of the ground dragon who was torn in two for her loyalty. They were all nowhere to be found.
Subaru, -.
The beast and the battle could not have been a dream. The scattered wreckages proved this. Only, the consequence of the tragedy was missing.
With great effort, Subaru used a nearby tree to pull himself up. Fortunately, after the initial shock had passed, the wounds in his leg and hips were no more than superficial scrapes and bruises.
He stood up, holding his right arm steady with his left to stop it from hurting from the motion of dangling.
And, looking over his surroundings. Subaru, ho, W.
Where's Patrash? Everyone.
Otto?
He didn't want to see their corpses.
Honestly, he would like nothing more than if everyone survived.
But there was no way for that kind of pipe dream to be true.
Subaru, of all people, knew this in his very cells after all. Before Subaru lost consciousness, he had already witnessed several lives being extinguished by the beast's claws. The scrawny youth fought to the end, but without leaving even a single scratch. He was crushed.
There was the woman who lost her life when she was tossed out from the dragon carriage that was sent flying.
And the old man was snapped like a dried twig by a single swing of the beast's claw, leaving nothing but a miserable corpse behind. With every remembered death, pain and regret shaved away at Subaru's heart. Yet, even so, those deaths that he supposedly witnessed here had somehow been stolen from this place.
Subaru, Patrash.
Patrash?
Thinking of the lives that were lost, Subaru feebly and despairingly called his partner's name.
The moment her body was torn in two, and the pain of her final gasp, Subaru had certainly seen and heard it, so he had no fleeting hopes that she could still be alive.
Nevertheless, he had wanted to find her soul-departed remains, and apologize. It was something only Subaru could do.
His steps dragged, and his body was near exhaustion. The search was slow and feeble, and it took all of 2 hours just to explore the surrounding area. But despite spending all this time, all Subaru found was Subaru, luggage mixed with the wreckages, scraps of clothes, and
massive amounts of blood.
Just as Subaru imagined with near certainty, everything carved by the beast's claws was accompanied by mass volumes of blood.
He had expected there to be the choking stench of blood drifting about the scene, but perhaps because the blood clotting up Subaru's nose canal had deprived him of his olfactory senses, he didn't smell a thing. He had already assembled enough evidence that the fact could not be denied. Yet the only piece he could not find was the conclusive proof itself, and how it came to be lost was enshrouded in mystery.
Even more importantly, it was while searching through the surroundings, that the extremely belated question finally burned into his mind.
That is, Subaru, why wasn't I
killed? He didn't finish Subaru off. Although Subaru surviving all those wounds may have been difficult to believe, it would still have been far too careless to have gone back without at least inspecting the body. After all, Subaru was Garfield's target to begin with. Even though he still couldn't understand why Garfield would turn his claws to the refugees, he might have done it to teach Subaru a lesson.
But if that were the case, there would be even less reason for the bodies to disappear.
Subaru, even if
they were carried away. There were 42 refugees in total. Even if everyone turned into a corpse, it would still be too unrealistic to tow them all away, not to mention Patrash and the other ground dragons as well. Subaru, but still.
He didn't want to imagine it, but if they were swallowed into the great beast's belly, yet, for the same numerical problem, it wasn't a realistic theory.
At least, while it was conceivable how they could be carried away, what was inconceivable was how they could afford the labor required to hide the bodies from sight. In the end, before even considering whether the tiger would do such a roundabout thing, the crucial question was why it didn't make an effort to finish the wounded Subaru off. Subaru, Suddenly, it occurred to him just how much this scene resembled the depopulated sanctuary. Although the conditions leading up to it were different, the results had many points in common. All the signs of the surrounding destruction were from the great tiger's rampage, and unrelated to the tiger and the refugees' disappearance. If one looked past this most striking aspect of the scene, the two were eerily similar in that there were no bodies in sight. In other words, Subaru, the sanctuary would be in the same state as last time too? His breath growing ragged as he came to that conclusion, Subaru once again used up all his strength to stand. Then, Looking over his surroundings, he deduced the direction of the sanctuary. This was the morning of the 6th day. Last night was probably the deadline for the mansion.
Although he could not say for certain, if Elsa's attack took place, then it was already too late to prevent the tragedy.
On the sanctuary's side, something must have happened that made the tiger-morphed Garfield abandon the thought of dealing Subaru the final blow.
That something must have also been the reason why everyone here disappeared. But why the same thing didn't happen to Subaru remained completely unknown. Subaru,
Which way to go?
Subaru hesitated for only a moment.
A warmth passing through his chest sent a faint ache across his heart.
It was the inseparable sensation of guilt and remorse for the girl, still in her slumber, and all those he left in the mansion. Clenching his teeth, Subaru shook off these emotions and turned his steps to the sanctuary. With slow, dragging steps, in order to find out what had happened, Subaru made his way towards the sanctuary.
What was waiting for him ahead?
So that he could burn something worthy of the lives that were lost into his memories, he intended to spend this life for that redemption, even if only for the smallest hint to increase his chances of prevailing in the end. On the way to the sanctuary, he passed through the place where Ram and Garfield had fought. There were scars left by wind blades on the trunks of the nearby trees, as well as familiar claw marks carved into the earth and the rocks, brutally gouged out by whole chunks at a time. He briefly searched the area for any signs of Ram, or, most likely, Ram's body.
But, unsurprisingly, he did not find her.
If the enormous tiger really was Garfield, then, to him, she should have been his longtime crush.
Subaru might even have believed it if their feelings grew into something deeper, but
Subaru, to go to the point of killing each other just to say I like you, I must have read too many light novels.
Because neither of them would back down, it did not end until one had killed the other.
Just how much could that love or longing have helped to stem the tide?
If it truly could have stopped the violence, it would have stopped it before it even began. The moment they had cast it aside, there was already nothing that could have stopped them.
Subaru, I'm sorry. She was nowhere in sight, but Subaru nevertheless offered his apology to the girl who did her best to save him. Her fight would also become meaningless, and her thought would have been in vain once Subaru returned to the sanctuary.
For ahead of his path was something Subaru needed, now that he intended to die. Despite his mounting regrets, Subaru doggedly walked towards the sanctuary. The road on which he had begun walking before noon was only a distance of about 10 minutes on Patrasha's back. Defying his wounds, and advancing at a caterpillar's pace, it was already evening by the time Subaru drew close to the sanctuary. Subaru, took half a day, Finn, ally. He was back.
Almost collapsing on the spot of relief, there wasn't the slightest sense of accomplishment. Instead, the flame consuming Subaru's insides was the sense of powerlessness and anger at himself.
And far surpassing his self-hatred, was something black and shimmering.
Subaru, you fucking back yet? Huh, Garfield? Don't think about it, he told himself in his heart to stem the overpowering hatred and rage towards that golden-haired piece of shit.
There were 3 primary reasons he returned to the sanctuary. The first was to get to the bottom of the mystery of how everyone had disappeared. It was essential for the future to grasp at least a part of that answer.
The second was to confirm that Emilia, who had remained in the sanctuary, was safe.
If everyone had disappeared, she would probably be no exception. So he intended to make sure.
And the third, far greater than the previous 2 reasons combined, was that furious flame charring the depths of Subaru's heart.
The impulse to tear that bloody tiger apart. He took a step into the sanctuary. 2 moss-ridden pillars stood in place of an entrance.
Passing between them and entering the sanctuary, Subaru quietly lowered the sound of his breathing as he looked around him. Silence had fallen on the sanctuary, as one would expect of a place devoid of people. But even before that, Subaru had not heard a single insect in the forest on his whole walk here.
It wasn't just the residents of the sanctuary that had disappeared, it was as though the activity of every living thing in the region had been halted into silence.
Subaru,
Even his own breathing felt too noisy in this silence.
Subaru painfully pushed his throat to the limit to not make a sound.
Taking short, careful breaths and dragging steps, Subaru headed to the depths of the sanctuary, to the house where Emilia should be.
In the hours before nightfall, Emilia would be passing the time leading up to the trials curled up and hugging her knees. This usually became particularly striking after the third day, and especially this time, when Subaru was not at her side. Most likely, isolation and frustration had been shaving down her heart more acutely than in any of the loops before this.
Subaru, not here, ha. Pushing open the door and looking inside, Subaru saw no one in the room and sighed.
Although Emilia was absent, her unoccupied bed was messy, and a chair was left knocked over by the bed.
He could not be sure if this happened while she was resisting whatever caused the disappearance, or if Emilia, worn to her limit, had done this out of impulse.
Only, all the way along the road, Subaru hadn't encountered a single person. Subaru, should I stop by Roswell's place? Accepting that Emilia was no longer here, Subaru's heart was calm as he considered the next course of action. Although decisiveness in carrying out his plan was necessary, part of himself already knew that he would find nothing even if he went there. Just as he feared, there was no one in the sanctuary.
The moment Emilia was gone, Subaru should no longer have any attachment to this place.
Emilia, who was supposed to be the subject of his attachments, had disappeared. But, as Subaru noticed, even this had barely caused a stir in his heart.
Was it because he finally had acquired that unshakable, dauntless, dazzling heart of steel? No, Subaru immediately shook his head. This sense of loss, of being deprived of the harbor of his emotions, was far too different from that heart of steel he had strived for.
This was but the result of excessive rage at the end of incomprehension, having worn everything else away, leaving only a fractured heart behind.
It was not unshakable, but only drained of all its contents. He had already lost the will to live. Of course, it was only natural. The current Subaru wasn't living for the sake of living.
He had failed to die when he was supposed to, and so, he couldn't die until he had found something to justify his prolonged life. In other words, it was not the will to live, but the resolve to die where all his consciousness was focused. What was there to live for in a world like this?
Emilia was gone. Ram was gone.
Patrash was dead, and most likely Ram and Petra, too.
And there was no question whether Otto had survived or not. There was no one. There was no one left.
Because Subaru wasn't smart enough, because Subaru wasn't strong enough, because Subaru didn't try hard enough, because Subaru didn't want it enough, he failed to save everyone.
He didn't save anyone. Even though it was something only Subaru could do.
Subaru, so I
have to take it all back. See it to the end, and set everything on the correct path. It was something only Subaru could do. And it was something Subaru had to do.
All the sacrifices made for its sake, Subaru must always keep in his heart.
All that which was lost, Subaru must always keep in his thoughts.
All the price that must be paid, Subaru must always continue to pay.
To pay whatever price. Pile on the sacrifices. And take it all back in the end.
Subaru, .. Limping and staggering, Subaru came out of the building. His steps did not turn towards the residence where Roswell was recuperating, but to the very depths of the sanctuary, the tomb.
Last time, wandering through the depopulated sanctuary, it was there where he was killed by something. This time, he was heading to the exact same spot. What for? To be killed, of course. If the conditions were the same as last time, then Subaru should be killed there in the exact same manner.
But, knowing that the attack would come, Subaru judged that he should be able to dodge at least one fatal strike.
Even if he was killed by the second blow, as long as he could catch a glimpse of the enemy's true form, it would be enough. Having prepared the resolve to die, step by step, Subaru steadily approached his destination.
The place where his stomach was gouged through from behind, although he couldn't remember the exact spot, he was certain it was only inches from the entrance of the tomb. Spotting the tip of the tomb's structure in the distance, Subaru's heart rate grew frantic as the blood pulsing through his body flashed between hot and cold.
Was it heating up or cooling down? Even that, he couldn't tell. His body was hot, his hands and feet were numb.
But his fingers were stiff, cold, as if pressed against frozen lead, and his head was cool enough to objectively see his situation.
A foolish existence heading to its death, knowing that it would die.
He was supposed to have made the oath in his heart to wager his life in exchange for results, but his expression was far from that resolute will.
His brows were downcast, he bit his lips, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably.
All pretense fell away in the final moments, as he loathed himself for revealing that weakness underneath.
Pushing that sentiment aside, Subaru went on without slowing his steps.
Even though he couldn't change the fact that he was weak, frail and stupid, he nonetheless wanted to have the courage to move forward from that self, and become the self he had always wanted. Just like how a negative and a negative makes a positive, his crooked optimism was banking on weakness and weakness producing something good. And with this, Subaru steadily treaded along the path to the tomb, and to death.
The tomb drew closer.
His heartbeats thumped, and he could clearly hear the sound of blood pulsing through his scalp. The bile retching up from his empty stomach burned in his throat.
His trembling knees were on the verge of collapsing to the ground, and his left field of vision was drenched by sweat, blurring everything in sight.
Roughly raising his left arm to wipe his eye, he faced forward once again.
And it was then he noticed it.
Subaru, eh?
Just as he lifted his leg towards the tomb, Subaru saw that a change had taken place before his eyes.
Without even the chatter of insects audible, there was only the chorus of the occasional rustling of leaves stirred up by the wind.
But suddenly, cutting into it, there was the sound of a small, intermittent chirp.
At first, Subaru thought it was a small, white furball being blown over by the wind. But the furball stopped just a few paces in front of Subaru, and made a little twitch. Incredulous, Subaru furrowed his brows as he saw two long ears rise up. Subaru, a rabbit? A little animal with two long ears and white, fluffy fur. With two characteristic red eyes, its mouth jittered as it looked about its surroundings. Then, looking up at Subaru, it tilted its little head, and let out a high-pitched squeal. A small, teeny-tiny rabbit. It was about the size of Subaru's fist and, at a glance, it was not that far from the size of a hamster, but since its ears were as big as the rest of its body, the term fits in your hand might be slightly misleading.
In a place where bugs, humans, and dragons all vanished without a trace, there was suddenly a rabbit.
Although it could be just one of the critters that lived in the forest, considering how Subaru hadn't encountered a single living creature up to this point, seeing it here was exceedingly strange.
Subaru, why is there a rabbit here? It is a rabbit.
Right? With endless questions, Subaru looked over his surroundings, confused, trying to see if there were other animals besides this rabbit that had wandered back into the sanctuary. And, with no particular intention, he reached out his hand towards the rabbit, hoping to confirm what it was, or perhaps just wanting to pet its fur. Subaru, .. The next moment, Subaru's entire left hand was detached from his wrist upwards. Blood sprayed out from the ragged, sloppy wound, and green-blue veins dangled from the stump. Were the thin, white strings tendons or nerves? Either way, it's always something grotesque when human body parts are destroyed, and those were his few seconds of escape from reality. Pain of an entirely other dimension trashed at Subaru's brain, and, suffocating from the agony, his body collapsed to the ground. The branch that pierced his collarbone snapped in half upon impact, transforming into shattering pain. Pain. Subaru, you are. You are. His thoughts turned white-hot.
It hurts.
Every cell of his body was dominated by this emotion of pain, and there was already no way to register the reality of the agony as the thought occurred to him why it had to hurt so much and where it came from and why was it happening to him and why it hurt so much and it hurts. Suffocating from sheer agony, blood gushed from Subaru's wrist as he drove it into the ground, and, for some reason, he bit into the earth, inexplicably gnawing at the puddle of mud. The bitter, asphyxiating soil brought back a moment of mental clarity, and his eyes dashed as if searching for the cause, when he saw the white fur ball at his feet. The little animal's white fur was speckled with dots of red, and its tiny mouth was busy working away. Under its black nose, its cheeks were puffed up, twitching. And, sticking out of its mouth, Subaru saw his left pinky finger.
Understood.
Gotcha.
What happened here? He got eaten. He got eaten. He just got eaten.
Subaru, goo, phew. Comprehension and pain drove him into a scream bordering insanity. Subaru turned to face the rabbit. His right arm was broken and immobile, and his left wrist was in the rabbit's belly.
There was nothing he could do, but if he could just confirm its true form. He felt something burning into his thigh.
With the unamusing shock of sharp, merciless blades scraping his flesh to the bone, he turned up the whites of his eyes as white foam gushed from the back of his throat.
If only he could lay down his head and faint, but the intensity of the agony had no intention of releasing his consciousness. Bubbling blood spilled from the corner of his lips, and he writhed like a fish on land.
The fact that his ears could still hear must be both a miracle and a joke by a cruel god. Like the rustle of lapping waves, the sound captured Subaru's eardrums.
Little hops.
Small, tiny bodies. The chain of overlapping chirps expanded to enormity, and even if his vision was still present, he had no desire to count them. And, in a moment, he was sincerely glad that the only thing left to him was his ears. Simultaneously feeling the bites of feeding teeth over all of his body, now, through the tactile and unmistakable pain, Subaru understood that he was being devoured by threats numbering in the hundreds. He shrieked.
And a surge pushed him onto his back as his throat trembled.
Immediately, furry creatures dived into his opened mouth. His tongue was torn to shreds, sharp teeth flashed across the depths of his throat, ravaging everything from his esophagus to his stomach. Inside, they collided with the others that had invaded from his rectum, and, as if descending into a competition, they devoured his organs left and right, turning Natsuki Subaru into minced feed.
It was the unmistakable sensation of being alive while living creatures shredded him from within. Fear had already left him. There was barely any more pain. He couldn't understand why he was still conscious. He was being eaten. He was being eaten. His left eye was gouged out.
His ears were no longer there. His organs had already been consumed, and now the skin of his face was being peeled off. A hole opened in his skull, and teeth sank into his exposed, bulging brain.